in the project management role. From here to here, I worked in the industry from 2000 to 2013 in the project and program management. And then I started my training in parallel in the year 2006. From 2006 to 2013, 7 years I was doing the project and program management and the training. And then after that, I started to do the project management consulting. So the project management consulting is basically about the training and the consulting part. So I'm providing the training for four things: PMP, Microsoft Project, then Project Online, then the Oracle Primavera and the Primavera Online also. Okay, so I'm providing that, right? Okay, so this is what I do, and now we will go more ahead. So this is my certification, which is the important qualification is the PMP certification. So this is renewed till 2027. So these are the ground rules for my training. So basically, the first rule in my training that you guys should be relaxed because you are at home, and relaxed in the sense you can sit relaxed in a physical way. And if you want to have something, you want to eat something, it's okay. Okay, but when we are doing the training, you should pay attention to the training and you should interact with me at the maximum and listen to each and every word. And when I'm giving a demo on the screen, so you should follow the demo and you should not try to do anything different or experiment because it can lead to wastage of time for all. The third point is that I love questions and the topics will be discussed as per the scope versus the time. And you should keep the mobile phones on the silent mode and office meetings will be at your own risk. So the time to start, the break times and the end times as per the current location and group agreement. So basically the time to start will be 10 and the break time will be, next break time will be at 11:30. So today the lunch time will be according to the prayer time. So you can tell me, Farooq, so when you want to go, you should tell me 10 minutes before that and we will take the lunch break. And then the evening tea
Okay, sir.
will be around 4:30. And the end time is flexible because we just make sure that we have studied all the topics, all the today's agenda is completed, and all the questions have been answered. So the closing time is not exactly 7 p.m. It can be later than that also. Okay. But if
Okay.
it is a small group, there might be a little bit of, we might go normal than the proposed or the planned speed because it happens. Because in the larger group, people might be asking a lot of questions. There might be more confusion. But if we go as per the normal speed and everything is understood by both of you, then maybe we can finish around the same time as the planned time. So when you have a query, just let me finish, then you ask your query because here I can't see your hand, so that's okay. Okay, so these are the ground rules and you just pay utmost focus on the training. Now, the subject of the project management is a highly logical subject. So I believe that you must have also done many aptitude tests and logical reasoning. So you can see this. Now, there are 6 steps of the construction. So you can tell me that use your logic and tell me that which would be the first step out of the 6 steps, which be the first and the next and the next.
B.
B.
D will be the
I
first
write
one.
here 1. This is the step number 1. Then use your logic. Go
D, that will
D.
be
point. Step number 2.
D.
C.
Then after
Step number
that,
3,
we
C.
agree on the C. Then
A.
A, then F, then E.
so that is the step number 4.
Then
Then
F,
this is the
then
step
E.
number 5. And of course, the remaining one is the step number 6. So, these are the steps. So basically, we human beings are logical creature. We can understand a lot of things by logic and reasoning. And we will use that capability to understand the subject of the project management. Once you've understood the project management, then definitely using the Primavera will be very, very reasonable and you will find that everything is very, very helpful, right? Okay. You will find the software in the context. Now, the broad agenda of this training is introductions, which you have done, setting the workshop expectation. Basically, I expect you guys that you should be able to practically complete a project using the complete the project life cycle using the Primavera. For example, you should be able to start from the initiating, then planning, then execution, then monitoring and control, and then closing. That you should be able to do. Then we will learn about the project management concepts. Then we will do the introduction to the Oracle P6 Primavera interface. Then we will learn how to set up the Primavera P6 environment. Then we will understand the data structures, understanding OBS and EPS. And then we will learn how to work with the work breakdown structure and activities and tasks. These are the two words which are used interchangeably. So basically OBS, EPS, and WBS, these are the structures of the data. Right? So we will understand the data structures, then we will learn how to use and apply the resources in Primavera. What are the resources? Resources are men, machine, and material, right? So we will learn how to use the resources in the Primavera P6, and then we will learn how to load the resources to calculate cost in the Primavera P6, and then baseline, compare, and track the project in the Primavera P6 and generate the various reports in the Primavera P6, right? So that's what we will learn as part of this. And before we go any further, this is the tribute to the founders. So, these three gentlemen, they are the civil engineers. So basically, they used to run a company, and then they thought that they should be having a software to basically manage the project management in the civil engineering. So their names are Les Saskin, Dick Ferris, and Joel Koppelman, and they conceptualized the Primavera in 1979. And after 4 years, in 1983, they launched the software Primavera, and the company name was also the Primavera Systems Incorporated. And they use the two-tier architecture from beginning. Two-tier means that there are two parts. One is the application tier and one is the database tier. So they use the database that was the Oracle database, which was the database of choice during those times. And they had a close collaboration with the Oracle company. So they will sell their software packaged with the Oracle software to their clients, and they will help the companies implement the Primavera. So later in 2008, the Oracle Corporation, it acquired the Primavera, and that's why it is called the Oracle Primavera. So Oracle is the company, the brand, and Primavera is the software, right? So basically Oracle is a database company, but it acquired the Primavera, then it further developed the Primavera. So Primavera could connect to various other databases also beside the Oracle. Earlier it was connected only to Oracle, but later it would connect to SQL Server, Sybase, many other databases, and it became easier for people to purchase and use the Primavera. And they also released a version of the Primavera which works on the Linux operating system, right? So Primavera can work upon the Windows and the Linux. Primavera software includes the project management, collaboration, and control capabilities, and integrates with other enterprise software such as Oracle or SAP's ERP systems, right? So it can connect to many other softwares. Now we come to this, how to install the Primavera. So that we have done. Now we will come directly to the project management concept. So we come to the concept of the project management. So here is a question, but it is actually not a question, but an interaction. So I'll put a cross here. So basically you can tell me that what is the feeling of the word project? So what do you think is a project? So guys, you tell me what you feel. I'm not asking for an exact answer. Tell me something which you feel. Interact with me. It's okay if you gave me. I'm not expecting you the
A
correct
task, sir.
form.
It is about a task.
Yeah, is it about one task or many tasks?
Many task.
Many.
Simultaneous task.
Okay, then tell me something more as you feel. Yeah.
One or more other tasks to be finished in a determined timeline. Like
Mhm. And anything else? Parug, you want to add something?
sequence of tasks is
Yes, then.
lot of sequence of tasks are called project.
Yeah, that is fine. Lot of sequence of task is there. Now I'll show you that what is the standard definition as per the PMI. So I'm talking about PMI. PMI is Project Management Institute. So which was founded by the engineers in 1969 to standardize the project management subject. Because the project management was being taught in various universities in the US and by the various the professors, they had written books on this subject. So when the engineers, they came to work together in the early 60s, they realized that, due to using different books and non-standardized knowledge, so they're having the confusion talking about the same subject. Then they said, okay, let us put all the knowledge together into one single place, which is project management body of knowledge. And they established this institute in 1969. They released the first standardized version of the project management body of knowledge in 1972. So according to the PMI, the definition of the project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product or service. So this is the way it is known all over the world. So it is a standardized thing. It's a standardized knowledge after the PMI came up with the PMBOK. So how temporary? It has a definite beginning and end. It is not an ongoing. The effort it ceases when objective has been attained and the team is disbanded upon project completion, right? So this is how temporary it is. How unique is that? The product or the service is different in some way from the other product or the services. In long-term project, the product characters are progressively elaborated. So what happens that when the objective or when the problem is solved, the project ceases. So, but the team, the disbanded team for the current project is basically sent back to the resource pool and they are reassigned in different projects, different new projects which are in the company's work pipeline. And the product or the service is different in some way from other products. So each time you are doing some work, even in the same domain, each time you are doing a new project. So basically it will be different in size, in cost, in challenge, in resources, in constraints. So a lot of things will be different in many ways. Okay. In long-term project, the product characteristics are progressively elaborated. So that means that if a project is long and then you have to basically step by step, you have to work out the details. So in long-term project, we basically chop up the project into various small parts, which are called the phases. So we say phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, phase 5, like that. So we chop it up into phases. And then within the phases, we do the detailed planning. So as we complete one phase, we do the detailed planning for the next phase and like that. Okay. Okay, now we go to the next. So basically the project is having constraint. So guys, what is the meaning of the word constraint? I'm sure you have heard it. Constraint.
Within some timeline, sir.
So constraint means limitation. So triple constraint means there are three main limitations in a project. So there are many limitations, but these three are main because if you want to visualize the nature of a project or the structure of a project, you should visualize like this. So these are the three limitations: time, scope, and the cost. The time is limited, the money is limited, and within the limit of time and the cost, you have to complete the total work in the project and you have to achieve the satisfaction of the client, which is represented by the word quality. So quality means a set of acceptance criteria which is agreed between you and the client. But this set of acceptance criteria, high quality means that you need more time and budget, right? So that is why we say that the quality is subject to constraint from the time, cost, and the scope. And we have to first determine whether the constraint is just right or if it is too much tight for the quality to be achieved. So you can visualize the project like four constituent triangles. And out of these four, basically the quality is the triangle which is in the middle. Okay. So it is like this. Now, the quality is consisting of two components. So these two components are the duration and schedule. Duration and schedule. So guys, you can tell me that what is the meaning of the word duration and what is the meaning of the word schedule? I'm sure you have heard them.
Duration is a time though taking to complete the project, and schedule is the after the creating of duration time, like कब कब वो होना है, किस प्रोजेक्ट पे कैसे शेड्यूल उसकी सेट होनी है, कौन सी टाइमिंग्स रहेगी, और ड्यूरेशन वो पूरा प्रोजेक्ट का टाइम पीरियड हो गया है.
Okay, so Ramakrishna, you want to say something?
Creating a proper agenda, like what are the objectives to be done within the timeline of the project, like it defines the duration and schedule of the project over this.
Basically, these are very simple. Basically, the duration is the quantum of time. Just like we have quantum of measurement like millimeter, centimeter, meter, kilometer. So the various quantums of the times are minute, hour. So what is greater than the hour? Days. And what is greater than the days? Weeks. What is greater than
Week,
weeks? Months.
months,
And what is greater than the months?
years.
Years. So, these are the time units which you can enter into the Primavera's duration column, right? So you suffix it to a number. If you want to create a task of minutes, you say 20M. So it will become 20 minutes task. If you want to create a task of 1 hour, you write 1H. So and so on, right? And what is the meaning of the word schedule? Schedule is the start and the finish date. So basically the schedule is created by the Primavera. So you enter the duration into the task and according to the calendar, it will create a schedule. So a schedule is basically created by the software. Now the schedule is consisting of not only the date, but it has the component of the time also, because the total, if you want to look at a particular date, it will have the time component also. So the time, if you add up the second, if you add 60 seconds, it becomes 1 minute. If you add 60 minutes, then it becomes 1 hour. If you add 24 hours, it becomes 1 day. If you add like 28, 29, 30, 31 days, it becomes 1 month. When you add 12 months, it becomes 1 year, right? Is this clear? So basically the time has the date plus time component is there in the start and the finish date. But we choose not to display the time because the unit of the time is insignificant in many of the projects. That's why. But in certain projects like this training program, the component of the time is also important, right? Okay, is this clear? So basically the duration is basically determined by the engineer and entered into the software, and the schedule is calculated by the software, right guys? Okay, so keep in mind that schedule, just like we say, this is the schedule of the train, the schedule of the event, schedule of the program. Similarly, we say this is the schedule of the project. So duration comes from the experience and knowledge of the engineer. He enters it into the duration column, and the schedule is basically consisting of the start and the finish date columns in the Primavera or in any other software, right guys? Is this clear? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Then we come to the next component, that is the cost. And guys, the cost is basically associated with, just a moment. So where is my tool? Yeah. So basically the cost is associated with another term called the price. So guys, I'm sure that you have heard both of these terms, cost and the price. So can you tell me that what is the meaning of cost and what is the meaning of price?
Cost of projects, जो
Basically about the budget, sir.
Yeah, that's fine. But what is the difference between cost and price? See, cost is the amount of the money which is spent. Basically, cost and price, both of them are the amounts of money, right? Now, cost is the amount of the money which is spent on doing the work of the project. So where is the cost mostly spent? It is mostly spent on men, then machines, then materials, and then cash, right? So basically, the cost component is the components of the cost are the four places where you are spending the money. So that is men, machine, materials, and cost. The amount of the money which is spent in doing the work of the project is called the cost, and the price is the value index of the final product. It is the amount of the money which is paid by the client, right? So basically, it is the value index of the final product. It is the value index of the final product, right? And guys, what is the price minus cost? What is the price minus cost? Hmm? You don't know this?
No, sir.
No?
Profit.
Price minus cost is
Profit.
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 And why should the profit come? Basically, the profit comes from the quality. So guys, you tell me one thing, would you buy something defective? Or would you buy something which is not useful for you? Yes or no?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
So because it doesn't match your quality expectation. So if something cannot be sold, okay, by the seller cannot make a profit, right? The seller makes a profit only if something gets sold, right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He can make a profit only if something gets sold. So only then he can make a profit. Basically, the profit is representative of the quality. And you have to create the quality, but within the limited time and the amount of money,
Uh,
which is the cost. And what
Profit
is the price?
money.
Price is the value index. It is the value perception of the client. So the client pays another amount of the money. He does not pay you, he doesn't pay your making charges, but he pays the usage value. So basically, in the human society, we have created the instrument called money to exchange the goods and the services. So what are the two values we exchange? Goods and the services we exchange. And earlier we used to have a barter system which was inefficient. Then people came up with coins. Then people realized that coins are locking up a lot of the precious metal. Then people thought that instead of the exchanging the coins, why don't we release the metals in the coins which are like bronze, silver, copper? We can use them in some practical purpose instead of coins, and we can use paper money. So they printed the paper money, and these days we are not even using the paper money. We are just transferring certain numbers from one bank account to another, right? Is this clear? So basically when the customer pays, he's paying for the value of the services and the goods. Okay. So how does the service provider make money? He makes money by providing the quality service. Okay, and where does the quality come from? Quality comes from good project management practices. So quality leads to profit, and quality enhances the value perception of a product. So higher quality product
मैं
means,
पैनी गिर गया पता नहीं कहाँ गया
so quality means that higher value. So the higher value is subject to the market forces. Why? Because if you increase your price, so then the client would say, I can get the same product at a lower price, right? Because in the market we have a competition, right or wrong, guys? Can we push up the price according to our wills always? Can we
नो
do
सर
it always? Is that possible? Is that possible or not, guys? Please respond to me.
ऐसे गिरा था डायरी में
So, Farooq, you are here in the class, or you are talking to someone on the call?
नहीं नहीं सर टॉकिंग विद ब्रदर
So you can drop that for a while, pay attention. You tell me one thing, that can we infinitely push the price of a product?
Sir, can you ask me again the questions? What was the
Question,
question, sir?
you listen to me quietly. First,
Yes, sir.
can we infinitely push the price of a product to the client?
Product price, sir? No, sir.
No.
Infinitely तो
No,
नहीं.
sir.
Yeah.
After that, उसमें क्या होगा? क्वालिटी इंक्रीजेस जब तक नहीं होती. अगर सेम
So the
क्वालिटी है
reason
तो
being
आप.
that, see, in the marketplace, we are basically providing a service along with the others. So we have competitors, right? So if I increase my price, then the client will go to the competitor, right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
So if the client goes to the competitor, I have no business at all. I'll be very soon out of
Mm-hmm.
business. Then how do I do business? So I optimize my price to a point where I can operate and where I can get the client also. Now the thing is that if I cannot push up the price, at least I can control the cost, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So how do I control the cost? By using my resources in an optimal manner. I use the right amount of the resources. I use the right balance of the resources. I use the resources to the level of the quantity to a point so that I do make a profit, but at the same time, the client feels that he has gotten the best price, right? So how do I
Yes, sir.
get the maximum profit? By minimizing the cost to a point where it is called optimal cost. How do I get my optimal cost? By using the resources in an optimal manner. For using the resources in an optimal manner, I got to understand and implement the project management, right? Is this clear? I have
Yes,
to
sir.
use the project management
Yes, sir.
methodology supported with a good software like Primavera. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So that's why we use the Primavera to optimize the cost. We optimize the cost by basically, we optimize the cost basically by calculating the right amount of men, machine, and material, and the cash. Cash is basically for getting the work done by the subcontractors, by the outside resources. So we use the Primavera to optimize that, right? Okay. Now, let us try to understand the scope. The scope is connected to another word which is called the requirement. So guys, can you tell me that what is the requirement and what is the scope? Guess it.
Scope is something about the chance or opportunity, sir. Like requirement is based on the like
Yes, go ahead.
sir.
Yes,
So
go
the
ahead.
scope is like depending on the chance or opportunity, like based like for the something like to be created for that. Basically, requirement is about like wanted or needed for that project to be like work on.
So basically the requirement comes from the client. I will tell you a situation. Suppose there are four people, they go to a restaurant. So when they are seated, they'll be approached by the waiter. The waiter will come to them. He would ask them that, gentlemen, what would you like to have? So, these four people will say, I would like to have this food. So waiter is going to note four food items. One, two, three, four, right? Food item number one, two, three, four. So these are the requirement of food. Yes or no, guys? Tell me. These are the
Yes, sir.
requirement of food. Okay. So he takes this requirement to the back end. So what is there in the back end in a restaurant? It's a kitchen. And kitchen is
Yes.
managed by a role called the chef. Now the chef will be looking at the requirement of food. He will look at the four food item and he will tell the waiter that you tell the guest to wait for just 10 minutes. So within 10 minutes, these items, all the four items will be ready. Now immediately what he will do after looking at the requirement, he will start the instructions to his team member to do certain things. So it might sound like this. So you fry this, you bake this, you mix the spices, you cut these vegetables, and you boil this, you put this into the microwave, some instructions like this. Everybody will be assigned an activity, right? He will assign
Yes.
activities to his team members, right? So once their activities are complete, the 4 food items will be ready and he will give it to the waiter, right? Is this clear? So basically to meet the requirement of the client, so we have to do some work. The work in a project is called the scope of the project. So scope is the total work which is to be done by the engineering team to fulfill the requirement of the client. So what is the requirement? Basically to define the requirement. So requirement is the wish list of the client regarding the products, features, and functionalities. Regarding the products, feature, and functionalities. Now, what is the scope? The scope is the work to be done by the engineering team, the work to be done by the engineering team to fulfill the requirements of the client. So basically the client tells that what do they want in the products, features, and functionalities, which is basically, so I'll give you an example. For example, in the IT industry, there is a role called business process analyst. So he interacts with the client and he tries to understand from the client that what are the features and functionalities they need in the software product. So he will note them, he will study the current system, and he will study the basically the blockage points of the client, that what is the blockage in the current manual system. So what can be done better in the new software automatics or the automation systems. So he is basically gathering the requirement, which is stated by the client. He documents that, he helps the client document that. Then the client signs it off. He says that, okay, the requirements which are mentioned about regarding the features and functionalities in this document, they are the most correct and complete as per my belief and knowledge. So he will sign it off. He will say that, yes, we have stated the complete regarding the complete requirement regarding the products, features, and functionalities in this document, and it is complete and correct. So once it is marked as complete and correct, then this document is used by the engineering team to create the product's prototype design, and then they have an iteration with the client, and then they improve it. Okay, first version, second version, third version, maybe in 3-4 iterations, the designing is complete. Then they write the steps to make the design into a real product. So that is called the project planning. So basically the whole thing is called the scope management. So basically the requirement is given by the client and the scope is managed by the engineering team and the planning team, right? And they write down the steps of the activities to be done to fulfill the requirements of the client. But you have to understand one thing, that the quality, so basically the quality is being compressed on the 3 sides, right? So it is being squeezed by the lack of time, lack of money, and since there is lack of time and money, you cannot fulfill all the scope or all the work to be done. So basically you need to determine this thing in the beginning, so that whether the given time and the cost is able to fulfill the quality acceptance criteria of the product. So quality acceptance criteria of the product. So if this quality acceptance criteria testing is met, then the product is said to be valuable and useful and functionally good. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes.
So basically the quality acceptance criteria will happen when the project team get sufficient amount of time, sufficient amount of the money, and they are able to complete all the steps of the fabrication, construction, manufacturing. So, these are the words which are used by different industries. For example, the engineering would use the word construction or fabrication, and IT industry would use the word development. And suppose you are shooting a film, you will use the word shooting. Okay. So, these are the various words used for the execution of the task. And the execution of the task should lead to the quality acceptance criteria fulfillment every stage. Okay. Each of the stage is called a milestone. So once every milestone is having acceptance, and then the client will have a quality product which works, which is useful, which has a value, and client will be willing to pay the price. And if the price is paid, then the company makes a profit. And what is the utility of the profit? Profit keeps a business going, keeps a business running, right? So profit is used to pay for the salaries, for the cost of the goods, for the cost of the external consultants, for cost of the research and development in the company's products, right? A company has to do some research and development, yes or no? To stay ahead in the market, right? They have to research on newer products and newer ways to doing things. And then it also pays for the depreciation of equipments. A company has to replace the equipments after some time of the use. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So for this, you must have a good project management practice so that you not only get the project, but you are able to deliver it on the time and meet the quality acceptance criteria as set by the client and agreed between you and the client. And all these things are noted in a document called contract. Have you heard of a document called the contract?
Yes, sir.
Contract. So
Yes.
guys, what is the purpose of the contract? The basic purpose of a contract is the agreement in the written format, which is legally binding. Basically, what do you agree about? You agree to complete the project in time. You agree to complete the project within the given budget, and you agree to meet the quality acceptance criteria of the client regarding the product. So what is the product? Product is the final outcome of the project completion, right? A product can be a highway, a product can be a house, product can be a building, a product can be a movie, a product can be a software, right? A product or a service, right? Is this clear? So when the product or the services meets the quality acceptance criteria of the client, which is set by the client, so then we say that the quality is achieved, and then the payment is made. And when the payment is made, so what do you get? So you get the profit only when you get the payment, right? So without getting the payment, can you calculate the profit? Tell me, guys.
No, sir. Without getting the payment, profit कैसे पता लगेगा?
Yes, correct. Right? So we make sure that we are very good profit managers also. Because the PM doesn't mean that only the project manager. PM means promise manager. Because we are the ones who are managing the promise as signed by the higher management to the client. So we are managing the profit by optimizing the utilization of resources. We cannot push up the price, right? Due to the competition in the market. Is that right, guys? Am I saying the right thing? Due to the competition, can we push up the price according to our own will, whim and fancy?
No, sir.
That
No,
is
sir.
not possible because we have to live in this market along with our competitors only, right? If I cannot push up the price, but at least I can minimize the cost. How do I minimize the cost? By being smart, by learning the project management, by applying the project management software, right? So we can optimize the cost by using the resources in right measures. So when we use the resources in the right measure, we get the optimized cost, and with optimized cost, so we are able to maximize the profit, and we also give the full value to the client. The client is making us the payment, and we are getting the maximum profit by being smart with the time cost and the small scope. Okay. Okay, is this clear or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we
Sir.
go to the
Yes, sir.
next slide, and let's see that what is the further understanding. So basically, we do the planning with the following aim. We identify the total stakeholder. Now, guys, you can tell me that what is the meaning of the word stakeholder? Who is a stakeholder? So let me tell you, stakeholder is a person who is connected with the group. So you are
Company
the primary
stakeholder.
stakeholder, your client is a stakeholder, your boss is a stakeholder, your supplier is a stakeholder, your vendor is a stakeholder, and the final user of the product is also a stakeholder. So stakeholder is the person who is affected by the outcome of the project, and stakeholders, they are usually positive stakeholders. Positive stakeholders, they want the successful completion of the project. And you have to identify all the people on the client side, those who are going to give you the requirement. So you should identify them completely so that you are able to gather the requirement completely, right? That is the reason. So after you identify the stakeholders, so then you would be able to write the complete scope of the project because they will give you the complete requirement. You will document it, you will sign it off, then you will write the scope of the project. Then you will evaluate different project delivery methods because every project could have a lot of complexities which could basically block the project. You should study that ahead and you should have a foresight to the risk and you should find out alternative solutions. You should document it, then you should identify the deliverables under a logical process. So what is a deliverable? See, suppose if I'm constructing a building of 10 stories, will the client pay me the full price of the 10 stories? So guys, tell me yes or no.
No, sir. We will pay you like जैसे 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 काम होता जाएगा वैसे वैसे
Correct.
और
So
we'll pay you the
basically,
after that
basically
product
the client will pay you as per the progress. Okay. So basically, days go. So what do? We break up the product. So what is the product? It's a building. So we break up the product into say 10 parts, right? So what is the first part? You say the first floor. So for every floor, you are going to pay me this amount of the money. So the total amount of the project will be equal to the total amount of all the parts of the product. So the building is the product and each of the floor is a deliverable. So we write that in the contract that I will be paid 10% of the project value for each of the floor which is completed, right? So this is called the deliverable and the date on which we agree to complete the deliverable. Each of the date is called a milestone date. I'm sure you must have heard about the milestone. I'll explain to it. So we basically create a logical breakdown and we write the milestone in the work breakdown structure. We then identify the activities required to produce each of the deliverable. What are the steps to be done in each of the floors? What step I have to do in the basement -2, basement -1, then on the ground floor, first floor, second floor, and up to the last floor, right? We identify and optimize the use of resources. What are the resources? Man, machine, material, and cash. Optimize means we use them in the right quantity based upon our best experience and engineering knowledge according to engineering standards so that we don't waste any resource nor we use less. If we use less resource, then we might not meet the quality acceptance criteria. And if we use more, then it will reduce the profit. We don't want a reduction in the profit, but we want a maximized profit, right? We identify and optimize the use of resources. So then we evaluate the target dates if they may be met because the time is a limited duration. So we then check if the target dates are set, if they are basically okay with both the sides, then we put them in the format of a milestone. So after that, we identify the risk and plan to minimize them. Then we provide a baseline plan. We assist in stakeholder communication. We assist the management to think ahead and make informed decisions. So this is what we do. And then we use the Primavera to achieve all this planning, right? Now let's have a look at this situation. In this, basically, there are two organizations, the organization number 1 and 2. Let's look at the work culture of both these organizations. In the organization work 1, too much of the planning process, I mean the project management processes are not implemented. The project manager says that you guys plan quickly and quickly start doing the work, right? Don't spend too much time on the planning. The sooner you complete the planning work and then you start doing it. Now in that organization, what happens? They do a part of the work and they find that it is not meeting the acceptance criteria, then they undo it. So guys, do you see this U-turn here? See, the straight line is do, the U-turn is undo, right? So after that, you do the work again, you redo, right? So do, undo, redo, they work like this and they complete the product, they show it to the client and the client says, okay, right? Client says, okay. So that is fine. Now what happens then you come to the second organization, they say we should give sufficient time to the planning. We will use the PMI process. We will use the Primavera and we will go according to the requirement definition, scope definition, work breakdown structure. We will create the WBS dictionary. We will determine the resources properly, calculate the resource. We'll apply the resources properly. And then we will create a baseline. So what is a baseline? Baseline is basically the solid values of planning. What are the values of the planning? Duration, the schedule, the resource quantities, and the resource units and the resource cost. So they are calculated in a very, very optimal manner. So then they start doing the work, which is called the execution. So when they do the work, it is represented by the green line. There is no loop back, there is no redo, but there is a variance, but mostly it is near the baseline. So there is a zigzag pattern, but they stay very much near the baseline and the project management team is keeping the project under control. So when they show the outcome to the client, so the client says, okay. So here also the client says, okay, but there is a difference here. So guys, what is the difference here? Do you see this? What is the benefit of planning? Read this.
Time, cost, and resources savings.
Yeah, so this organization is doing the same work, but it is saving time, cost, and the resource. Let's talk about the time part. Let's say that in 1 year, the first organization is able to do 10 projects and the second organization is able to deliver 14 projects. So tell me which organization is more profitable? Which organization is much more productive and much more profitable, considering that they have the same sizes?
Second one, sir.
Second
organization, sir.
So which organization will be able to pay more salaries?
Second one.
Second organization.
Which organization would you like to join?
Second one.
Second, sir.
Then the second organization would like very, very experienced people, experienced in using the Primavera, experienced in implementing the project management process, because that's what they are doing. Because they are doing this, so they would like similar team members to join them. So basically, what is an organization? An organization is a collection of people. So basically, the more the skilled people, more the experienced people, more the knowledgeable people, so it makes an organization better and it improves the delivery of the product, the quality of the product and optimization cost, and it gives the client more encouragement to come and seek the services again and again. And such organizations, they last very, very long. They do business for a very long time, right? Okay. So if you look at the Japanese brands, so there are various Japanese brands. So I had heard them about in the childhood, like Sony, I had heard Toshiba, they're still around, but there are many brands in India like Videocon, Onida, BPL, these brands are gone because they did not optimize the use of resources. They did not do research and development, right? So basically, if you want to have a long-term business, then you should implement the project management and you should reap the benefits of planning to have more good resources, and you should have some cash reserve. Because what happens that second kind of organizations, they do have a lot of cash reserves so that they can deal with the times of the business crisis. Like for example, during the Corona pandemic, right? So second kind of the organization, they kept on giving some amount of salary to the staff, maybe not the full salary, but they kept the team alive. So when the businesses turned around, when the businesses came back into the full form and full turnover was there, and these organizations were ready to deal with the new orders, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Is that clear or not? So you want to join
Yes,
this
sir.
organization. So definitely you should have very good skills, and these organizations, they appreciate skilled people because skilled people, they demand skilled people. Actually, the organizations are looking for skilled people. It is not that you are the one who is looking for a job, but there are organizations, they are looking for skilled people. What is the necessity of the skilled people? Because we live in the modern world. In the modern world, the modern facilities that we enjoy, this is the result of the various skills of the various engineers, various people. So due to the skills of the people, we are living in the modern world. We are enjoying the fruits of the technology. So everybody has to skill himself, and then he has to also contribute to the running of the modern world. So that's why you are doing this training. And I'm sure that after this training, you will be basically more knowledgeable, more skilled, more confident, and you will be able to join such a kind of an organization. Right, guys? Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now we go to the next slide. So guys, you read this project fail in the beginning and not in the end. So what do you think? What does it mean?
For not, sir, planning, not a good planning of project, तो सर उसकी वजह से भी कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स फेल हो जाते हैं स्टार्ट में,
Hmm.
और टीम रिसर्च अच्छे से नहीं करती है, जो डेवलपमेंट रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट टीम है.
Because of the lack of time, or like maybe not focusing on the, like as we said, like pre-project phase, like planning.
Hmm. Okay, guys. Now let me tell you that an example. For example, Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3. So Chandrayaan 2 failed because their lander failed to make a soft landing. So when the scientists did a gap analysis, they found there were many faults in the lander. So they fixed it. Now what happens that, did the Chandrayaan 2 fail on the moon surface? No, actually it was a failure from the beginning itself. The failure is only visible in the end. So what they did in the Chandrayaan 3 project, they fixed those points of failures. And after that, when they launched the Chandrayaan 3 project, and it was absolutely successful. So basically it was supposed to send information for the 14 days, which it did. It landed softly. The rover came out. The rover went to the designated spot. It did all the experiments. It sent all the data back to Earth, and it was a highly successful project. Is that right, guys? So that's why we say that the project failed in the beginning and not in the end. So in the end, the failure is only visible to us, right? The failures are only visible to us in the end, right? So that's why we must plan from the beginning, and we must have a successful project. So that's why we need the fundamentals of the project management. So what is the fundamentals of the project management? It is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities in order to meet or exceed stakeholder needs and expectation. So what kind of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques? We need both. We need both technical skills, technical knowledge, technical tools, and we also need the project management knowledge, project management skills, and project management tools and techniques, all. So we need both of them side by side. We need both of them. So, that's why you will see that only experienced people, they are given the opportunity to become the project manager. Have you ever seen a fresher becoming the project manager right away? Have you seen in any kind of the industry?
No, sir.
No. Because the fresher doesn't have an idea about the project life cycle. So only when a person has gone through life cycles of multiple projects, only then he can become a very good project manager, because he has that useful memory in his mind. The useful memory is called work experience. Okay, all that is useful to do more better work in the future is there in the minds of the person, and that's why those people, they can become the project manager, and they have to learn the project management processes. They have to learn the tools like Primavera. So who is a stakeholder? Stakeholder is a person or an individual involved in or affected by the project outcome. So you are affected by the outcome of the project. Like the Chandrayaan-2 team was negatively affected because it failed. So when the same team, they did the next version of the Chandrayaan, which is the Chandrayaan-3, so they were affected by the positive outcome. So they received a lot of praises, accolades, and the ISRO got a lot of order from the foreign countries to launch their satellites into space, right? ISRO is not only launching the satellites of the Indian scientists, but they are also launching the satellites for various client countries. So our neighboring countries are sending their satellites to us, that you launch your satellite on the Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle and put them into a particular orbit above our countries, so that they can use the services of the satellites. So these are mostly communication satellites, weather satellites, geosensing satellites, right? So there are various kind of these satellites which are used by the various countries, but they use the launching capabilities of ISRO. And after this, you know that India's own impression has changed, that okay, so we are a moon landing country. So that puts us in a different kind of a category, right? Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we are
Yes, sir.
affected by the project outcome. So we are affected positively. So all the stakeholders want a positive outcome of a project. If a company is doing good, successful project, definitely that company will have to do less efforts in the marketing to get more business, because the word of mouth will go around. Okay, this is the company. They are doing very good work. Their project delivery is on time. Their cost is the best in the market, and their quality is the highest. So if you can give that using your project management skills, definitely your company is going to have a business for a very long time, right? So guys, let's do this thing. Let's take a break for 20 minutes and then let's come back and continue with the topics. Okay. So during
Yes,
the
sir.
break
Okay, sir.
time, we will pause and click that. Okay. So guys, you can see my screen now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we will talk about the sub-project. So guys, what is a sub-project? Do you have any idea or any example of a sub-project? What is a sub-project?
Part of the main project, sir.
So basically, sub-project is a project which is part of the main project. So basically, the sub-project creates the component of a project. For example, when the construction of a building is done, so the work which is related to the paneling, work which is related to the, let's say, the tile work, okay, electrical work, plumbing work, all these are done by the different groups of people. They are called the subcontractors, right? So what do the subcontractors do? They take the contract from the supercontractor, that is you. Suppose you are constructing the building, so you give the subcontract to these different companies, those who are specialized in the business. So they work on the building according to your given time constraint, the budgetary constraint, and they have to meet your quality acceptance criteria, right? Is this clear? So basically the components of a product. So what is the product is the building. So the components are basically done by the different teams, and these different teams are given the constraints by the main team, and these are often contracted out. So that part of the product which is done by the separate team is called a sub-project. So sub-project has to meet the quality acceptance criteria of the main team, right? Is this clear? Is this clear or not?
Yes, sir, clear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So now I think the example is good. So you can basically understand that what is a sub-project. So basically the sub-project is also a project, but it is making the component of the main product, and it is basically done by a separate team. It is not done by your team, but it is done by an external team. So that is a sub-project. Now, what is a program? Program, it is consisting of a group of the project which is supporting broad general goals and managed in a coordinated manner. For example, the space program of India. Now, in the space program of India, we are doing various kind of the projects. We are launching the satellites for various purposes. So each of the satellite team is a separate project team. So their focus is on basically working in a particular domain. For example, there is one team which is focused in the domain of weather forecasting. There is another team which is focused on the geo mapping. Another team is focused on the GPS system. Another team is focused on the, basically they are launching the spy satellites, right? Some team might be there, they're focused totally on the scientific aspect of space. So they launch their own satellites, but they have a common part of their project, which is what is the common part of their project? Rocket science, right or wrong, guys?
Yes, sir.
The rocket science is a common
Right, sir.
part of their project. And for that, they are bunched up into a program. And this program is consisting of various projects. Now, what happens that they share the common platform. They share the common set of the subject matter experts. They share the common equipments. They share the common technology as far as the rocket science is concerned. If one team is launching the first rocket and if there is a failure or something, so that team will study the failure and come up with something that works. They will come up with a solution, an effective solution, a practical solution. So this solution can be used by the subsequent team. So their projects will be much more successful. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir, it's
Yes,
clear.
sir.
Basically, the program is consisting of various projects which become successful by learning from the previous project, by the technology from the previous project team, because they are part of the same program. So, as you do the future projects, your future projects become more and more successful and more, you can say more and more efficient, and they are much more time efficient, cost efficient, and they are getting the results quickly. So that is the benefit of a program management, right, guys? So this is the benefit of a program management. So it consists of a group of the projects supporting broad general goals and managed in a coordinated way. So that is a program. Okay. Now, let us go to the next one. So this is the interaction between the various process groups. This is the overall life cycle of the project. So, this looks like a common sense, but it was not so common sense. So basically this has been standardized into the PMBOK, Project Management Body of Knowledge. So a project is said to have the 5 parts of the life cycle. So 5 phases of the life cycle. The first part is the initiating. So in which we are doing the initial contact with the client. We are trying to understand the requirement of the client. We are trying to do the feasibility analysis, that is it a technically feasible project? And if it is a technically feasible project, is that commercially feasible? Is that profitable project? So that is the initiating part. Then after the initiating part is done, when we sign a contract, when it is commercially profitable project and also technically possible for us to undertake the project, so the organization would sign a contract with the client, Then it will do the planning part. Okay. So in the planning, they will do the detailing of the scope, work, the integration, the scope of the project, the cost of the project, the risk of the project, the resources required in the project, the quality planning will be done, communication planning will be done, procurement planning will be done, and stakeholder management planning will be also done. Okay, this is the planning part. Then we come to the third, which is the executing part, right? So we execute the project in which we do the work, and then we do the monitoring and controlling part. Okay. So in the monitoring and controlling part, so basically this is the phase which starts along with the execution. So when we are doing the work, we are also watching the work, and we are taking the actual data and we are comparing it against the baseline data. It means that what is the best planned values. So they are called the baseline values, right? The best planned values, they are called the baseline values. So we compare the actual duration with the planned duration, we compare the actual cost with the planned cost, we capture the actual data regarding the schedule, regarding the resource units consumed, and we compare it with the planned values of the same, right? So when we find a variance, we take a we take a controlling action, we take a corrective action, which is called the controlling. So when we execute, we do the monitoring with the controlling, and then we do the closure of the project, that is the closing phase. So these are the 5 phases in the project life cycle, which is totally managed by the Primavera. So this is the area of the Primavera control. So guys, do you see a shading here?
Yes, sir.
So, what is, because we are talking about the Primavera. So basically, what is the utility of the Primavera? Basically, this is the area of the Primavera's control. So basically, the project manager needs a tool to implement on the life cycle of the project. This is the area of the Primavera's control, which empowers the project manager to control the project. Because in this world, you must not have seen many things without being affected by the software, without the software intervention. If you go to a supermarket, you will see a barcode. So when you take the item to the counter, the barcode will be scanned immediately. The price and the identification of the product will be done in the computer, right? In the checkout computer. So that will create the bill quickly. So, it is easing your, checkout process, right? Okay. You must have seen QR code, barcode everywhere. So basically, the information technology is helping. So similarly, in the project management also, basically the Primavera is the information technology tool, which is helping you do the initiating, planning, executing. But some part of the initiating is outside the Primavera, because when we initially meet the client, so what do we use, guys? What do we use? Do we use the Primavera? No. Initially, what do we use? We make a presentation to the client using the what? The
PPT,
PowerPoint.
PowerPoint presentations हो गया
Correct.
और
So we use softwares like PowerPoint, then we exchange some documents using PDF. So we may show some Excel files to the client, and we might show certain drawing visualizations using the Visio or some other 3D modeling tool. So basically, in the initiating process, some in the beginning, there will not be use of the Primavera. But after we sign the contract, then we start to do the documentation process. Then the documents can be stored inside the Primavera, right?
yes sir.
Document storage and versioning. So in the Primavera, you can store the document, you can do the versioning of the document, and so for that, the Primavera is very much helpful. So you create a project workspace inside the Primavera, a new project workspace, and you share the project workspace with your colleagues in a collaborative phase. So the version of the Primavera which is installed on your system, it is a standalone. But the version which you're going to use, usually in a company, basically they have a central database. The central database kept in a data center. The data center could be owned by the company, or it could be an external data center also, like the Oracle Cloud. So the company will use the software, and this software will connect into the Oracle Cloud, and the Oracle database will be hosted in the cloud center. And so all the company's data will be kept there. So everybody can collaborate from the different places, and different subject matter experts, not necessarily located in the same geographical place. So they will be able to communicate and collaborate and share documents and ideas and work together on at least the planning phase. But of course, on the site, you need people to go onto the site. But from the people in the site, so what they're going to do? At the end of the day or the end of the week, they are going to report the actual data into the actual work done data into the Primavera. Right, guys? Is this clear? So when they
Yes, sir.
report the actuals, so the project manager is able to look at the variances, then he can take the corrective actions, which is called the monitoring and controlling. Monitoring means observing, controlling is making the corrective action. Executing means doing the things. Now, when we execute, we do this work according to plan. So we plan everything in advance. We plan for the integration management, scope management, cost management, resource management, quality management, risk management, communication management, and stakeholder management, procurement management. Everything we plan in advance, and we create a baseline. Baseline means a set of planned values which are considered to be the best planned values as per the subject matter expert and as per the team members or the stakeholders in the project planning group. So project planning group can consist of the project manager, project management team, and internal subject matter expert, external subject matter experts, and they come up with the best values of the planning, which is then used for executing. And this is how the project progresses. And the Primavera is used to control this entire life cycle, right? So it means that the Primavera is useful throughout the project, right? So you should learn it, because if you understand the concept and if you use the software, so I think you will have the full control on the project life cycle, right? That is the ultimate aim. Now, this is another graph of the project life cycle in which we are looking at the total amount of the money, that how the money is distributed across the life cycle of the project. This is the initiating phase, this is the planning phase, and this is the execution phase. And of course, execution and monitoring, they are in parallel. And this is the closing phase. So basically, if you look at this execution phase, so it is using the maximum amount of the money, which is basically this data has been taken from studying thousands of projects and taking the statistics and doing the analysis. So according to the PMI, according to that, then 68 to 72% of the project data, I mean the project budget, is utilized in the execution part of the project. That is the carrying out the work. That is the execution phase of the project, right? So what is the moral or the lesson learned? So we should be careful, because if I make a mistake in the planning stage, where is my data? My data is in the computer, okay? I can correct it in the computer, right or wrong, guys? I basically make a mistake of $1. So my time spent to correct it will be, let's say, $1, the same amount of the money. But if I make a mistake in the execution stage, if I make a mistake of $1, right? But to do the correction, it will take me, it will be taking me minimum 10 times of the money to make a correction in the execution phase, because in the execution phase, I'm going to create structures. I'm going to utilize men, machine, and materials. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Because if I'm executing something and if I create a wrong structure, I'll have to pull down the structure for the reasons of safety, for the reasons of accuracy, and for the reasons of quality acceptance criteria. Because if something doesn't meet the quality acceptance criteria, it will not be paid for. So it is better to pull it down than redo it again. But the moral of the story is that why I should put myself in a situation where I have to redo it. So why I should not start with a good plan? So how do I start with a good plan? I follow the good project management practices combined with the Primavera, because many people feel that just by learning the Primavera, they will be able to manage the project life cycle, which is a wrong belief. You should create an ecosystem of rules and regulations around the project life cycle, which is consisting of good requirement gathering, documentation of the requirement gathering, requirement which has been gathered. It should be reviewed by the client. It should be reviewed and signed off by the client with his own responsibility. And then you should use the requirement to create your own scope. Scope means the work to be done. So you will write the engineering steps. You should create the work breakdown structure. You should create the 3D diagrams or 2D diagrams of the product. And then you should write the steps of the execution using the Primavera. You should verify those steps. You should put them in proper sequence. You should apply the right amount of the resources, man, machine, material on each of the activities, and then you should get it verified and baselined. Only after that you should start the execution. So by the time you start the execution, you are very, very sure that what should be done and which will lead to the quality acceptance criteria being met. Is that right, guys?
Sir.
So,
Yes, sir.
that's
Right.
how you will start executing the project, and this is how you will be successful. So, is that right, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So I'm sure that if you follow the good practices around the Primavera, you will find that the Primavera is giving you the correct result. You should ensure a discipline of properly documenting the requirement as given by the client. Then you should create some prototype diagram. You should get the diagram checked by the client and by the subject matter expert from the client side, from your side. And after it has gone through multiple correction or iteration, and once the diagram of the product or the building or the structure is frozen, then you will create work breakdown structure and you will create activities. Inside the Primavera, you will find that when you use that plan to do the work, you will find that everything is as per the expectation and everything looks good and fine. And it will create the greatest value. Right, guys? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, guys, so after we have understood, so one thing that I would like you to keep in mind, that one diagram, so all this diagram you should keep in mind, but one diagram you must keep in mind is this triple constraint. Basically, the Primavera will help you calculate the time, it will help you calculate the cost, it will help you organize the scope. Scope is represented by the work breakdown structure and activities inside the project. So you will see the WBS tab, you will see the activities tab. They represent the scope of the project. And when you put the duration, it will calculate the schedule, which is represented by time. When you apply the resources, the software will calculate the cost, right? So if these are in the right measure as planned, then you will get the correct quality. And if you are meeting the quality at every milestone, then you are meeting the quality acceptance criteria of the entire product also, right? If the components of the product are right, then most probably the product will be also right. We do a final testing of the integrated product. And then when we do the fine tuning and we give the final product to the client, and the client says, yes, it meets my expectation and it meets my quality. But definitely we are doing this thing at the milestone also because we have got certain payment commitments from the client, right, guys? Okay, fine. Now I'm going to share your screen. So Ramakrishna, you share your screen and we will continue from there. Okay, is this
Yes,
clear?
sir. So can you see my screen, sir?
Yes, so you launch the Primavera and then I will send you a request for the control. Okay, so Farooq, you have also started your Primavera. You should be at the same point. And okay, now let me do this check. So, Farooq, you tell me, can you see the arrow end to end? You can see the both ends of the line.
Sir, wait, I am opening the P6.
No, you look at your demo screen on your mobile phone.
Okay, demo screen like,
So your
acha.
mobile is like the projector, right? When in a training room, we look at the projector. So your mobile will also run the Zoom and you will be able to see what I'm doing on Jai Shankar's screen.
Yes, yes, I am seeing the screen.
So you can see the both the ends of the tip of the arrow end to end.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you but tell me one more. Can you see just a moment? Can you see the vertical line and you can see the tip from end to end?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So it means that you can see the demo screen. So basically the demo screen will be used for the reference and keep the demo screen parallel to the main so that you don't have to turn your head much. You can see it very clearly. This is just for the reference and basically it will give you an idea that what to do on which part of the screen, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I will show you that what is there on the top. So on the top, I have made an outline, right? You see the outline on the top? So
Yes,
basically
sir.
in the outline, you can see there are two pieces of the information. So Jai Shankar, Ramakrishnan, actually, you are
Yes,
Ramakrishnan.
sir.
So you read what is there in the first box and what is written in the second box.
Primavera P6 professional and no current project, sir.
Yeah, basically, the first box is telling you the version of the software, and the second box is telling you the basically, no project is currently loaded into the memory. So these are two different pieces of the information. So when we load a project into the memory, it will show you the code of the project or projects. In the Primavera, you can load one project and you can load multiple projects. Why does the Primavera let you load multiple projects at once in the memory? Because Primavera is a program management software also. It is called EPPM. So enterprise, portfolio, and project management software, you can load multiple projects. You can load the activity of one project into the second project also. You can do it. Okay. You can load the activity from one project to another project if they are related due to some reason, either technical or due to resource sharing. Sometimes you are sharing a big resource between two projects. So it is useful to link the activities so that they are scheduled properly one after the other. So that is why. Now, let us do this thing. Let us understand the other parts of the interface also. Now we come to the next part of the interface, which is just below that. So guys, what are the options you see here?
File, edit, view, project, enterprise tools, admin and help.
So these are called the main menu options. So basically what happens when you click on these options, you will see the sub menu, right? So you click on the file, you will start seeing the sub menu options.
Yes, sir.
So Ramakrishna, you click on the file, you will see the drop down menu structure. So this is called a drop down because it is dropping downwards, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
basically, if you click on the alphabet, it will give the drop down. And if you want to hide the drop down, you have to click on the escape button. Now you press on the escape. Now this drop down is gone. And
Yes, sir.
similarly, if you click on the view, you will see the drop down for the view, right? Now,
Yes.
if you look at the drop down, this is one of the longest drop down, right, in the Primavera. So there are lots of options here. You might not remember all of them. So what has Primavera given you the facility of the panel? So basically, if you want to use certain options much more frequently, so you can just basically place them on the menu panel. Do you see that? You will see the same type of the icons here, but due to the shortage of the space, they are showing you only the picture, right? But the advantage is that you can use an option very, very quickly, right? You can use it very fast and quick from here, but you will have to remember that what is the meaning in the icon, so which you can basically learn. And this basically, if you print the file number 1, which I told you, if you print the file number 1, so you will be able to remember most of them very quickly, right? So each of the picture will start to give you the meaning, and using their meaning and their requirement, you will be able to click and use them very soon. So basically, this is the drop down. And how do you hide the drop down, guys? How do you
Escape.
hide it?
Escape.
Yeah, so you press the escape, and you guys, let me tell you this. There is one more way you can basically display the drop down. If you look carefully at the view, you will see that the V is underscored, right? So it
Yes.
is actually a shortcut key combination, Alt V. Press Alt and V, and you will see the drop down for view, right? So with that, so if you are very good with your left hand, you can use the shortcut like this, Alt V, Alt F, Alt E, Alt N, N. So N is for the enterprise. You press escape and you press Alt N, you will see the drop down for the enterprise, right? And if you press escape, then it will hide again. So you can use it both ways. So either by the shortcut or either by the mouse. Of course, you can use the mouse over the entire screen, right? Okay. Now the next part of the screen, it is called a menu panel. So basically, we are looking at horizontal panel, or we call it the top panel one. In fact, there are two panels on the top. There is top panel 2 also. Then we have the left panel, and then we have the right panel also, like this. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So,
Yes, sir.
so we have got this various the panels here. So panel number 1, 2, 3, 4. So these 4 panels are here. So these are the panels. Basically, they are containing the icons, the menu icons. So these menu icons, they let us execute a functionality very, very quickly, right? So once we are able to execute the functionality, so this slowly and slowly we will remember these icons. They will have the meanings in our minds by the practice, right? But initially, some of them are recognizable. For example, if I ask you to look at this picture, so what does it look like, which is being pointed out by the arrow? What does it
Print.
look like, guys?
Print.
It looks like
Print
print.
commands.
So you can use it to execute the print command, right? And if you look at this one, the second one, so what does it look like, guys?
Filter.
Filter. And if you look at more of this, if I ask you to look at these two,
For zoom
Zoom
in,
in and
zoom
zoom
out.
out.
yeah, zoom in, zoom out. Basically, they look like the lenses, right? So what
Yes, sir.
does the lens do? Zoom in and zoom out. If you take
Mm.
the lens far, it magnifies something. If you take it near, it might look small. So that is the zoom in, zoom out. These are the lens functionalities. And similarly, if you look at this icon. So this is a human being, right? So it is a human icon. Basically, it represents resources, but it is used to represent all kind of resources, men, machine, and material. So slowly and slowly, the meaning will be acquired in your mind as we use it. So then we come to the next part of the screen. So next part of the screen actually is a tab. But before we come to the tab, let us do this thing. Let us load a project into the memory. So guys, you right click on this project, Saratoga Senior Community. You select and right click. And then you will get a right click menu and you select the open project. Okay, so basically what you do, you load the project into the memory. So you will see the project name on the top. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So this is the project which has been loaded into the memory. And once the project is loaded into the memory, you will see that the activity tab is there, right? And then
Right, sir.
once the project is loaded into the memory, we can get more tabs like the WBS. So WBS is the part of the project data. You click this two blue buttons and the WBS tab will come. Okay, now we will click on the resource tab. Basically, the resource is an independent button. It does not require a project to be loaded. The resource button can be clicked anytime you want to see the list of the resources. You click this. Okay. So after the resources, so you will click on this button. This is the reports button, reports. So in the Primavera, we generate various reports about the status of the ongoing project. So guys, I hope that you understand the use of the tabs in the browser, right? So in the browser, when you open multiple sites, you get different tabs, right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
Similarly, here also you are getting different tabs for the various information. So what are the various information? Projects, then activities, then WBS,
WB
then
sources and
resource and
reports.
reports. And there are more tabs also, but these are the 5 basic tabs which are very, very useful. So that's why we'll talk about them first. In fact, as we go further into the usage of the Primavera, we'll be loading more tabs. So these are the 5 tabs which are very, very useful. The first tab is the project tab. It shows you list of the project, and activity tabs will show you the list of the activities contained inside the project. And WBS tab will show you the WBS groups contained inside a project. And resource will show you resource, and will show you the list of the reports which are existing inside the Primavera. You can use the reports to generate reports, to create new reports. Either you can use the existing ones, or either you can create your own new reports from the existing ones, right? So that will be the reports tab, okay? So that's how you basically use it. Now, we will look at the project tab. So right now we have clicked on the project, and we can see the project. So actually the project tab is consisting of 3 windows. Okay. So let me do this thing. So first of all, make sure that you clicked on the project, and you will see that the project tab is consisting of 3 windows. This is the table window. Then we have a partition here. This is the partitioning bar, right? And after that, we have the Gantt chart window, and below we have the detailed window. So we have got 3 windows here: table, Gantt chart, and the detailed window, right? So let me write the name. So table, and then Gantt chart. So basically the Gantt chart was created by a person named Henry Gantt. This is the Gantt chart, and this is the details. Okay, so they have some component. The table is consisting of columns, and the Gantt chart is consisting of timelines. And this is on the top, there is something called the time scale. And these are called the tabs. And these are called the tabs. So the table is consisting of the columns. You can see it is consisting of project ID. It shows you the project unique identification number. Then you have the project name. It gives you the name of the project, then total number of the activities contained inside the project to be done. And then you can see the strategic priorities. So all these columns are there, plus there are more columns which are possible to be added. And this is the vertical partitioning bar. So this is flexible. You can drag it with the mouse. So you can give more, you can divide the space between column and the Gantt charts. Suppose if you want to see less of the Gantt chart, you can drag it toward the right? You can see more columns, or you can subdivide the screen between the columns and the Gantt chart. And in the Gantt chart, so what you see is a timeline, right? And this is the time scale. Now, what is the utility of the timeline? I will show you right now. Suppose if I join this, you can see this is the timeline of the project Saratoga Senior Community, right guys? Now, I join this start of the timeline to the time scale, right? And I'm joining the starting end and the finish date end. Now, between the arrow, can you count what is the time duration of this project? from tip to tip of the arrow. What is you read the time scale, just like you read a measuring tape. What is the total duration of this project
This
as you
is
see on the
4
time
years.
scale?
45 months.
You tell me the number of the years.
4 years.
Yes, 4 years.
It is not exactly 4 years, it is 3.5 years.
3.5.
Why, sir? 45 months.
So don't say 45 months because I'm not able to count the months right now.
Yes, yes,
So what I can see is the years, and I can see that in the 2011, it is somewhere in the middle, right? So
yes, yes,
basically each of the quarter is consisting of 3 months. At the end
yes.
of the quarter two, it will be 6 months. So basically
6 months.
2011 middle it is starting, and
June.
it is going till the end of 2014, right? So this is the utility of using the time scale. There is one more utility here. Suppose some person who is planning for the resources is looking at this, he looking. So let us imagine right now we are in the year 2010 first quarter, and we are looking forward in time. All these projects are in the pipeline, and then we are looking at this time period. We are considering this period of time. So guys, you tell me that how many projects are running in parallel during this period from 2011 quarter 3 till the end of the 2012 quarter 4. How many projects are running?
6.
So you can see that there are 6 projects are running in parallel. So you will plan for more resources, right? So your focus will be on the resources, that how to complete these projects on time. Then suppose if you look at this time period, which is highlighted by the green. So how many projects are running in parallel during this period?
3.
Let's say there are 3 projects. So then what will be your concern? Your concern will be the marketing. You will say, suppose you are the CEO of the company. So you will tell your portfolio manager, marketing manager that try to start the marketing campaign so that by the time we are into the year 2014, so we have more projects in the work pipeline, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
It gives you the foresight to plan ahead, right or wrong? Isn't it good
Yes, sir.
that you are able to plan ahead in the future?
Yes, sir.
So guys, to plan ahead in the future, is it good or bad? Hmm? Is it good or bad if you plan for the future?
It's a good, sir.
It's a good thing, just like
Yes, sir.
you are planning for the future, right? So basically
Yes,
you are doing this training for what? To get better job opportunities in the future, right or wrong?
yes, sir.
So that's what the
Yes, sir.
portfolio manager, program managers, and the project managers do. In the case of the project, they plan ahead and they start their various marketing campaigns. So we must be proactive in life, not passive. So if we are proactive, then we are able to do a lot of the management, and we are able to prevent a lot of the losses and crises which are happening all around us. Right? I hope our politicians did the same thing. They planned ahead to deal with the natural calamities and all other things which are basically requiring a lot of planning, right? So we plan ahead. So let us do our jobs better. So this is the use of the Primavera. If you put all the data, it will basically render a Gantt chart. You can see basically which projects are going in parallel until how long, and at what point of time you don't have any projects at all. So you can plan your more vigorous marketing campaigns around those times, right? Okay. Then we come to the next part of the screen, which is basically the detail. So what does the detail show? If I have selected a particular project, so it will show me the details, right, of the particular project. So, more important tabs from the project point of view is the general. So you can see the general information of a project. You click on the general tab. Then you can see the general information. You can see the ID. You can change it. You can see the name. You can change it. Then you can see the manager. You can change all this information, update them. Then there is one more tab which is useful, that is the dates tab. Okay. So now I want you to click on the dates tab. Click on the dates. So guys, you can see the planned start date of the project. You can see the data date. So the planned start date is the date which is decided by you when you want to plan to start the project. And data date is the date till which you have updated the data. So what should be the data date? Basically, the data date should be up to the current date. So what you have done till today, that should be updated. All the actual values should be input into the plan, into the Primavera interface, right? Okay. So these are the dates. And then we come to the default. In the default, we put all the default parameters. One of the more important default parameter is the calendar and the duration type, right? So the calendar is the more important. So what calendar is going to control the scheduling of the activities. So basically, if you look at the name, it says trades 5-day work week, right? 5-day means it is explicitly clear that in this calendar, the structure of the week is 5-day work and 2 days off, right? So it tells you very clearly. So basically the schedule is created by the calendar, which we will learn in a while. So these are the various parts of the screen. Okay. Now let me do this thing. Let me clear the whole screen and let me once again create the outlines. So this is the table and this is the Gantt chart and this is the details. So basically, there are 3 tabs which are having the same structure, right? Now let us click on the activity tab. In the activity tab also, you will find that there are 3 components: table, then Gantt chart, and then the details, right?
Details.
And in the WBS also, because these 3 items, they have the component of the time. That's why it is useful to display the time in the form of the Gantt chart. That's why you are seeing the Gantt chart here, right? So in the Gantt chart, so what you are seeing is the Gantt diagram, which is called the Gantt chart. And this was designed by Henry Gantt in the year, I believe it is designed in the year 1910. Okay, you can go and do a Google search on this. So you will find the details of Henry Gantt and basically the purpose. Okay, so he made it easier to interpret the placement of the time. So time is basically, activities are done in sequence, in parallel. So basically, to get the overall understanding of the time, it is very, very important to represent it like a chart. So he created this chart, and later this chart was renamed after him to honor his memory, right? That's why it is called the Gantt chart. Then we come to the resources. So in the resources, there are only 2 parts of the screen. One is the table and one is the detail. So this is the table part. Since it is only a listing of the resources, there is no time component. So it has got 2 parts. And the lower part is flexible to move, right? You can move up or down the partition, right? Like this. But if you go to the reports, in the reports, it has got 2 parts, but the lower part is fixed. Come to the reports. So this part is fixed. You try to move this and tell me if you can move it.
No, sir.
No, you cannot move this because this part of the screen is fixed, right? Okay. Now once again we come back to the projects. Okay. Now, guys, as I had told you that, there are many more buttons which are hidden. So we will activate those buttons, right? To activate more buttons, we will first click on the view. Okay, so then you click on the toolbars. Then on the menu on the side, you click on the customize option. View toolbars customize. Okay. So what you get is a customized toolbox. I call it a toolbox, even though in the software it is called a pop-up, because I feel more comfortable with that. So Farooq, you are here. Farooq, are you synchronized?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So you can see this toolbox. So once you see this toolbox, we are going to add more buttons in the screen. So you will click in a sequence. So you will select action checkbox, then select the administrator checkbox, which is the next one. Then you select the dictionary checkbox. Then you select the find checkbox. Then you select the publish checkbox. Then you select the reports checkbox and then stop. So you will see there will be 6 layers of the buttons which are selected. So count them. Are you having 6, Farooq?
Yes, sir.
You have got 6 layers of
Yes, sir.
buttons, new set of the buttons. Now we are going to organize them. And before we go to organize them, first we will close this box. So click on this. So this toolbox is closed. Okay. Now guys, we will do this thing. So we are going to basically select the buttons, right? So what we want to do, basically we want to organize the buttons in the panel number 2, top panel 2 in one row, right? Just watch what I'm going to do. I will go to this particular row, but I will go from top to the bottom. I will not jump the sequence, right? I want both the screens to look the same. See this, what happens when I go to the edge? Do you see a claw-like cursor, claw? You see that? Four-sided cursor. So,
Yes,
it
sir.
will help me grab. And guys, you
Yes,
have to
sir.
be very steady with the mouse. Just like you carefully park your car or your vehicle, you have to basically move between the rows of the vehicle like this in a straight line. So when you come to the empty space, then you take this up very, very gently, very slowly, guys. You have to do it, right? So basically what you do, you move the next one and you bring it to the empty space and you push it up into the empty space and move it in a straight line and gently. Next, no. Are Baba. Are what I told
Sorry.
you. Well, you are not understanding here. You are an engineer. So do something which is meaningful. Okay. Don't jump the sequence. You select this one, Baba. That is the row where you have to put. This is the next line you have to pick up. Why you not understanding a simple thing? Engineers are much more logical and much more, knowledgeable than ordinary person, right? And you should be able to follow the instruction. Yeah, like this. You bring it down, it will come in the same row. You bring this thing down, man. Yeah, now take this thing up, up. Yeah, release it. Now, follow my instruction carefully, right? So you move this thing here, then you push this up here. You have to go row by row. Don't jump the row. I told you not to jump. Because if you jump, then your both of your screen will be looking different. If I switch from one screen to another, the other person will be confused, right? So after the training, so you can rearrange them according to your preference. Now you move this thing in a straight line and move it into the empty space, right? Correct. That's good. But you should move in a straight line, okay? And you
Yes.
should be very much careful when you move. So that's why I'm creating this line. Follow the line, you will be fine. When you drag it, follow the line. Now you drag this one from the left side. Yeah, absolutely right. That's good. So, Farooq, you tell me, have you rearranged?
Hello. Ji, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have done the
नहीं sir, I didn't open the P6.
Farooq, this is not a lecture. This is a practical training. So all this while you have not opened the PP6 at all.
P6 is open, sir.
So
Like
you do this, man. This is a practical training. This is not a mushaira, right?
that's-
You're not here to hear me only. You are here to do it. Please do it quickly.
yes, sir. Wait, I'm doing view toolbars, customize toolbars. After that, click on administration, dictionaries, find, publish,
So select all the check
report.
boxes from top to the bottom. right? All the unchecked, but you will move from top to the bottom. You select action, administrator, and whatever is unchecked in this particular screen only that much. Okay, and up to the reports, right? Okay, then you will close it. So you just do this thing, you share your screen.
Yes, sir.
You share your screen.
Wait, sir. I'm sharing the screen. Yes, sir. Share.
Okay, so that looks good. Perfect. Okay. Okay,
Yes, sir.
fine. Very good. Now, say your mobile is fine. Your mobile is, I believe it's giving you a very sharp picture. You've got an iPhone, right?
Yes, sir.
You keep them in parallel, right? You support your mobile phone with a stand or a bottle of the water, right? So keep
Yes,
it side by
sir.
side the monitor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And make sure that your mouse, you give your mouse 1 square feet of space, right? And are you using a wire mouse?
No, sir. I'm using a normal laptop mouse, sir.
I mean,
It's good for me, sir. I already use in designing.
okay, fine. But this Primavera, tool has got small little icons. They are better
Okay.
controlled using a mouse and especially a wire mouse because the wireless mouse has a time lag. And if you're using the trackpad, trackpad is good while you are traveling. It is not good for working when you are working on a table. When you have the facility to work on a table, use a wire mouse. A wire mouse will give you very accurate control, fast control, and you will be able to grab the things
Okay.
very, very quickly and accurately. You will be able to move. You will see a lot of improvement in your performance.
Okay,
Okay.
sir. I
Listen to
will.
my advice, since you are doing a lot
Yes,
of
sir.
the designing work also, your designing work will also become improved and it will be stress-free for you, right?
Okay. I have, sir, Bluetooth mouse.
So, okay, you
But
use
I
the
will.
Bluetooth mouse for now.
Yes, sir.
So, but later you may get a wire mouse for
Yes, sir.
the rest of the training, and you can keep the Bluetooth as a backup.
Okay, sir. Sure. I will buy.
Yeah. Okay. Krishna, and you should tell me 10 minutes before you want to go, right? So that's your responsibility.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Krishnan, so you share your
Yes, sir.
screen. Okay. So after you have done the arrangement of these the buttons, your screen may look like this. Okay. So what you have, there are two panels. So guys, so you will see that on the top panel, there is a set of the buttons. So which will have this zoom in, zoom out. So basically we want this set of the buttons to be brought down to the panel too. So what do? You grab it from the edge and you bring it into the second row, into the earmarked place, right? Okay. So Krishnan, you grab this set of the panel, move it a little bit right, and then you bring it down. And you bring it down a little bit more down. Yes, now release it. Now I'll tell you, this is a special set of the buttons. See, actually in the Primavera, there are various set of the buttons. So you will see the set of buttons, they are marked by the dotted line. You see that? They are
Yes, sir.
very distinct set of the buttons. Okay, so they have a very similar functionality. These are the various set of the buttons, right? You can see that they are demarked by the dotted line like this. Okay. Okay. Now in this set of the button, there is a special button we want to activate first. Now in this set of the button, you click on the triangle. You see this triangle here?
Yes, sir.
Go to the last one. Yeah. And after that, you select here, add or remove the button. So, there are more buttons. We will basically unhide those buttons and we'll bring them on the screen because we need to use them. So one of the first one is the lock all toolbar. So you click this and this button will appear on the top. Okay, do you see this button has appeared on the top?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so similarly, we will select expand all, collapse all, and collapse to. You select these three also. Okay, just hold the screen for your friend Farooq. So Farooq, please confirm that you have selected these four buttons on your screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Lock all the toolbars, expand all, and collapse to.
yes,
These
very
all are
good.
the four buttons.
Yes, very good. Okay, so stay synchronized. If you basically if you miss anything, you immediately tell me. See, let me
Sir,
tell
I'm
you
missing.
guys.
Sir, I'm
Let me.
missing the part of like shown on the project activities WBS resource reports. These all are not
Those
showing
are
on my.
basically, those are the buttons. If you click on the left side, they will come. Just don't worry. First, let
Okay.
us assemble the buttons on the top. Let us
Okay. Okay.
first complete the required
Or
button
our toolbars.
on the toolbar. So we will come to the tabs also. So guys,
Yes, sir.
remember, I'm running a practical training for engineers.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
I don't run demo programs. My demo programs are there on the internet. Basically, I will, if this interaction is good, it sounds good, I will just cut out a clip of 6 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours. I'll put it on the internet so that people can see that what is the quality of the training. But you must have noticed in any of my training programs, which you must have seen in the net, there are not more than 6 people. Even in this training, there are 2 people only. I will run a batch for 2 people, right? You know why?
Yes, sir.
Because I want you to learn it properly. So if there
Yes,
are
yes.
more people interested to join this batch, I will take maximum 6, not more than 6, right? I maintain the quality. I want
Okay.
everybody to be able to do it, so I don't rush. If your internet is disconnected, you tell me, I'll wait for you to come back, right? You call me immediately on the mobile. I'll wait for you to join back so that you are all synchronized. Do you do it well? You will feel good about the training, right? Okay.
Yes.
So that you progress and I also progress with you, because tomorrow if you are doing something good and anyone will be noticing that, he will ask you, then you will recommend my name only, right? So this is how my
Yes.
business grows. Okay, so after you have selected the buttons, so you will click on the empty area. Clicking on the empty area will hide the drop down and it will do nothing, right? It will just hide the drop down. So click on the empty area on the Gantt chart. Use the
Empty
mouse.
area.
Yeah, empty area on the right side. Yeah. Click it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see the Gantt chart is gone? I mean, the drop down is gone. So
Yes, sir.
basically, instead of pressing the escape, we can do this also. Now you will see that after you have selected the button, there is a special button here, and the name. What is the name of this button? You hover the mouse here. What does it
Lock all.
say? Lock
Lock
all.
Lock
all
all.
toolbars.
So what is the benefit if I lock all? See, I'm basically transferring my experience. I'm basically, teaching the same way an experienced person works in real life, right? I'm trying to accelerate your experience. So basically, it has taken me many, many years to figure out the things. I don't want you guys to make a mistake. I want you guys to become experts as fast as possible, right? So basically, what I discovered all these years that if I do not lock my buttons after configuring them, so when I move my cursor, the cursor will get entangled with this, right? So it will basically, it will throw the button in another place. So that is
Yes,
going
sir.
to create a lot of problems because getting the button back in place is a very challenging task. So that's why locking all these button sets is the most useful thing to do in the beginning. Now you click on this lock button, you will see the handlers will go away. You see the dotted lines are gone. Those are the handles.
Yes, sir.
You,
Yes, sir. Dotted lines
you
are all
click on
gone.
it once again, you will see the handle come back.
Yes,
You
sir.
see,
Yes, sir.
now this is a very risky proposition because if the handles are there while you don't want them, then it is possible by mistake the buttons can be misplaced. So it is better to hide the handles. So you click on it once again to hide the handles. Now you are having a very safe the proposition, safe situation. Now we are going to expand the buttons. So we can add more buttons by expanding the set which is being displayed on the screen. So how do we expand? First of all, we go to the panel number 1. So click on this triangle, which you will see on side. So basically, if your icons are visible on the screen, maybe your icon may be a little bit left or right, but I think if you look at the demo screen, you will be able to find it on your screen also, right? So now you select the option add or remove the buttons. You will see more buttons there. You select the page setup, then you select
Screen setup.
setup, right? So you will see as you get a tick mark here, the same buttons will be added on the top, right? And once these
Yes.
buttons are added, you click on the white space and this drop down menu will be hidden, right? So there is,
Yes, sir.
so this way you can work with only one hand, with your right hand only. So you don't even have to press the escape button with the left hand, right? You can continue to work with your right hand only. Now you click this set of the buttons. And then you select activity usage spreadsheet. Then you select the resource usage spreadsheet here. Then you select here the arrange children. Okay. So after selecting these three buttons, click on the white space and the drop down will be gone. So basically what happens when you click on the white space, you cause a click, but without disturbing anything else, right? So you get the result. So what is the result you want? You want the drop down to be hidden, right? Without disturbing anything else. So that's a technique. Now we come to the next set of the button. So you click here, you find the same set on your screen by identify by the looks. Yeah, click it. Now you will select the button, no bottom layout. And then you click on the white space. Then you click here.
Sir, just a minute, sir.
And then you select here, new layout, open layout. If you have the zoom toolbar, you can drag it to the bottom.
Yes, sir.
If you have zoom toolbar on the top, which is obstructing your view, you can keep the zoom toolbar here. You can just drag it. So I'll tell you where you can keep it. Do you see a rectangle I have drawn at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
So this is absolutely free space. You can bring it down here. Yeah, absolutely fine. Yeah. Now you keep this there and you will have a clear view on the top. Now
Yes, sir.
you click on that button, click on that once again. Okay. Now you select here the four buttons, new layout, open layout, save layout as, and table font and row, and user preference. Okay. Just hold your screen for your friend so that your friend Farooq can also see and he can select the same ones. Farooq, please check on the demo screen.
Yes, sir. Selected all the buttons.
And the Farooq also take note of your time. Time to go
Yes,
for
sir.
the prayer. Okay. Now you click on the space. Okay. Now, after that, you are done with the first menu panel. You are done. Now we are going to work upon the second menu panel. In the second menu panel, we click on this set of the button, which has already got large number of the buttons here. And from this set, you click, we will select only one button, which is called the resource curve button. Select the resource curve button, only one. And once again, you will click on the white space. Yes. Okay. After that, we will go to the next set of the button. So Farooq, I'm sure you can find the same set on your screen.
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay. Now
doing the same thing.
you click it.
Yes, sir. Click it.
Okay. Now you will select report groups. There is a button here which says report groups. You will select that one.
Wait, sir. It's report groups.
Maybe this set may be a little
Yes,
bit left or right, but of course,
yes,
you
sir.
can find it on the
Report
screen.
group. Report groups.
Yeah, very good. So after you found it, So you click on the white space here. Okay, so we have done the menu panel, top panel 1 and 2. They have been configured. Now we will work upon the left side panel. Okay, on the left side, we will select this triangle, this small little triangle. So
Yes, sir.
we will get, once again, add or remove the buttons. And then we will select these two buttons. Commit changes. This is the save button. Refresh data.
Refresh.
Okay, so these are two important buttons. We need them throughout the day. Now click on the white space here. After that, you select here. And then you select add or remove the buttons. Then you select here enterprise project structure. Then you select here roles. Then you select here OBS. And then you click here in the white space. Okay, after that, it is closed. Now you go to the last one, you click here on this triangle. Then you select add or remove the buttons. Now here you will select the issues. The option is issues. Then you click here in the white space. Okay, after that, you will go to the right side, you will click on this. And then you select here, you click add or remove. So you will select the buttons. I'll tell you the buttons. So you will select dissolve, link activities, undo, and fill down. These four buttons you are going to select: dissolve, link, undo, fill down. Right?
Right, sir. Selected.
Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you tell me that what is your time for prayer?
My time is for prayer, sir. There is a different time, like currently one,
So
sir,
where are you
and
right
30
now?
p.m.
Where are you right now?
And Delhi.
Okay, you're in Delhi. So,
Yes, sir.
so just tell me 10 minutes before your prayer time because you need some time for the wuzu also.
Sir, I need like 30 to 40 minutes above.
So when do you want to go? When do you plan to leave?
Just asking to brother, then I will confirm you.
Okay. So you just tell me. So till then I'm going to continue, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. So do you go to a mosque near your home or it is a little bit far?
Near at home, like 10 to 15 minutes away from
So
my
I
home.
think then you should tell me 10 to 15 minutes earlier.
Yes, sir. I have to ready, sir. I have to take a bath.
Okay. So you should tell me more time, okay, earlier.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why I'm asking to you 40 minutes to 1 hour.
Okay. So at what time do you think that you will start your, your bathing activities, your preparation activities?
Sir, within a 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, fine. So let us use the 10 minutes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So after 10
Yes, sir.
minutes, you can basically prepare. Okay. So we have basically selected all the buttons we needed. Now we are going to apply. So Farooq, you tell me, do you have the projects tab on?
Sir, project tabs not, sir. I don't have
So
all
if
the
you want
tabs.
to get the project tab, you click on this button.
Okay,
On the
file
left-hand
button.
side, you will find the same button. You click this, you will get the project tab, right?
No, sir. I
You click
didn't.
on this button as I'm pointing out. Look at this button.
Sir, I am selecting the button, but it's not showing that.
No, it should show. Basically, this is the basic button. This button is always active. See,
Sir, I'm clicking on it.
look at this the button. Carefully look at this button.
Yes, I'm tapping on this button above
Okay,
the resource.
now do you see the project tab?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, now you do this thing. You click on this button, this human button. Do you see the resources tab now?
Man button, yes, sir, resource tab.
Okay. Now you click the next button down there. That is the reports button. Okay. Next to it is the report button. You click this, you will be able to see the reports.
It's sorry. Tracking button is opening. Reports.
So now is the report tab on. So how many tabs do you have on your screen? Which tabs do
Sir,
you have?
sir, project resource tracking and reports.
Okay. Projects, tracking, resource and reports. Now, do one thing. So you select the Saratoga Senior Community and you right click and open project.
Yes. Toyota Sharing Community. Wait, sir.
So once you click this, you will see the activities tab. Do you see the activities tab now?
At Toyota Service Community. Yes, sir, but not seeing the activity tab.
No, tab should be open. If you see, if you open the project, the activity tab should be open. Say this, right click and open the project. So if you open the project, you will see the project name at the top. You will see the activity tab.
Wait, sir. Yes, sir. Open the project. Now I'm showing the activity.
Yeah. Now you click on this two blue squares and this is going to open the WBS tab. Click this.
Yes, sir. WBS tab.
Okay. Now, first of all, all these tabs, you open all these tabs. Suppose if you go to the first tab, which is the project tab. Now,
Yes, sir.
after selecting the project, you click on this button on the menu panel one. Have you brought down your zoom menu to the bottom? Are you having a clear view on the top?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Now you can see this button like the alphabet A. You click on this button.
Font and row button.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, Krishnan, you click on this button on your screen. Okay. Now, guys, what does this button do? It set the font on the display.
Arial.
The
Yes,
font
sir.
that you see
Size.
on the left. Now you click on
Size.
the font.
Yes, sir.
I'll tell
Click
you
the font.
the better font as per my experience and knowledge. See, guys, how to set the font. First of all, you will clear the font name. The existing font name should be cleared completely, like this. So you have done. Have you cleared the font name completely?
Yes, sir. M sans serif.
Yeah. Now, after clearing the font name, you will see the blank box. In the blank box, you type V. V for Vardhana. You will see the Vardhana font. Now,
V.
use the mouse to
Vardhana.
select the Vardhana font, and
Yes,
the
sir.
font style should be regular, and
Regular.
and font size should be 9. So the
Okay,
three
sir.
combination you remember: Vardhana, regular,
Vardhana, regular and 9.
9, and click on the
Yes.
OK. And click on the OK once again. You will see a change in the font, and you will see that the readability has improved a lot.
Yes, the readability has
Yes, sir.
improved.
Because what happens that since I've been using Primavera for so many years, so I discovered that in the beginning, just by changing the font, it is going to reduce the stress on the eyes, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
that is the
Now
benefit
it's look.
because you're going to look at the screen for 8 hours, 10 hours. So it is better to have a very comfortable font so that you can read things without a mistake. And 9 is the optimal size. But if you have a bigger screen than 16 inches or 15.6 inches, so you can basically select the size number 10 also, but 9 is the best size. Okay. You do the
Okay,
same
sir.
now in all the tabs. You go to the activity tab and you set the font by using this font button to Vardhana regular 9. You do it for all the tabs one by one. Okay. And I think after setting the font, then you can go for your prayers and lunch. So the font that you are going to use is Vardhana regular 9. So we are going to set the font in every place in Primavera so that we have a stress-free view of the text. Then you go to the WBS and do the same thing. And go into the next tab. After the WBS, you do it on the resources, reports. So all the tabs will have the same font. And first of all, we will set up the environment. And then we will learn the data structures. Then we will learn the planning. Step by step, we will understand the complete life cycle of the project. Okay. Okay, fine. So you have set all the tabs.
Yes, sir.
With the same font?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Farooq, you have done the same?
Yeah, Vardhana, I have done the Vardhana
Yeah, you apply
activities.
the same font setting in all the tabs because all the different tabs, they have a different setting. Why they have, I'll tell you, because some tabs may have less columns and it might be useful for you to have a bigger size font in a particular tab. That is why, right?
Yes.
So if you need a bigger font, in some tab, you might require a lot of columns to be displayed. Maybe you can reduce the font size in that particular tab in which you are displaying more data. So by reducing the size of the font, you will be able to display more columns, right? But the standard size is Vardhana 9, which works best in all the cases. But if you want to show more data, you may reduce the font size. But if you have less data, you might adjust the font size to 10 also. That's your choice, right? Okay. Now I think you just go for the lunchtime and right now the time is basically 1:25. Let's meet at 1:25, 1:25, 1:35. Let's meet at 2:35, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So I think that will give you good enough time for the lunch also. And when you go for, and guys, you can start your recordings. Okay, so Farooq, you are here.
Yes, sir. Here.
Okay, fine. So let's start. Okay, so after basically taking care of the fonts, so we are now going to understand the use of the buttons. So what is the use of these buttons which are displayed on the screen? So first of all, this is the pair of the buttons. So basically these two buttons are complementary buttons, right? So we will see the use of this button. So first of all, you click on the left side button and see that what happens. So guys, did you note something?
Gantt chart bar is
Yeah, so basically if you click on this button, so you will be seeing that it is showing you only the table. So if you want to see only the table, so you will see this, right? Is this clear?
yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if you click on the right side button, then you will be start to seeing the Gantt chart, right? So basically these are complementary buttons. So when you want to see only, say, lots of column data, numerical data or something which is in the columns, so you can use this button. Okay, so you can use this button to display you only the columns, right? And when you want to see a mix of the columns and the Gantt chart, you can click on the right side button. Okay, so that is the purpose. Now, I want you to basically remember them permanently. You do this thing, you do the left-right exercise. You click on the button alternatively 20 times. So that will make you remember it permanently, right? So you click on it left, right like this so that you remember it permanently. So that will be very good. And you will feel that you have been using it for a long time. Okay. Now we will see another set of the buttons which are useful and they are complementary. So, this is the detail button, and this is the hide bottom. Now, first you click on the right side button. So what does it do? It hides the bottom details. And then you click on the left side. It brings up the details. So you do the same exercise. So, next time I will say that, Krishnan, you show the details, you hide the details, show the details and hide the details, right? Like that. So basically these buttons you will need to click several times in a day, right? So that's why I'm making you go through this exercise. Okay. So that you are fully familiar with these buttons. Okay, now we will learn about another pair of the buttons. So another pair of the buttons that we have here is this pair of the buttons. You can see that one of the buttons is the deactivated, right? Okay, so if you click on the right side, you click on this double minus. So you will see that the data on both the sides have collapsed, right? So if you click on the left side, you will see that the data is expanded. Now, how you basically see, first of all, you hide the bottom portion and then you have a look at it, right? So you do this exercise once again, you do it for 20 times. Okay. So is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So basically, these are the buttons. These are very, very basic buttons, and you need to know these buttons by heart so that they can use them throughout the day. Now, I will show you one more button, which is the related button. If you look at the button, this is on the right side. This is the plus minus button symbol. Now, you click this plus minus, and you will see that a pop-up comes here and it is asking you to select a level, right? So you move this toward the right side. And after that, from here you select level number 1. You select here level number 1.
Which one, sir?
Level number 1. Then, so first of all, you click on the drop down here, and then you select level 1. Then you click on the apply button. Okay. Like this. So then you select from here, from the drop down, level number 2, and you click on the apply button. Okay. Now I will tell you that what is the level number 1. So basically, if you look at the enterprise, this is the level number 1. Now, what is the enterprise? What is the meaning? What is the meaning of the word enterprise? So guys, do you know that what is the meaning of the enterprise?
Enterprises like firm, company.
Enterprise is, yes, it is company, but it is actually a group of companies, right? It is a group of companies. For example, if you look at the Tata Group, so what is the Tata Group? Tata Group is a group of companies. So I write here, group of
Companies.
companies. Okay, so is there any more example inside India? So beside the
Yeah,
Tata
Reliance,
Group, there is the TVS Group is there, the Wipro is a group of
Reliance,
company,
Reliance
Reliance
Group.
is a group of company, the Adani is a group of companies,
Mm.
and the Muthoot is a group of companies, and what is that called? So basically, there are many such group of the Aditya Birla Group is a group of companies. So there are many group of companies, they are running diverse businesses. And in the project management, these various businesses which are being shown here. So in the project management, they are called the portfolio. In the case of the companies, so in the simple language, these are called the line of business or business unit. So under the group of companies, so what you have is it is called the portfolio. Portfolio is the project management language, and portfolio is managed by a portfolio manager, and the group of company is managed by a role which is called the CEO. Have you heard of this role, CEO?
Yes, sir.
CEO, what is the full form?
Chief Executing Officer.
Yeah.
Officer.
So basically, if you look at the Tata Group, so Ratan Tata is the Chief Executive Officer. The purpose of the Chief Executive Officer is to basically ensure that the group is doing profitably the business. So whatever business they are doing, so if he finds that there is a new opportunity, he will start it. Suppose the Tata Group saw there is opportunity in electric cars. Now they are making electric cars. Earlier, the Tata Group used to have the Tata Indicom, and since it was not manageable by them and not profitable for them, the CEO took the decision to stop that business and sell that part of the business to some other telecom company. So Tata is not directly in the telecom business, but Tata is basically doing Tata Steel, Tata Motors, TCS, which is the IT group. Okay, so they are doing various kind of businesses which are all profitable. So it is the decision of the CEO to make a business unit profitable. Then comes the portfolio. Portfolio is the business unit. So business unit is managed by the portfolio manager. His job is to make sure that the portfolio is having business at all the times. His job is to develop the business in the particular business unit, right? Okay, he should be having good contacts and he should be putting a lot of work into the work pipeline of that particular business, right? So there should be projects after projects. Then we select the level 3 and click on the apply. So go to the drop down. So let's see that what is there in the level 3. And in the level 3, what you are seeing is this yellow bands, right? You see that the word is written as program. So program is specialized part of a particular business, right? So once the business portfolio expands, then the specialization, so it might be split in terms of the specialization, and the program is managed by the program manager. So basically under the programs and the portfolios, there is something which is depicted in the white color. So let me tell you that these are the projects. So all these are the projects. So there are projects in the portfolio and there are projects under the program also, and the projects are managed by whom? So projects are managed by the project manager.
खा लिया मैं खा लो आपका ही है
So the projects are managed by the project manager, right? Is this clear? So the
Yes, sir.
projects are directly kept in the portfolio. When the portfolio is a small one, a new portfolio will have a very few projects. So when the company is doing good in a particular line of business or this particular portfolio, so when it gets more business in the portfolio will expand, right? So when the portfolio expands, then the company will subdivide that portfolio into programs, right? Is that clear? So if you start a new business, you will not have many projects under that. So that's why, all these are engineering, energy, manufacturing, they are having only the portfolio, but they are not subdivided into programs. But whereas if you look at the product development, and if you expand the program 1, you will find more projects there, which we will do in a while. So this is the structure of the business. So basically, the group of the companies is called the enterprise. So in the Primavera, basically you are managing the enterprise. So that's why the Primavera is called EPPM, Enterprise Portfolio and Project Management Software, EPPM software. So that is the full name of this, and that is the meaning. So you are not only managing a single project, but you are managing a group of projects which are subdivided into the enterprise, then you have the portfolio, then you may have the program. So program is optional, but every enterprise has multiple portfolios. So portfolio means line of business. It has got diverse line of businesses, right? Okay, now you click on the OK. So basically this plus minus tool lets you select the level. Now let us click on the double minus button here. So this button will close all the data. So then what we can do, we can click on the plus button next to the enterprise. You click this, it will open the next level. You can see the portfolio, right? Now you expand the energy portfolio by clicking the plus button next to it. Okay, so now you click on the product development. You click here on the product development. You will see this portfolio expand, but you will directly not see the project. You will see that this portfolio has been subdivided into program 1 and program 2, right? Now you click here and you expand the program 1. Then you expand the program 2. Okay, so then what do you do? So you can expand it like this. So you can see that under the energy, you can count that how many projects are there. Just count the number of the projects and count the
6.
number of the projects under the product development portfolio. How many are there?
Product 1 in 78 and product 2 is 52.
No. In the product development, how many projects are there in total? You count the number of the projects, the white lines. These are single projects. So how many are there? There are 2 subdivisions, right?
2 subdivisions.
So subdivisions. So count the number of the project in first and second, then total. How much is that?
Total 10, sir.
78.
Total 10 projects are there, right?
10, yes.
So in
3
the
energy.
under the energy, there are 6 projects. Under the product development, there are 10 projects. Because
10
what
projects.
happens that when a portfolio is expanding, then the CEO takes a decision to subdivide it, and he can subdivide it according to the specialization of the business. Right? Is this clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So we will do it very soon. But before that, we are going to first add more columns on the right side, right? So as you can see, so let us do this thing. Let us add some more columns and let us do the analysis of the data. So first of all, you click here. So it will show you only the tables. Okay. It's going to show you only the tables here. So now, after showing only the tables, you click on the double plus symbol to expand the data. It is now expanding. Now you click here to go to the top of the data, or you can press Control Home. So if you press Control Home, it will take you to the top. So, or you can use the scroller from this corner. You click here on this corner. No. Just a moment. So let me show it to you again. Click here. So you will see an up arrow. It will take you to the top row. Or you can press Control Home or Control End. Control Home will take you to the top. Control End will take you to the bottom of the page. Okay, so you can see that there is some empty space here. You can add more columns. Now to add more columns, you right click here. Okay, so once you right click, you will see this drop down, this right click menu. So from here, you select columns. From the right side, you select customize. Okay, select column, customize. So once you select the customize, so you will see the customization toolbox for the column. And you can see that in this existing columns are there. The columns which you're seeing in the screen below, they are mentioned here. Now guys, do this thing, you stretch it at an angle like this. So you stretch it in the 45-degree angle in this direction, okay? So you just stretch it up to the tip of the arrow. From the corner you pull it, yes, exactly right, very good. So you can see that it has expanded in width and it has expanded in height, right? Oh, Farooq, did you do the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we are going to change the font size. You click here on this triangle, small little triangle here. And then you click on the table font and row. And then you click on the button font button. And then you select here Vardhana. And you set it to Vardhana regular 9. Okay. You set the Vardhana regular 9 font. But this thing works only on the left side, but not on the right side. Even then, it is good. So guys, you can see that there are certain columns here. Now we want new columns to be inserted after the project name. So first of all, we select the project name. Now, there are certain buttons which we use. There are certain buttons we don't use. To select the column, we use this button. And to remove the column, we use the reverse button. And keep in mind, these two buttons should never be touched or used, right? These buttons looks like the fast forward and the fast rewind button, like you have on the audio and video player interface, right guys?
Yes, sir.
So basically what do this do? If you click on any of the buttons, so they will select all the columns, either from left to the right or right to the left. It will be quite a problem, right? So that's why we do not prefer to use this button. This is a practical experience being shared with you. Okay, just keep in mind. Now we are going to add certain more columns here. After the project name, we would like to see that what is the percentage of the completion of the columns, right? Okay. So guys, you can hear my voice?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So in between, you should say yes or no, because, internet is the medium. It could be disconnected from my end or your end. So we will know. So after the project name, we would like to insert the percentage of the completion as a current status, right? So what you do, you go and expand this group, percentage completes. And then from here, from this group, you select here, schedule percentage complete, select here, schedule percentage complete. And then you click on the select button. And this button will go, this column will go to the right side, right? So it will be taken out from the list and it will be moved to the right side. You will see schedule percentage complete has gone to the right side. Now, as a best practice, you should close this group. Then we will move to the next column. Now, after the schedule percentage complete, now what we will do, so we will go to the durations column. So expand the durations. In the duration, we will select BL for project duration. BL means baseline. Baseline means a planned and a final value. Finally planned value is called baseline. So you select it to the right side, click on the selection button. Then you select this column actual duration. Select the actual duration and you take it to the right side. Okay. Now, after you have done that, so you close the duration group. So after we close the duration group, we will select the dates group. So we will select dates from the dates group. You expand the dates group and you go to the bottom, you select start and take it to the right side. And then you select finish, take it to the right side. And then you select actual start and take it to the right side. And then you select actual finish and take it to the right side. Okay. Now you close the dates group. So after you have closed the dates group, so we are going to select the cost group. So you expand the cost group. So from the cost, you select the BL project total cost. BL means baseline project total cost and take it to the right side. And after the BL project total cost, you select the actual total cost and take it to the right side. And after the actual total cost, then you select the variance BL project total cost and take it to the right side. And then you select the remaining total cost and take it to the right side. Okay, so after selecting all these columns, so make sure that you have the same set of columns. So Farooq, you check at the screen, okay? You check the set of the columns you have, and Krishnan, you can tell the columns and you read them from top to the bottom.
Project ID, project name,
Yeah.
schedule person complete,
Yes.
BL project duration, actual
Yes.
duration,
Yes.
start, finish,
Yes.
actual start,
Finish.
actual finish, BL
Mm.
project total cost,
Actual total
actual
cost
total
and
cost, variance BL total cost, remaining total cost, total activities and statistic priority.
Yeah. So these are the
priority.
columns that we have selected. And after we have selected this column, we click on the OK button. So these columns will get implemented on the screen. And this interface will close. Now you can see these columns, right? So after these columns are visible on the screen, you can see that the column width will remain. I mean, they need adjusting because we want, basically, there are values on the right side, but we want to reduce the scrolling, right? So how do we do it? So basically, just like in Excel, we optimize the size of the column. If you look, the project ID, it has got some white space. So I reduce the white space, but I do keep some white space so that there is a gap between the two columns. So then I reduce the schedule percentage complete. Then I reduce the name column, because in the name column, if you cut the data, it doesn't matter because this is a text. But in the date column, the number should be fully visible. The date. So basically in the Excel, we do a double click. It works here also, right? I go to the edge, a double-sided cursor comes, then I do this click, click. You see this? I do this click, click. Now, do you see this on the top row that the currency symbol is not visible? So I expand till I get to see the currency symbol. So once I get to see the currency symbol, that is the optimal size. Now I expand this column also and get to see the currency symbol. Then I am interested to see only up to the remaining total cost column. So basically what I have done, that I have given the space to each of the columns in such a way so that I can see up to the remaining total cost column. And guys, just make sure that whenever you have the numeric data, so that should be fully visible, right? So you should know it should be visible from the currency symbol till the last digit on the right side, right? And if you look at the partial name, so that's not a problem. You can say Haitang city center, but guys, just you just imagine that if you have the partial number. So guys, does the partial number make sense? You look at this column, remaining total cost. Does it make sense?
No.
It does not, right? So always give the full space first priority to the number column and make sure that the number is fully visible on the screen. And then you have the project name. And if you have any such name column, you can give it some less space. So after you have done this, so guys, make sure that the data is sorted. Now, if you would notice that you will see a small little triangle here. Guys, do you see the small little triangle
Yes,
in
sir.
the project ID? Did you note that?
Yes, sir.
And the triangle is pointing upwards and the data is sorted increasing order downwards, right? Now, you will click on this column once again. Click on this column once again. So if you click on this column, the triangle is now pointing downwards and data is upside down. It is sorted in the reverse order, right? So when the triangle is reverse, the data is reverse. When the triangle is upwards, then the data is also upwards, right? Is this clear? So basically in the Primavera, you can sort any column, but you can sort only one column at a time. You cannot combine the sorting on multiple columns. In Excel, you can do it, but in Primavera, you can sort. So whichever column you're sorting, it will have the triangle. Now you click on the project name. Now the sorting has shifted into the project name. You can see the triangle. So what is the direction of the triangle?
Upwards.
So what is the direction of the data? The direction of the data is also upwards. We call it upwards because it is like A to Z. Smaller alphabet in the earlier alphabet is at the top, right? Okay. Now, if you click it once again, you will see that it will get reverse sorted, right? So the reverse triangle means the data is reverse sorted. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you click on the schedule percentage. You will see the sorting is going to take place, right? Do you see that? Smaller to greater. Now click on it once again. It will become greater to smaller. Now it has become greater to smaller, right? Is this clear? Now you
Yes.
click on it once again. It will become smaller to greater, right? Okay, fine. Now what we can do, as I can see that there is a little bit more space in the BL per project duration. So I can reduce the space here. I can use it in some other column. The space here, I can use it in some other column like this. Okay. Now, after setting this, so this is called a layout. So I would like to save the layout. In Primavera, you can save the layout. And basically the layout means the way you have arranged the data, the number of the columns, the sequence of the column, the font, the color, this whole thing combination is called a layout, and layout makes the data look or display in a meaningful manner to you, right? So this layout can be saved, the layout can be exported, imported. But first we should learn how to save the layout so that when we log in into the Primavera next time, it will appear like this. It should not change the appearance. It should not lose the formatting. So you click on this button. This button is called Save Layout As. Correct. Now you write here projects, then you put a space, then you write projects layout by, then you write your name. Projects layout by Krishnan. Right. So use a capital letter. When you write someone's name as a matter of courtesy, you should use capital letter. So K should be capital, only the K. Change only the K. Okay, yes. Now click on the save button. So it's going to save the layout with your name. So once the layout is saved, so it will show the layout name on the left top corner. So guys, you see this name?
Yes, sir.
Farooq, did you save the layout?
Yes.
Okay, so this appears here. Now, this is the layout which is in effect. This layout is now controlling the display, right? Now, in fact, you can use many other layouts which are there. So let's see that what other layouts are there and how we can use them. So the Primavera comes with a lot of sample data. It is not blank. When you install the Primavera, it comes with a lot of sample data. All these are sample projects. It comes with the sample layouts data, a lot of things. Now click on this button. This is called Open Layouts. No, on the side, yeah. Open Layout, yes. Now you will see this box, Open Layout. It has got two categories, global and user. So global means which is visible to all, and user means it is a private layout section. So the users section is your layouts. It is visible to you only. Global means for everybody. So in the future, when you work in a large company, so definitely they will be using the online database based version. So in that, the global category of any kind of data will have the global and the user sections. Global means for everybody, it is common. Everybody can see it, everybody can access it, everybody can use it. And if something is under the user category, it means that it is privately visible to you. Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
now let's see that what is the effect of different layouts. So to see the effect of the different layouts, let's do this thing. Let's bring the layout box a little bit to the side, okay, on the left side, so that most of the screen is free for us to see. Now you select the first layout, which is the chart view, and then you click on the apply button and click on the apply. So immediately the data is represented in a pictorial format, which is the chart. So this is the level number 1, which is the enterprise. This is the level number 2, which is the portfolio. And this is the level number 3, which is the program. And what I'm indicating with the blue lines, these are all the project. This is a project. This is a project. All these are projects, right? Is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
So in certain portfolios, there are sub-programs. In certain portfolios, the projects are kept directly, right? So
Yes.
this is the chart view. So chart view tells you the hierarchy of the data, hierarchy of the business. So in the top, there is enterprise. And then you can see the portfolio. Portfolio is also like different companies within the group, right? Tata has got different companies, Tata Motors, Tata Consulting Services, Tata Advanced System, Tata Power. Okay. So similarly, Reliance also has Reliance Petroleum and Reliance, that is only the Reliance, so which is manufacturing fabrics, then Geo, Reliance Geo, right? Okay. So these are the various parts of the businesses. Now you select here project coding and click on the apply. So you will see there is a different set of the columns and it doesn't have a parent and child hierarchy. So what you see is a very generic information. So it is just like the biodata of a project. Estimated size, who is the project manager, project status, what is the strategic rating, what is the location, who is the sponsor, right? So, these are the various pieces of the information that you can see. So guys, you look at this location, see how big is this company? They're operating in many places in the world, China, Russia, Europe, Latin America, Australia, Brazil, India, right? Isn't it? So basically, how do they basically manage the data? The data is kept in the Oracle Cloud Center, right? Oracle Cloud Data Center. So they can hire some data space and the database is created for them, which is dedicated to them. So you can use this interface to log in into that database and you can work and collaborate with your colleagues in different countries. So big companies, they operate like that. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we will select the next layout, which is the project cost. So go to the next one and click the apply. So here you can see that the focus is on the cost. So basically this is part of the earned value management system. You can see cost performance index, schedule performance index. The schedule performance index column tells the speed of the project and the cost of performance index tells you the efficiency of $1, right? And at completion total cost, this is a forecast column. It tells you that looking at the data currently, what will be the completion cost of the project at the current rate of usage, the usage of the money, right? So this is giving you another aspect of the project. Now you select here standard project view and then click on the apply. So it gives you a different set of column. Project name, you can see finish date, project manager, original budget at completion. So this is a forecast. So this is the actual labor cost at completion, labor units, So at completion means it is a forecast. Actual cost is what is the current actual cost as per the date of the finish date, right? Till this date, how much money has been utilized in the project. Now you select your layout and this time you click on the open button. Open button does two things, apply and close the box. Okay. So it applies the layout and it closes the box, right guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now you can see that your layout is very, very comfortable for you. It has been created by you. You are very comfortable with this, right? So this is the concept of the layout. Layout is basically displaying the data and columns in a particular fashion, in a particular combination and particular structure, particular layout. Now, whenever you are done with the sorting, the best practice is that you should always bring the sorting back to the project ID column. So first of all, you click on the project ID column. In every screen, you will find a ID column, project ID, activity ID, WBS ID, resource ID, report ID. So whenever you have done the sorting and analysis of the data, you should bring it back to the ID column. Just like you park your car in your parking at the end of the day, it is just that concept, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
And the direction of the triangle should be upwards. Okay. Now we want to analyze this data. Let's do this thing. Let us sort on the schedule percentage complete. You click on this schedule percentage complete column and the data gets sorted from greater to the, smaller to the highest, right? Okay. Now, after that, I want you to read what is the name of this project which I've highlighted. What is the name of this project?
Nesbit building expansion.
Yeah, even if you say Nesbit, that is enough. So the full name, if it is visible, you can read the full name, even if partial name is visible. Now, how much this project has completed?
0%.
0%. 0% completion means either this project has not been started or either the data has not been updated into the Primavera. Both can be true, right? Okay, let us assume that the project has actually not been started. So how does it look? Now, if you look at the actual start column, you will see that it's blank, actual finish column is blank. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes,
since
sir.
you have not done any work, so you have not spent any planned money, so you can see actual total cost is 0, right? Because no amount of money has been spent on doing any work. Now, you will see that the variance is also 0 because since you have not spent any money at all, so you cannot calculate that what is the variance between the actual and the baseline. So the variance will be 0. And you will note one more thing, that the planned amount of the money and the remaining amount of the money is the same. Okay, is this clear? The planned amount of the
Yes,
money,
sir.
the remaining amount of the money is the same. So is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Because the project has not incurred or spent any of the planned amount of the money. Okay, now let us look at another project. Now you guys read what is the name of this project?
Sunset Shore.
Sunset Gorge.
Sir.
So this project is 100% complete. So if you look at this 100% complete, so basically, if you look at this project, it is 100% complete. So when a project is 100% complete, so you will see that the project has the actual start date and actual finish date as well, right? because the actual finish date comes from the last activities. Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Now,
Yes, sir.
since it is 100% complete, so you will also see one more thing. Next to the start and the finish date, you will see the alphabet A. It stands for actual. Even if you're not looking at the actual start or the actual finish column, if you're looking only at the start and the finish column, this alphabet A indicates that actual data has been captured, right? For the start and the finish dates. Guys, let me tell you one more thing. The actual date will always vary, right? The actual date will always vary. Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Because it is not necessary that the project will start on the planned date only. There can be circumstances. Suppose even if the start date is the same, okay, actual start date is the same as the planned start date, but still the actual finish date will always vary in real life, right? It will not exactly finish on the planned finish date, because in actual real life, there are a lot of variances, right? Okay.
Sir.
Is this clear, guys?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay. Now, let us look at more data. So if you look at that, what is the planned cost? So if you look at the planned cost of the project, it was $92,000. And what is the actual total cost of the project? $97,000,
97.
right? Okay. Now, if you look at this actual total cost, it is more than the planned cost, right? So now, if you subtract it, you will get the variance. So if you look at the variance is a negative amount of the money. So if you do this, if you say 92,000 minus 97,000, so what do you get? You get minus 5,000, right? So that's what you are seeing in the variance column, right? In the variance, you can see minus amount of the money. So in the financial world, so the minus amount of the money is not written. So it is written in the bracket. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So if it is written, it is written in the bracket because it is the financial, you can say this is the financial system. It is the financial nomenclature, right? So here, this is the financial rules, which says that the negative amount of money is called the debit amount of money. So debit amount of the money is not a negative number, but money is debit because you have to pay some extra amount of the money, so which you pay and you complete the project. So basically, this is the final status of the project in which there is a variance of minus $5,000, which is written in the brackets, right? So this is the final closure of this project, so which you can see. Okay. Now let us look at another project which is Midway. Now you look at this project, you read what is the name of this project.
Hightown Corporate Park.
Now how much is the percentage of the completion?
31.03%.
So it is 31% completed, which means that 69% is yet to be done, right? 69% is remaining. Now, what is the actual start date? 1st of the September.
1st September.
And what is the actual finish date? Not yet it is reached because the project is under progress. So actual finish date will come when the last activity in the project is finished, right? Okay. Now, you will see the baseline project total cost is 636,980. And to complete the 31%, so how much of the money has been spent? How much money has been spent to complete? So it is $191,761 and $191,767. Now, if you look at the variance, so what is the variance? 4,525. Look at this. This is the variance. Now, is the variance a negative amount of the money or the positive amount of the money?
Positive amount of the money because it's not in under
Yeah,
total.
if it is a positive amount of the money, what does it mean? So I'll tell you that what it means. It means that the amount of the money which was spent was actually this much less spent from the budget.
Then from the
What is the ideal variance? Ideal variance is zero. You spend whatever you plan. What is the non-ideal variance? When you spend more than the planned amount, that is the unideal variance, non-ideal variance. And non-ideal variance means you will see the negative amount of the money which is in the bracket. But here, actually, the team has been working in a very, very alert and the efficient manner. So they completed the work, which is 31% with acceptance criteria. Because if you complete some work, it should be complete and correct also. Because if the data is not complete and correct, then it does not make sense, right? So data should be complete and the data should be correct as well. So if the data is confirmed to be complete and correct, then you can say that you have actually completed the work, right? Is this clear?
yes.
Now, you will see that the variance is 4,525, which looks good, which looks healthy. But guys, remember one thing. If the team is not alert in the remaining part of the project, so then what can happen? If the team is not alert in the remaining part of the project, then what can happen? So this positive amount of the money can slowly and slowly and slowly can become zero. And then
It goes
it
into the
can become
negative.
negative if the team is not alert, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
If the team is not alert, it can become negative, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So basically the monitoring and controlling should be done constantly, just like you drive a car, right? Driving the car is executing, right? And you are constantly watching the road, which is called monitoring. You are constantly monitoring the road and you are controlling the car right or wrong,
Yes, right, sir.
right? You are monitoring the traffic around you and you are keeping yourself safe. You are keeping the others safe as well. You are preventing your mistake and you are keeping yourself safe from the mistake done by the some other driver, right? So that is called monitoring and controlling. So monitoring and controlling has to be done throughout the journey, right or wrong?
अरे यार गर्दन दर्द होने लगता है.
Farooq,
हेलो. जी
are
सर.
you talking to someone else in the class?
Brother was asking कि your head is. मैंने कहा नहीं वो दर्द.
Farooq,
Yes, sir.
pay
The
attention to the
screen
class,
size is
bro.
too small. So that's why.
Okay. So basically, the monitoring and controlling has to be done constantly during the project. So that will keep the project safe. So idea is
Yes.
that the project should be completed with the achievement of the quality and the variance ideally should be zero or it can be positive, but variance should not be negative. But some negative variance may be acceptable if it is a range is set by the boss. Boss may say that, okay, you may go up to plus 5%, plus 6% of the total planned cost as a variance. So that's okay. But a project manager should always monitor and control the project for quality and for variance, right? Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after this, we are going to look at another example of the project. So another example of the project is here. So let me mark it up. So guys, what is the percentage of the completion in this project?
16.67.
You can say that it is almost 17% complete. So it means that 83% of the project is remaining, right?
It's remaining.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
to complete the 17% of the project, this is the variance. So guys, is it a negative amount of the money or a positive amount of the money?
It is the negative amount of
Negative
the
amount of the
Yeah, just only 17% of the project has been completed, and this is a huge pile up. Okay, now guys, let's say that you take over the project from this point. So what will be your approach? Will you try to reduce the variance and compromise on the quality of the work done?
No, sir.
Tell me, guys.
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
So I will tell you that what should be your approach. Your approach should be that whatever the negative variance has happened, you will try to keep it there. You will try to make sure that no more negative variance happens, and you will try to complete the project as promised. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
You will monitor
Yes,
and control the project very, very closely, because if you compromise on the quality, then you will create something which is below the quality acceptance criteria. Right? And if something goes below the quality acceptance criteria or it does not match the safety standards, guys, have you heard recently the collapses of several bridges in a particular state of India?
yes, sir. In Bihar.
So guys, this is what happens when people do not meet the quality acceptance criteria, when the project team or the project management team is lax on following the standards, standards of engineering, standards of quality, standards of project management. Is this clear?
Yes.
So basically, isn't it risky for people to use those bridges? There are still many more bridges, in that state. And if someone is going on the bridge, and if there are lots of people on the bridge, and if that collapses, so you can just imagine that how many disasters are waiting to happen. Right or wrong?
Right.
So basically, it is the responsibility of us engineers that we should not compromise. We should never compromise on the quality of the project. If you feel that in the beginning, as per your estimate, that if you need more time and money, you should ask for it very, very clearly and explicitly, and you should explain to the client that why you need more time and money. You should explain to the client that to maintain the safety aspect as per the quality acceptance criteria of the building procedure, of the construction, of the engineering norm. So you cannot go below that. And you should not at least involve your brand name in any such project which is not possible to maintain in which it is not possible to maintain the quality acceptance criteria due to shortage of money or shortage of time. You should calculate that in the beginning, and you should give a fair estimate to the client. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
So which you can do by using the Primavera and using your engineering knowledge and using the project management processes, right? So one should never compromise on the quality. If you get this project in the midway, so you will tell your team that, guys, the whatever variance, negative variance has happened. We are going to make sure that we complete the 83% remaining project with the quality acceptance criteria, and we make sure that further negative variance is not added, is not further negative variance does not happen, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this is the particular use of this interface. So this is used by the project managers, program managers, and the portfolio manager and the CEO. So CEO can see the entire data, right? How much the CEO can see? So he can see this data as indicated by the red rectangle. And how much a portfolio manager can see? A portfolio manager can see his portfolio as indicated by the blue rectangle. And how much a program manager can see? A program manager can see this much, which is indicated by the brown rectangle. And how much a project manager can see? A project manager can see only his project. You can see only this much. But if you're part of a particular program, and if your program manager feels that you can see the other projects also for the purposes of the coordination with the other programs, I mean, other projects within the program, then he will let you see them, but you won't be able to modify them. You will be able to modify and update only your project, right?
Right, sir.
One project or maybe two project or whatever is the number. So usually one project manager is given one project so that he can focus on that one project in a full manner, right? Is this clear?
Right. Right, sir.
So you will be able to see only one project. Maybe some other project might be made visible to you for the purposes of coordination if those projects are related to your project also. If there is a relationship between activities, then you will be allowed to see those projects, but not modify the data. The modification or updation of the data or addition of new activities can be done by the project manager owner, right?
Right.
So this is how the Primavera is used in a big company. So people are allowed to see according to their requirement and the access level of their designation, right?
Right.
Okay. Now we are going to learn the interface further. Now let's say that your boss is saying that the energy services is expanding, right? So he says
Right.
that in the energy services, we are going to get more projects and we are going to subdivide it into 3 programs. So this is the first program, this is the second program, and this is the third program, right? So basically, what he feels that in these 3 programs, we will specialize the energy services. He says that we create specializations. For example, that one specialization is the renewable. So the first 2 projects, 800 and 820, they will go into the renewable program. So let me write the short code. This is the renewable. The second will be the non-renewable. So what is the renewable, guys? Solar, wind, and hydroelectric. These are renewable projects. What is the non-renewable? Power plants which are fired by the coal or gas or diesel, right? And
Yes.
then the third kind of the energy is the nuclear, right? Okay. So he says that we are anticipating more projects in the energy services. So what we will do, that we will divide the energy services portfolio into 3 parts: renewable, non-renewable, and the nuclear. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we will do this. So this is called program management. Now to do the program management, we will do it step by step. So first of all, we are going to collapse all the data. Click on the double minus, then you expand the enterprise. Click on the plus button. Then you expand the energy only just the energy, right? Because we are trying to focus on the energy. Now, you will see that beside the portfolio, there is a symbol. Do you see the symbol? So what does the
Yes,
symbol
sir.
look like? What does it resemble in real life?
A pyramid.
Yes, it looks like a pyramid because the data in an organization is like a pyramid. Enterprise, then you expand it. So it expands into portfolio, program, projects, WBS. It's like a pyramid. So the structure of business is like a pyramid. So they use the pyramid symbol to represent the enterprise and the data of the business under it, right? So, to
Right,
manage
sir.
this, we have the pyramid symbol here. So you click the pyramid button, which is also called the EPS, Enterprise Project Structure, right? Now you have got this box. Now you will set the font to Vardhana Regular 9. Vardhana Regular 9, you set the table font and row. Vardhana Regular 9, and you click on the OK and OK. So you have set the data like this. Okay, so you are here.
Great, sir.
Farooq, you are here.
Yes, sir. Doing.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So once you are here, you let me know, then I will continue.
Done, sir.
Okay, good. Now you click on the add. There is an add
Add.
button on the right side.
Yes.
Add.
Yes, sir. Add.
So a new row will be created. Now you push up the new row, bring it below the energy by clicking on the shift up button. Yeah. Stop. Just below the energy, you stop it. Right? Now, the next step is that you want to make it a child of the energy. you click on the shift right, and it will go to the right side. Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now after you have shifted toward the right side, so what you need to do, you need to click here, and the first code we had decided will be
New.
REN. Okay, you write here REN in capital letter, and on the right side you write the full name of the program. The full name of the program is Renewable Energy Program, right? You write the full name here. Renewable Energy Program. In the bigs of capital and small, not in entirely in the capital. The first letter be capital and rest be small. Renewable Energy E capital. Program P capital. Program PROGRAM. And press enter. So, this program is created. Now, after that, so Farooq, you are up to date up to here?
Yes, sir. Updated.
Okay, now click on the copy.
Click on the copy.
So, this data will be copied. Now, you select the energy, you select the parent, and now you paste it on top of the parent. You paste it, a child will be created. And do you want to copy the project? No. You will see a new child is created. Now, you shift the child down. You bring it down by one step. Okay, now you change the name to non-REN, NONREN. Inside it, you change it to non-REN. You don't have to delete the whole thing. Non-REN is a continuous word without any space or dash. Non-REN, NONREN. Now, in the name column, you just add the word non before the renewable. Okay? You just add the word non and you put a space. You press enter. Okay, great, right? So this is how you can quickly create. Now again, you select the parent and you paste. Click on the paste and click no. And you bring this child to the bottom. Bring this child to the bottom row. And in the ID column, you write here NUC. N-U-C. N-U-C. Okay. And you, instead of the renewable, you write the word nuclear. Okay. Rest you can keep. You write here nuclear and you press enter. Okay. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let
Yes,
us
sir.
hold the screen here. So Farooq to confirm if he is updated.
Yes, sir. I am updating.
Okay. Very good. So we have created these three programs. Now we can see that once we create them, so they appear here below. Do you see that? Right? Now we will
Yes,
close
sir.
the box as we have created them.
Yes, sir. Created.
So after we have created and we would like to partition the data, first of all, you click on this ID, make sure that you have the triangle is pointing in the upper direction. Yes. Okay. So you will see the data is increasing, the numbers. The project ID is increasing from top to the bottom. Is that so?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now you select the first two row and you press Control X to cut the data.
Control X, sir.
Control X, X for Xmas,
Yes, sir. Control
X
X.
for X-ray.
And then
Okay. Now
Excel.
you select
I have to paste in the
renewable and you paste it.
in
So to
renewal.
paste, Control V. V for victory. That is the shortcut for pasting. Click OK, OK, 2 times. Yeah. So, you will see the data has gone inside the group. So we will see it in a moment, but you can see that it is acquiring a total, right? You see that.
Yes, sir.
And you can
Yes, sir.
see a plus sign here. So plus sign is indicating that the projects have gone inside, right? So there is some data within this group. Now you will select the next two. You select the next two and you paste it into the non-renewable. Control X, Control V, and then click OK, OK. And do it for the last time and paste it into the nuclear group. Okay. Yes, very good. Now you can see that the data has been split into three parts. Basically, the total of the energy portfolio, it remains the same. This value is still the same, but this has been partitioned. Now, what out of the three, these three programs, which program is having the maximum value?
Nuclear.
Nuclear, right? So what the CEO will say, CEO will tell the portfolio that in case you need any more resources, because these are valuable projects, high value projects are there in the nuclear. So if you need any resources, you can let me know. I will give you the resources on priority basis so that these projects can be executed smoothly. Now, out of these three programs, which programming is having the least value?
Renewable.
Renewable. So what he says to the portfolio manager that you focus on the marketing efforts for the renewable energy program, right? Because we are good, we have a very good expertise in doing the renewable energy program as well. And if you are doing the marketing, so we are sure that we are able to get more projects into the renewable energy program. So then the portfolio manager says that it will be good if we hire three program managers so they can take care of the program, then while I can focus more on the development of the entire portfolio, right? Is this clear? When the
Yes, sir.
portfolio is small, the entire portfolio, the project prioritization and resource distribution is done by the portfolio manager himself. When the portfolio expands, when it is subdivided into programs, then the appropriate program manager is hired and the program manager takes care of each of the programs. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes,
So
sir.
in this case, we are going to hire three new program managers, those who are going to take care of renewable energy program, non-renewable nuclear energy program. So their designation will be very simple. For renewable energy program, it will be renewable energy program manager, right? The word manager will be there after the program. Okay. Is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Clear.
Okay. Now let's take a break for 20 minutes. And after that, we will come and create the new managers. And we will see that what is the hierarchy of the manager. And then we will create new managers and we will hand over this portfolio and programs to the appropriate managers, right? Okay, so
Okay, sir.
let's take a break for 20 minutes and let's join after 20 minutes.
Yes.
Recording, guys. Farooq, you have joined? Farooq, you are here?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay. Now, guys, we are going to learn about the managers, that how the portfolio and program managers are created and maintained. Now, you select the energy services and you click on the detail button. So this is the detail button here on the top.
Wait, sir.
So if the detail is not coming, sometimes there is a bug. You click on the do not show the detail button, then it will come. It happens sometimes. But normally to show the button, this is the detail and this is to hide, right? So if you click on this, it will hide. If you click on this will show. Now, after the detail comes up, you should go into the general tab. Select the general tab here. So after selecting the general tab, you can see the responsible manager as the energy, right? So he is the energy portfolio manager. So you can see that there is the same symbol here. You see the same symbol. So this is the symbol of OBS, organization breakdown structure. If you hover the cursor here, if you bring the cursor here, you will see OBS. OBS means organizational breakdown structure. Now, there are two human icons. One is here and another is here. So what is the difference between the two human icons? So in the OBS human icon, you will see a green board behind the human symbol, right? So did you note that?
And
Did you
resource,
note
yes,
that?
sir.
So it has a green
Yeah.
board. So it means that he is the board member. So whereas that human symbol, that is for the resources. So basically the project manager will be under the previous one. That is the resources. So the project manager himself is a resource who is under the resources, and these managers, these like CEO, portfolio and program manager, they are part of the board member. So they are part of the OBS, organizational breakdown structure. Now, to manage their hierarchy, so we will click on the OBS button. So you click on the OBS button, we will get the OBS toolbox. So in this toolbox, so what we see that there is a flat list, but actually this list is not flat. It has a parent and child structure. So let us increase the height of this box. Let us increase the width of the column here like this. And after that, you can increase the font size. So to increase the font size, you click here and you select table font and row and you apply Vardhana regular 9 font. After you have applied the font, so you click on this button once again and then you select here filter by, and then you select all OBS elements. Now, it will immediately turn into a parent-child structure or a tree-like structure, right? So, Farooq,
Yes,
did
sir.
you get this tree-like structure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this has got 3 display modes. This can be displayed in 3 ways. So, you can change the display mode by clicking on the header. So, you click it, it will become flat, flat A to Z, then click it. Now, this is the reverse Z to A. Now, click it once again, it will turn into a tree, right? So, this is the tree structure. This shows the reporting structure of the people, those who are in the management role. So who is managing the enterprise? So guys, I had told you the enterprise is managed by the CEO. So these are the people in the top management, and under the CEO, all the people that are reporting directly to the CEO, they are the portfolio manager. So you write the name here, the role, portfolio manager. So the guy at the spot below the CEO is the energy portfolio manager. So you write here portfolio manager, the word portfolio, Portfolio, portfolio manager. Okay. So did you write this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, under the portfolio manager, we want to create 3 new program manager for each of the programs. To create a new manager, we have to click on the add button.
Add button.
It will create a new row. Now you shift it toward the right so that it becomes the child. Okay. Now you do this thing. You write exactly the same name here, and after that you add the word manager. So it will become Renewable Energy Program Manager. Program, and manager. You add the word manager. Correct. and press enter. Now we will replicate this and then we will change it. So you click on the copy button and then you click on the paste it. So now you shift it toward the left side. Now you make it exactly the same like this. So you don't delete any word, but you update any word, right? Don't delete, but update. Okay, now you click on the paste once again and you shift it toward the left and you change it. You update whatever is necessary. Remove the extra R at the beginning and then you press enter. Okay. Now we have created 3 new designations, right? So now this designation will be mapped to their respective programs. Right now, if you look at the responsibility, you will see that the responsibility is blank, right? Do you see that? Because it's a newly created designation. Whereas if you select the portfolio manager, you will see that it is full of the responsibility. So what is the boss saying? Boss saying that he should focus on only on the portfolio. And you shift all the responsibility of the programs and the projects to the newly created designation for the program manager. Is this clear? Okay. So basically, after we shift all the responsibility of this the programs and the projects to the newly created designation, the portfolio manager should be having only the energy services only that one, right? Okay, now we will do it and then we will come back here again to check out. Now you close this box. Okay, now after closing the box, so you will be selecting the renewable energy program. Okay, now after this, you right click and open the project. Click here and open. So once you open, what's going to happen, I will tell you. Just click on the double minus, collapse the data. See, when you open a program, it will open the underlying projects as well. So it becomes easier for us to update them at the same time. Because when these projects are loaded into the memory, when I update the manager, it will be update for these projects also, right? Okay, now I will come back to the project tab and I will select the program. The program is basically the renewable energy program. So we are still there, so it is okay. Now I will go to the responsible manager, this button. I will click this button. And since I'm using this box for the first time, so I will do my usual thing. So I will expand the size of the box like this, right? I will drag it from the corner and expand the length and width and then increase the font size. So you click on the display and you set the font size to Vardhana, regular and 9. And then who should be the manager? The manager should be the renewable energy program manager. Okay. Now you select it. Then you assign the manager using the green plus button. And you confirm yes. Okay. Now I'll show you that what happens once you do this. See, there are 2 projects under it here, right? I'll just show it to you. You expand this. Now for the renewable energy program, so is it the correct manager? No, it is not the correct manager. I think it was not applied properly. So we will have to try once again. So first of all, you click this, click here and select the Renewable Energy Program Manager and click on the plus button and click on the yes button. Okay, now it is updated properly. And similarly, let us check the project here. You select this project, it should show the same manager because it is under the same group. So is it the correct one?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is the correct one because it is under the Renewable Energy Program group. Now we select the next one and check the manager is correct, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we will remove this project from the memory. Do you see this? These two are now loaded into the memory. Before we work upon the next group, we should remove the data of the previous group. Now to remove the project from the memory, there is a shortcut key. Guys, remember the shortcut key. It is Control W. So you press Control W and these two projects will be removed from the memory. Press Control W and click yes. So what do you see on the top?
No current project.
No current project. This is the best practice, right? Now, after we remove the project, you will see that once the project is gone from the memory, you will see the activity and the WBS tab is also gone. Did you note that? The activity and the WBS tab will be displayed only when one or more than one projects are in the memory, right? When they're loaded into the memory. The activities and the WBS tab, otherwise it will not be displayed at all. Okay, now we will load the project from the non-renewable group, program group. So we select the program and then we right click and then we select the open project. So once you select the open project, you will see that two projects are loaded into the memory, right?
Yes.
Okay, which are part of this program, which is exactly what we want. Then we come to the project tab. In the project tab, the focus has shifted. So we select the non-renewable program group. Once again, we place our cursor. Now we change the manager to non-renewable energy program manager, right? So once we do this at the program level, it will be applied at the project level also. Click yes to confirm it. So after you confirm it, you will see the manager has changed. Also check for the project. Now you select this project, it should be having the same one. Is it the same?
Yes, sir.
Is it the same? It is the same, right? Okay. So now, after you have done, so Farooq, please confirm. You are getting the same? You are getting the same result or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Getting the same result.
Very good. Have you understood what has happened? See, when I
Yes, sir.
change the program,
Actually, we
the
assign the
underlying.
manager of non-renewable energy program differently, and renewable energy programs manager is different.
Differently. But you know, this is a technique which I'm teaching you. Suppose in the future, you have a program with hundreds of projects. So will you
Yes.
update them one by one? No. That
No.
is not possible. That is going to take some time. So, you know, it will be a wastage of time. When you have a software, you should play smart with the software. So what we are doing, just we are opening the program. So when you open the program, so all the projects are loaded into the memory, right? All the projects are loaded into the memory. So when
Yes,
you
sir.
update the program, all the underlying projects, all the contained projects, all the child projects of that particular program, they also get updated with the same project manager, same program manager, which is the desired result. Now, after that, it saves the effort and time, right? So now we are going
Yes.
to remove these programs. Now they have been updated. So we would like to remove these projects from the memory. You press Control W. Press Control W.
Yes, sir.
So are you sure you want to close this project? You say yes, and both of them will be removed from the memory. So every time you are done, so you should press Control W, which should show you no current project, right? After that, Then you select nuclear energy program. Nuclear energy program. Okay. Then you open, you press, you right click and select open project. Okay. Now you come back to the project tab. Now you select the nuclear energy program and then you click here and select the nuclear energy program manager and click on the plus button. So this will update the program as well as child projects. Click yes. And you know, every time we do something, we must always do a self check. So this is the self check. Is this correct? This is correct. Okay. Now we remove this project from the memory. Always do it. Whenever you have done working with a project, when your work is completed, you should remove it from the memory. Press Ctrl W. And now we are going to check the manager's point of view. What is the assignment they have received? Now you click on this button. So then you select the energy portfolio manager. Then you select the responsibility. Then you can clearly see the portfolio here that he is responsible only for this portfolio. Why? Because this is what the CEO wants. Because the CEO wants him to focus on the energy portfolio. So the benefit is that he would be able to develop the business better for this portfolio. He'll be able to put more projects into the pipeline. That is the role of the portfolio manager. He is the business unit manager also. He is the company manager also, because each of the companies is dedicated to one particular portfolio, right, within the group. That is the benefit. Okay. Now let us look at the nuclear energy program manager, that what he is doing. So basically he is responsible for his program and the projects, right? And likewise for the other managers also, right? So his job is to take care of his program, because his designation is to manage the program. And basically, what is the role of the program manager? Program manager is the person who is providing the resources to the project manager. And in case of a resource constraint, he will be the one to set the priorities between the project to receive the resource. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
So
sir.
he is the one to prioritize the resources between the multiple projects. Okay. Now you click on the close button. So we have confirmed that the assignment of the projects, they have been done correctly, right? So this is the structure of the management. So this is the structure of the business and this is the structure of the management, that is OBS and EPS. So now they are mapped correctly. Now we will go on configuring the interface. So to configure the interface, first of all, you click on this no bottom details. So it will hide the bottom detail window. And then you click on the double plus button to expand the data. Expand the data, you will see that the full data is being displayed. Now, we will go into the admin and we will set up the software properly. In the admin, the first thing that we have is the admin preferences. So how do we prefer to display or set up the data? You click here, the preferences. So you are here, Farooq?
Yes, sir.
So the first thing that we see is the general. So in the general, we have the code separator. Code separator is the dot. So this dot character is used between the parent and child code when they are displayed in the report. So this dot character is okay. We are not going to change it. Now, then it says that specify the first starting day of the week of the calendar. Starting day means that when a calendar is displayed, so what should be displayed on the left side? So I think it is better to display the Monday, because then the weekend will be collected on the right side and it will be easy to comprehend, right? Okay. Now, there is the option here, default duration. So basically, whenever you create an activity, there will be some duration So we want the default duration to be 6 days because it is more suitable for our training. So in the real life, you might change it. You can increase it to more or less, but even after the default duration, so in the live activity, you can always change the duration as per your requirement. Since for the purposes of this training, we require activity with the majority of the activities we require with 6 days. So we put here 6 days. Okay, now we go to the next option, that is the data limits. So basically it is showing you the parent and child structure like this, like a resource tree, parent, child, how many you can go up to. So basically this is the first level, this is the 20 level. So you can have from 1 to 20 levels, so which is quite okay. We don't use more than 3 or 4, right? So we don't need to change anything here. Everything is maximum. Now we come to identity lens ID. So basically, as per the project management rule, everything has to be given a unique identifier, right? So if you look at the project code, you will see the project ID is unique. Everything is different, right? So the number of the character that we are using here maximum is 8. So the provision has been made for 20 for everything, for project ID, WBS ID, resource ID, activity ID. So we may use up to 8 characters, so which is okay. So there is some redundancy. So we don't have to worry about that. We are fine. Now we come to the time periods. How we define the working day, working week, working month, and the working year, working. So guys, can a person work 24 hours in a day? How many man hours can a person work in a day? Do you know that? Standard. Hmm? The
8
standard
to 10
is 8 man
hours.
hours. And when did this 8 man hour came into existence? It came into existence from the labor laws adopted all over the world on 1st of May 1953. Remember, 1st of May. Guys, can you tell me about the 1st of May? Does it ring any bell? Does it remind you of something?
Labor Day.
Labor Day.
Labor Day. Why it is called the Labor Day? Because fair labor law practices were adopted worldwide by the United Nations member countries on 1st of May 1953. So one of the important point was that how many man hours should a person work? So earlier, the people were made to work 10 hours, 12 hours. Okay. So it was quite harmful for the health. So then it was decided that from business point of view, from the health point of view, from medical point of view, so an average person can work 8 man hours. So that's why it is 8. So a working day is a day defined as 8 man hours. So, right? So then if the person has a working day of 8 man hours, suppose we want to have a 6 days a week organization, then what will be the total man hours for the week? How many man
48.
hours will be there for the week?
48.
48. That is correct. Right? Now you type here 48. And how many man hours will be per month? You can do this 48 multiplied by 4. And you will get 192.
192.
Yeah, 48 multiplied by 4 will be 192. You can check out in your calculator. Okay, now what is 192 multiplied by 12 for the entire year?
2304.
So basically it is 2304. First of all, you write here 2304. To delete the whole thing, then you write. That is the best practice to avoid any mistake. Now, guys, let me tell you another thing. We assume that there will be only 4 Saturdays for every month, but it is not like that because there are many months in the year which has got the 5th Saturday also. So how many months are having 5? So there are 5 months which are having 5th Saturday. I'll just show it to you. So guys, you look at the right side. So right now, this is the month of the July. I'll go to the next month. In the August month, how many Saturdays are there?
5.
5
And
Saturdays.
the September, how many? 4. Now,
4.
if you look at the month of the October, it is 4. Now look at the month of the November. How many Saturdays are there?
5.
Now look at the month of the, I think January. No, January has got 4. Look at the month of the March. 5 are there, right? That makes it 3 months, right? Then we go to the month of the May. How many Saturdays are there?
5.
5. Then we go to the month of the August, it has got 5. So that makes it a total of 5 months. So basically, it is not necessarily they will be the same 5 months. But you know, if you look at the calendar for every year, you will find that 5 months are there, which is having an extra 5th Saturday. So it means that there are extra 40 hours, right? 40 man hours are there, which need to be updated. So just like we update for the leap year, so you make it 2304 plus 40. How much is that, guys? 2304 plus 4.
2344.
Yeah, so you make it 2344. Okay, now you come to the months and you make it as MO. MO, and you come to the minutes and make it as M. Because you know that will make you mentally compatible with Microsoft project, because in the Microsoft project, the minutes are represented by M and the month is represented by MO. So it will be easier for you to work in the duration column, right? You will be using the same abbreviation. In Microsoft project, you can't change, but you can change it here. So you change it here. So many of my students, they are working on both the softwares. So in a day, they are switching 5 times. Okay. 5 times they are working in Primavera and 5 times they are working in the Microsoft project. So now it is an easy switch. Okay. Now after this, you come to the earned value. The formulas which are mentioned in the earned value, so they are correct. So you don't have to basically change them. Now you come to the reports. In the report, you write your name in the label, and in the footer, you write the company name. So when you take any report, you will see them printed there in the report. And if you want to change it, you can come here and change.
What to be written in the footer, sir?
You write your company name, or if you want to write something else, you can write ABC or whatever. It's your choice. Because I want you to remember this place. Okay. Now you come to the options. Now you copy this URL and open this URL in the browser. Open this URL in the browser. Then you bookmark it. Open it in your favorite browser, which is the Chrome. You select your login and you paste it and press enter. Okay, just let me do something. Let me show you the favorite bar. Where is the favorite bar? Downloads, bookmarks. Okay. Now you press Control D and you select here the the bookmarks bar and click done. So it will appear here. In fact, you can also paste your WhatsApp. You use the app or do you use the web for the WhatsApp?
WhatsApp web, sir.
Hmm? What do you
Application,
use?
sir. Software from the Microsoft Store,
Oh,
sir.
you use the software only.
Yes, sir.
So fine. If you wish, you can use the web also
Okay.
without using the software inside. Now, you close the browser. Okay. Close the browser. Okay. Now you come to the rate types. The rate type which is selected is the standard, which is correct. So we need not change anything. Then you come to the industry. Industry, you select engineering and construction. So engineering and the construction is okay. Because if you select the engineering and construction, then you get the maximum features activated in the Primavera. You don't have to select any other one. So this provides the maximum features of the Primavera. So this is fine. So we select the engineering and construction. Then we come to the exception site list. So we don't use this option because we are working with a standalone version. So there is no need for it. Then you click on the close button. Then you click on the OK. So, these options will be stored in the system. And when you re-log in into the Primavera next time, so this option will be applied. Okay, so just don't worry. We will very soon restart the Primavera to see these options. Now, you click on the admin. Now we will select the categories option. So categories means that how do you categorize your data? So the first option, it is showing you the baseline type and it is showing you the types of the baseline, which is possible. So that's okay. So we don't have to create any more types. So this is okay. Then we come to the expense type categories. So what is an expense? Expense is the cash component of the activity. So I told you that when we do an activity, there are some amount of money which is called the cost of an activity. The cost of an activity consists of cost for man, cost for machine, cost for material, and cost for external resources. The cost for the external resources is basically called cash, right? To facilitate the work. Now you click here the add. And one of the cost component is the staff welfare. So staff welfare is the amount of the money which you spend for food, medicine, uniform, or something which makes the people more comfortable. So you write here staff welfare, STAFF space welfare, capital W, welfare, and you press enter. And after you press enter, you shift it up. So you click on the shift up, it will go to the top. After that, you click on the add button. Now you type here transport expenditure. So this transport expenditure is the amount of the money which you spend for transporting your materials from one place to another. So this is the amount of the money which is paid to the transporter, right? Which you plan ahead. So you press enter. So we will use it soon. Just remember this, right? Okay. Then we come to the WBS categories. So WBS means that what kind of WBS are there? So there are 5 categories according to the 5 process group: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing. So it means that the executing should be on the 3rd place. So you select the executing and you click on the shift up. Okay. Now you make this into monitoring and controlling, because first you need to watch something, only then you can control something, right? So
Yes,
you cut the monitoring and you take it to the front, cut it, and you take it to the front. No, you don't delete this thing. You just take it to the front. Yeah. Control V. And you put the word and, monitoring and controlling. And go to the end and you delete all this. and you press enter, right? So it's like this, monitoring and controlling. Now, after this, so you come to the document categories. I told you that in the Primavera, you can upload and store documents. So you basically in the Primavera, the document, whenever you upload a document, it will ask you some information about the document, name of the document, category of the document status, document author, document start date, document update date, and what is the topic of the document, what are the keywords to find the document, to search the document. Basically, it is updating the documents like a knowledge base, right? Is this clear? So basically, whenever it is uploading a document, it will ask you all this information, right? So now you click on the add button and you write here some categories. Suppose you say, you can write your own category as per your imagination. Yeah, which is fine. And if you feel that you are going to use it more often, you shift it up. You click on the shift up. Okay. So it is your choice and definitely you will be using it. So whenever you are uploading a document and it will ask you for the category and the pop-up will come up and the general will be on the top, right? So that is the thing. Now we come to the document status. So basically the status means what is the state of the document. So one of the state of the document which is not available here is the, that is the rejected. So click here add, because why I prefer to keep the rejected documents in the system so that people can see it as an example, so that people don't make that mistake, right? Click on, yeah. So rejected, you can click here. You can keep here the rejected documents and people can see it as an example. What does a rejected document look like? Okay. Then we come to the risk. So there are various kind of risk. So we must see in the PMI process, we create the risk register with a foresight to the risk. So what are the risks? Basically, the risk of the resources, risk of the customer, of people, of risk of the materials and machine. So now if you look at this part of the data, actually it is structured wrongly. So first of all, we are going to fix the structure, right? The resource should be at the top and people and the customer should be under the resource, because resource is a broader term. So you select the resource and you click on the shift left. Click on the shift left. Then you click on the shift up. Then you select people. Then you select shift right. Then you select the customer. Then you select shift left. Okay. So after that, you click on the add. And then you write here machines and equipments, because if the machines and equipments are they are not available in the right quality or the quantity, so they can create a risk. Machines and equipments. And you press enter and you click on the add once again. And then you write here materials. Yeah, if materials are not available in the right quality and quantity, then they are also a risk, right? So these can create the risk. Okay. Okay. So Farooq, are you up to date till this point?
Yes, sir, up to date.
Okay, good. Okay, now let us click on the notebook topics. So basically in the Primavera, we can write a topic, some details about every object. Like we can write detail about a project, a WBS, EPS, activity resource. So when we write details and it is a disciplined software and it will ask you that what is the topic? You cannot just write a topic just like that without selecting a topic. So sometimes you will not be able to basically select a topic because you may not get immediately an idea. So what do? That you create a general notes. Okay. So you click here add and you create a category of the topic which is called the general notes. Just like you created the general, document type, you write here general notes. So if you don't have any idea, you add it into the general notes, you press enter. So after you add it into the general notes, so you can then later shift it to any other category which if suitably find by you. Now you click on the shift up. Okay, like this. So basically you will find it on the top. Now you select the unit of measure. Now, what is the unit of measure? Basically, we measure the physical material, right? We measure the materials physically. So what are the physical measurements of a material that I will tell you? So the physical measurement of a material is the length, after the length comes the area, after the area comes the volume, okay? And after the volume comes the weight, and then comes the count or the numbers or the units, right? Is this clear, guys? But definitely, the dollar is not a physical measurement. So you select the dollar and delete it. Select it because the dollar is not a physical measurement of the material. Dollar, dollar, dollar. No, 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 Baba. No, no, no. I'm asking you to select the dollar. I'm marking it also. Dollar is money. It is not a physical measurement. Click on the delete. Okay. Now, the length can be measured in two ways. One is the imperial measurement, one is the decimal measurement. In the imperial measurement, we have inches and feet. And in the decimal measurement, we have got the millimeter, centimeter, meter, right? So if you select feet, then it becomes square feet, it becomes cubic feet. If you select meter, the meter becomes square meter and the cubic meter, right? And what is the imperial weight? Imperial weights are the ounces and pounds. And what is the decimal weight? The decimal weight is the milligram, gram, kilogram, quintal, right? Is this clear? And tons. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And how do the count in the British? In the British system, they count like the dozens and the gross. And in the decimal system, we count like 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 1 million, 1 billion, 1 trillion, like this, right? So now I'm going to send you a screenshot, right? So keep this in mind that what is the total physical measurement of the material, length, area, volume, weight, count, number, unit, they mean the same thing. Now I'm going to send you the screenshot in the WhatsApp. So you look at the WhatsApp and you update your screen, right? I'm sending, just wait. Okay, guys, I have sent it into the WhatsApp group. So you open your mobile phone, look at the mobile phone and you add the units of the measure which are not present in your system. You add them here like meter, square meter, Okay, all these, the new ones you add here. And the existing ones, you can skip them. Go ahead and do it. Look at the WhatsApp group in your mobile phone. Krishnan, look at the WhatsApp group in your mobile.
Yes, sir. I'm adding it, sir.
Yeah, so I think that is enough to give you the idea. Now in the future, if you see new kind of a material, so you can basically understand it from your engineering knowledge, or if you don't know that what is the measurement of a particular material, you look at the packing slip by the supplier, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
The supplier would mention it on the packing slip. You will know that how this material is mentioned or measured, and you bring the unit of the measure here. So I think that most of the units of the measure have been represented here, and any material that comes in, you can basically take care of the measurement unit count. What is the unit called? Unit means a single piece. So the single piece is a length, square meter, cubic meter, dozen, kilogram, right? Like that. Now you click on the close. So we will use it when we create a material resource, material record. So it will be useful at that point of time. So right now it will be stored in the master. Okay. So Farooq, we are done.
Yes, sir, done.
Now click on the admin. Now we will work upon the currency master. Now you click on the currency. So in the Primavera, there is a true conversion of the currency based upon the dollar rate. So all over the world, all the currencies are measured against $1. So that's why the dollar is called the base currency and the exchange rate of the dollar is at 1. So when you send currency money from one country to another, it is first converted into the dollar. The dollar is transmitted from the one bank to another bank in the foreign country. Then the person is paid out the local currency, right? So dollars are sending, so banks are sending each other the dollars, and the local currency is being used for the people that send or receive the currency, right? Internationally, dollar is the measurement of the strength of a currency or the value of a currency, right? Okay. Now, the $1 is used to measure all the currency. Now we will create the Indian currency INR. So to click, so we'll click here add because it is not existing in the list. Now international code of the Indian rupee is INR. So you enter INR here, you write it. INR, and in the currency name column you write Indian rupee. Now you have to write the symbol. I'll tell you. If you have the Indian window, so you press here Control Shift and the number 4. You will get the rupee symbol. Control Shift number 4.
Can you repeat, sir?
Control Shift and
Control.
number 4, you will get the rupee symbol. Or else
Yes, sir.
let me do it for you.
Got
Okay,
it. Got it,
just
sir.
wait.
Got it, sir. हो
Okay.
गया.
Yeah. So I'll show you. It comes like this. Okay. Control Shift and number 4. And let us use the exchange rate of 80, even though the rate is 83, but we will use a round number of 80. You write here 80. So basically it is 80 rupees for $1, right? $1 is equal to 80 rupees. So you write here 80. I told you the best practice, you should delete everything first, then write. Don't try to edit. You might even end up writing 800. That is the risk. Now press enter. Okay. Yeah. Now you're sure of what you entered. Now click on the close button. Now this is going to be stored in the system, not applied, right? Because this is the master data. So if you want to use it, so we will have to go into the user preferences, right? Now, to apply the user preferences, we'll have to click on this button. So this button is accessible from here. This button is also accessible from the user preferences at the end of the edit menu. So from both places, you can access from here and from here also, right? Is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Okay. Now you click on the user preferences. And in the user preferences, so first we will go to the time unit. So we will select show duration label. So what happens in the duration column, you will start seeing the abbreviation and these sub units of time here. You click on the hours. Okay. And if you have only the hour, you will see the hour H. So you click here also show unit label. Okay. Now after that, you come to the dates. So in the dates, right now the format is 24-hour. So we will select the 12-hour format in which we see the AM PM with the time component, right? We see the date along with the time component also. It is just for the sake of understanding the calendar better. Now we come to the currency. So we have already created Indian rupee. We click here to select Indian rupee. And you type here INR and it will come. If you type the INR, it's going to come. Now you select here assistance and you uncheck this box. So we want a wizard only for the resource, but not for the activity because it will be too much bothersome in that case. Okay. Now we come to the application. In the application, the startup window. So basically startup window is the window that how the Primavera starts. So we would like the Primavera to start with the list of the projects. So you select here the list of the projects here, because if the activity window is closed and you shut down the Primavera, you will see a blank screen. But we don't want to see a blank screen. We select the option projects. This is the best option. Now what's going to happen that when we shut down the Primavera, we will always see the project tabs, right? So it will show us a listing of the project. Then we can choose that which project we want to work upon. So first we must see a list of the project, which is the best option. Now we skip the password. We come to the resource. Resource analysis, basically the options which are selected here, they are fine. We don't have to change them. Okay. Now we come to the calculations. The calculations which are selected here, they are correct as per the PMI standards. So we don't change them either. We go with this. Then we come to the startup filter. Basically, what filter should be applied when you start up the Primavera? We do not want any filter. So what we do, we select all these radio buttons. You select them, view all data, no filter. We will see the full list of roles, OBS, activity, cost, resources. We don't want any limited data to be visible when we start. But later, as we become much more proficient, we become more knowledgeable. With our knowledge, we may switch off certain data, we can apply filter. But in the beginning, it is a wise option not to apply any filter at all, right? Now you click on the close, you will see some of this will get applied. You will see a change in the display and you are seeing the fraction of the day. You're seeing D and then 5 hour. Then in the date column, what has changed that the date column is now inclusive of the time. And you will see the total cost column has increased in the digits because when you multiply 1 by 80, then the number of the digits is bound to increase. So in the first row, you should basically expand so that the monetary symbol, the rupee symbol should be always visible. If the rupee symbol is visible, it means that the data is being displayed fully and correctly. Okay, now there will be a scroll from left to right, which is okay, but we are seeing the data correctly, right? Now this is a true conversion, right? So it is 1 multiplied by 80. So the data is displayed like this, right? Is this clear? Okay, now let us do this thing.
Yes, sir.
Let us close all the data. Let us click on this button, cross, and one by one, all the tabs will be closed. Yeah, click on it once again. Once again. Okay, you will see that all the data is now closed, and make sure that it shows no current project at the top. Do you see it like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you see like this on the top?
Yes, sir. No current project.
No current project, right? Okay, now
Yeah.
you exit from the Primavera. You exit from the Primavera and click yes. Okay, now you restart the Primavera. So when you restart the Primavera, you will see that the Primavera screen will not be blank. Rather, it's going to show you the list of the projects. It will show you the projects tab, the first of all.
जानवर नीचे गिर गया टोपी में।
Click on the connect. So once you click on the connect, you will see that it is showing you the project tab. It is not showing you blank. So currently it will show no current project, because if you don't load a project, so there will be no current project. Now you select the Saratoga Senior Community and you right click and open the project. So once a project is loaded, now you click on the expansion, click here, and it will expand the data so you can see the activities of the project. So once a project is loaded, then you can select the WBS also, because the WBS is contained inside the project. If the project is loaded, then the WBS can also be loaded. Okay. Now, if you close the project, suppose if you close the tab, does it remove the project from the memory? Close this tab. Close all the tabs. No. When you close the tab, it does not remove the project from the memory. Look at the top.
Storage senior community. Yes.
Yeah, so project is still loaded into the memory, but it is not being displayed. Now, how to get the activity tab? So guys, this is the symbol of the activity tab, and this is the symbol of the WBS tab. So these two symbols are active. These two buttons are active because there is a project loaded into the memory. But if the project is also removed from the memory, then these two buttons will not be visible. So if you click on the first one, you will see the activity tab. Click on this button, you get the activity tab. Now click on the double blue button, so you get the WBS tab, right? Because the project is in the memory. Now you do this thing, you remove the project from the memory by pressing Ctrl W, and then you see what happens to these buttons. Press Ctrl W and click yes. Now look at the top.
Yeah.
What does it say? No current project. And then you see these buttons are also deactivated.
Yes.
In fact, not only these two buttons, but most of the button on the panels will be deactivated, because these buttons
Yes, sir.
are used to basically work upon the project data. If the project is not loaded in the
Not
memory, so these buttons will also get deactivated, because these
they
buttons
disappear.
are in the context of the project data. If the project data is there, only then these buttons will be active. Now, how to get the list of the project back on the screen? There is no need to restart. You can click on this button. So guys, you remember, this is the project button. Click on this
Yes.
button. You will get the project tab, right?
Yes.
Now you know what to do. You can select the project you want to work upon. You can right click and open the project, right?
Yes, sir.
You can select one or many projects. If you want to select all the projects in this particular portfolio, right? So which is this portfolio? That is the engineering and construction. You select and right click on the portfolio, and how many projects are there in this? 6, right? Do you see that? Now you click on the portfolio and select open project, then what happens? 6 projects will be loaded into the memory,
Yes.
starting from Haitang to Saratoga. Click. No. You select the portfolio. Now you right click and open project. Yeah. So you will see 6 projects have been selected. or if you want to see them as a bunch, you click here. You will be able to see them as a bunch, right? Do you see this bunch of 6 projects here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if you want to unload all the 6 projects from the memory, you press Ctrl W. And you click yes.
Yes, sir.
So all the projects are unloaded from the memory. It says no current project, right? So is this
Right,
clear,
sir.
guys? If you want to select a single project, you select a single project. If you want to select multiple project, you can select multiple project also, right? Now,
Right, sir.
now you click on the plus minus button here and you select the level 1.
Wait, sir. Plus minus button.
Yeah, click on
Yes,
the
sir.
plus minus button, then you select the level number 1. No, 2. Not 1, but 2. Because 1 is the top line, you select 2 and click on the OK button. So once you do it, then you will see the portfolio here, right? You can see the portfolio. Now, what your boss is saying is that he's saying that now we would like a new portfolio called Learning and Development Portfolio. So all the project managers, those who are waiting for the new project, so they will be teaching the new trainees and their projects will be created under the Learning and Development Portfolio, right? So to create a new portfolio, we have to click on the EPS button. So you click on the add. So, it will basically create a new row at the bottom of the screen, right? So you select it and you push it up and you bring it just below the enterprise, okay? Shift it up. So no, when you can't do it with the mouse, you have to do it with the button shift up. Yeah, click this button. Yeah, so you press, so you keep it here. Now its short name will be LND, just like ENC. Look at the ENC, you write LND just like that. Capital L, then and then you write D. And then here in the EPS name, you write the full name, that is Learning and Development. Learning and Development. Okay. Now you will see that whenever you create a new portfolio, so by default, it will be assigned to the CEO of the organization. Why? Because the CEO is the best person to reassign it to the appropriate manager. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So first it will be assigned to the CEO, then CEO will take a decision that who should be. Now the CEO is saying that the learning and development portfolio should be given a new learning and development portfolio manager, right? So now we are going to create the manager for this portfolio. You click on the close button. So after you clicked on the close button, you click on the OBS. And after you clicked on the OBS, you click on the add button. Now you write here, Learning and Development Portfolio Manager. And Development Portfolio Manager, because we are creating the board member. So it is manager.
Wait, sir. Uh,
Now you press enter.
wait, sir. I'm doing.
Okay, I'll wait for you. I'm just here. So first of all, you can click here. So after you click here, you will get this box. And then you click on the add and you can create the manager like this. I'll wait for you.
Okay, sir. Created.
Okay, good. Now you close the box after you have created. Close the box. So after closing the box, you select the learning and development. And then you click on the detail. Here is the detail. And after that, you select the manager. And then you select here learning and development portfolio manager. And then you click on the plus button, select. Okay. Right. So you can see the manager and that once in a while, Primavera normally automatically saves the data, but sometimes if you see that the floppy button is active, so you should click it. You click it 2 times.
Sir, can you pause for 2 minutes? I have to change my device.
You have to change your device, your mouse. Yeah, change it.
Because of battery, I have to move to iPhone now. Just give me 2 minutes. Yes, sir, got it.
Okay. Now, after you select the learning and development, you change the manager to learning and development portfolio manager. Okay. So did you change the manager?
Yes, sir, I changed the manager, learning and development manager.
Okay, great. Now you click on the save button 2 times. That's for the reasons of safety, right? After that, the data will be saved into the database and then you should refresh the data. Basically, what happens when you save, so your data goes into the database, but when you refresh, you can see any changes being made by your colleagues, right? So what they changed and saved in the database. So you will get the latest data from the database by clicking this button,
Okay, sir.
refresh data. So, it is just like you press the refresh button in the browser, right?
Yes.
If you go to some news site, new news is being added dynamically, but that new news will be visible to you if you press the refresh button. So similarly, the concept is here because the database is in a remote place. So when you click on the refresh button, the new data which is being worked upon your various colleagues, so that will now be visible to you also. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir, clear.
So that is the use of the refresh button. So guys, that's all for today. So today
Yes, sir.
what we did, we understood the project management concept that the manager has to work under the limitations, which are
Yes,
called
sir.
constraints. We have to work under the greatest limitation of time. Then we have to work under the limitation of the money, which is called the cost. Then we have to work under the limitation of the resources. Then we have to complete the work, which is the scope, and achieve the satisfaction of the client, which is mentioned in the quality acceptance criteria section of the requirement document. So basically we have a set of tests which will be done at every milestone. And so that part of the product is okay. When all the parts of the products are okay, most probably the entire product will be also okay. So in the end, we do the integration testing. Okay. So when the product is okay, we get the last installment payment. So this is how the projects they work. This is how the money is received by the organization. So responsibility of the project manager is to plan the project in details after getting the complete requirement and sign off by the client that the requirement is complete and correct. Then you will create the prototypes, you will test the prototypes, you will show the design, review to the client, and you get a final design. Then you create a plan in Primavera and execute the project according to the planned values, which are called the baseline values. Right? then the project will meet the quality acceptance criteria. So today, let's say that initiating phase is done. Tomorrow we will work upon the planning and the execution phase of the project. So we will learn that how do we plan the schedule, how do we plan the resources, how do we apply the resources on the activities, and then day after tomorrow we will learn the execution and the monitoring, controlling phase and closing phase, right? So basically, I
Okay, sir.
divided the
Okay.
features of the Primavera according to the life cycle of the project, not according to the product. Because I'm not selling a product to you, but I'm teaching you to become project managers, right? This is how it will be used in the real life. I've seen many students, they come to me, they have done training from at least 2, 3 places. They say, we could not use the Primavera because in real life we got confused. Then I told them the secret is this, that you should learn according to the life cycle of the project, right? So you will learn all the features which are there, but according to the life cycle of the project, because life cycle, the project life cycle is something which you are going to control, and the project behaves like a wild.
Sir, can you see my screen, sir?
Yes, I can see your screen. Now you give me the remote control. Okay, so today we are going to start the planning phase. The initiating phase has been done. So basically, in the planning phase, the most important part is the scheduling. Scheduling means that you are creating the start and finish date for each and every activity. So you read this scheduling rules from 1 to 6. You read this.
Schedule is created by the calendar. Schedule is adjusted by critical path, non-working days like weekends and holidays. Schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead and lag time. Schedule is adjusted by date constraints. Schedule is adjusted by activity types, only Primavera. Schedule is adjusted by resource, labor and non-labor.
Yeah. So basically, man and machine, they have an effect on the schedule. Now, you will see that the first rule says schedule is created by the calendar.
Calendar.
In the rest of the rules, you will see adjusted. Now, what is the calendar? What is the utility of the calendar and why it came into existence? Why mankind created the calendar or invented the calendar? Do you have any idea about the calendars?
Like just to see the number of working days, number of non-working days.
No. The calendar, basically, in earlier times, if you know about the history of mankind, basically the earliest men, they were hunter-gatherers. You also know this fact, right? We have studied it in our schools.
Yes, sir.
So after that, the hunter-gatherer, actually the hunter-gatherer doesn't need the calendar.
Mm.
So hunter-gatherer will just, they will just gang up and they will go into the jungle and they will hunt some animals, and on the way they will collect some vegetable, fruits and herbs and shrubs and plants and for the eating, right? For the
Yes, sir.
food. Now, what happens that after some time, when mankind noted that the seeds which were discarded by them near their dwellings, they are growing into new plants and trees, and they are also providing them basically the fruits and all the useful things. So they thought that why not do it on a large scale, right? So mankind turned to the agriculture, and you must have noted that the major civilizations, they have developed near the river, right? So
Yes.
what is the reason they have developed near the river? Because the river is a source of the fresh water which is used for the agriculture, and mankind ensured a steady supply of food. Now, since mankind was more inclined to do the farming practices, so they brought the useful animals from the jungle into the farm. Instead of going and hunt them, you just breed them, right? So
Yes,
he
sir.
started to breed chickens, ducks, and the sheep, the goats, and the cows, buffaloes, and they tamed the horse for the movement, for the locomotion, and they tamed the wolf into the dog, which is today for guarding the farm. right? So the farming practices were started by mankind, right? So during the farming practices, the mankind then would observe the seasons. Then mankind came to know that a season repeats itself after 365 days. So they created a calendar for the seasons. So earliest calendars were designed to track the seasons, right? Whatever is that. So you know that a particular crop or a particular fruit is more available in a particular season because it grows well in that season. So it is more available in that season, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So due to the agricultural practices, the mankind started to track the seasons, and after some time, when the steady food supply was ensured, then the mankind developed culture, dance, music, performing arts, so, all those things they developed, and to track the cultural events, they further developed the calendar. So the next phase of the calendar was to track the cultural events. Then came the religion. So there are various civilizations, they created their own calendar. Like this calendar we are using, it is the Christian era calendar. So in which the 0 year is considered to be Lord Christ's birth, right? So that is why it is called the Christian era calendar. Similarly, the Hindus have their own calendar. Right now, it is running into the year 2079, right? And the Arabs, they have their own calendar, which is running into the year 1426, right? So different cultures, they created their own calendar to track their agriculture, culture, and their religious practices. So that's why we say that the schedule is created by calendar, because the schedule means a particular date. And when we talk about the calendar in a project, we don't only talk about the one date, we talk about the starting and the finish date of each and every activity. So that's why we say the schedule is created by calendar. Basically, what is the schedule? Schedule is the start and the finish date of every activity, right? And when you put the activities together into relation and you apply the lead and the lag, all this computation leads to the creation of the finish date of the project. So basically, the schedule of each and every activity and the sequenced activity, they contribute to the schedule of the project as well. So that's why we say schedule is created by calendar,
Okay.
right? Now, if you look at the rule number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they are all about adjustment. Adjustment means
Adjusted.
tuning to the real life, tuning to the real world, right? So now we will see that how the schedule is created by the calendar. How does the calendar work in creating the schedule? Okay. Now we will learn the planning by the schedule, but we will learn about the resource also. We will learn about the cost also. But first, it is very, very important we have a good grip on the schedule, because that is where most of the project managers, they fail to create the proper schedule, and they are not able to use the sophisticated features of the software because they do not understand the fundamentals, right? If you go according to the fundamentals, if you keep these 6 rules in mind, and of course, by doing them, they will be permanently in your memory. So we will learn each of the lessons. For each of the rules, we will create a lesson, we will create a project, and we will implement it and we will learn it. So now to create a project, first of all, we will select the portfolio inside which we want to create the project. And to create the project, it is very simple. We just click on the add button. So if you're in the project, it will create project. So this button is used to create. It can create project, activity, WBS, resource, reports, right? So this is the purpose of this button. So since we want our lessons to be created, the project lessons to be created under the learning and development, so that's why we place our cursor on the learning and development and click on the plus button, and it will trigger a project wizard, project creation wizard.
Okay.
So we click it. So after you clicked it, so you will see learning and development.
Yes, sir.
Then you click on the next. And then I will write the code, I mean the project ID. So it is like this, LSN-1. So this -1 has a special meaning for the Primavera. When you copy paste it, it will become -2, -3. Then you don't have to type. It will create a series. Now, the project name you write here, scheduling with calendar. Scheduling with every letter starting with the capital, every word starting with the capital letter, scheduling with calendar. DAR. Calendar spelling is DAR. Now, click on the next. So next, it is asking us a date. So normally, the trainer will say, oh, use the current date. No. you have to understand one thing, Krishnan, that
Yes, sir.
what to plan for the future. You should start planning as early as possible. If you know that a project is coming your way, start to plan early, even if you have the sketchy details, right? Because what
Yes, sir.
happens, the planning itself takes time. After you did the planning,
Mm.
you have to show it to the subject matter expert for the verification of the duration, relation, sequence,
Yes,
and
sir.
all other data that you've input. After that, you will apply the resources. Then you will get the resources. Basically, you will do the procurement process, internal and external. Procurement takes time. After you did the procurement, you have to do the mobilization. You have to mobilize the resources, let's say for 1 month, 2 months to the project site, right? So
Mm.
you must plan early. So let's use an future date. So you select here 1st of September 2025. So you scroll to the 24, I mean to 25. Scroll to the year 25. Yeah, click it and you take the year 25. Yeah, go into the year 25 and you select 1st of September, which is a Monday, and you use the up scroller to change the time to 8 a.m. 8 a.m. Correct. Now you click on the select button. So basically we have selected a future date. So, basically it is to sensitize you to the fact that you should start to plan early, because many people think they can plan today and they can execute the
Mm.
project tomorrow, which is not true at all.
Yes, sir.
Planning itself takes time. It has a verification process. It has a resource procurement process. It has a resource mobilization process. These are the three basic process that you have to do before you can actually start the project, right? So
Yes, sir.
without a properly verified plan, you could be landing in trouble. So basically, you should give the sufficient time for the planning so that you start with a very reliable plan, which will be a baseline plan. And one more thing, you should never enter this finish date. Let the finish date first be calculated by the
Mm.
Primavera from the critical path, and then you compress the critical path to meet your finish date. So many people, they make the mistake, they put this finish date and they are not able to understand that
Mm.
why the critical path is showing unnecessarily float, too much float, or it is showing some negative float. So don't do this. Don't use
Yes,
this.
sir.
It's not very much practicable. If you have a finish date told to you by your sponsor or your client, you write it on
Mm.
a sticky notepad and you paste it on the corner of the screen. And
Okay.
then after you have calculated, you have entered all your activity, you do schedule compression. So I'll
Yes, sir.
teach you that technique as well so that you can meet the target finish date. Okay. Now
Yes,
click
sir.
on the next. Now here it is saying this is the responsible manager, which is correct because
Yes, sir. Correct.
the same portfolio manager as the
Mm.
portfolio to which this project belongs, right?
Okay.
Okay, now you click on the next. Now assignment rate type is the standard, which is correct. Then you click on the next. So then this has been created. Now you click on the finish. Click on the finish. Okay. Now this project has been created. So after the project has been created, you will see a start date here, but not the finish date. The finish
Yes,
date
sir.
is done only when you enter at least one activity inside the project. Now let us examine the various details of the project. First of all, we can see in the general tab that this is the project ID. You can see
Mm.
this is the
Yes,
project.
sir.
So if you wish to change the project name, you can change it. If you wish to change the ID, you can change it. Okay. If you wish to change the responsible portfolio manager or
Mm.
the program manager, you can change it here, right? So after that, let us come to the next tab. The next tab is the dates.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the next tab is the dates. So you click on the dates tab. Click on the dates here on the dates tab. Okay. In the date, you can see the start date, right?
Yes, sir.
So basically, it's a project plan start date, which if you feel that during or after the planning, if you feel that we can start on a different date, you can change the start date, right? But
Okay.
the start date must be changed before you baseline. Okay.
Mm.
Before baselining the project, you should change the planned start date, and this is the data date. So the
Okay.
data date is a date which is basically the date till which the actual data has been captured and brought in into the Primavera.
Okay.
So how latest should be the data date? The data date should be as latest as today, right? When you execute the project and all the work which is done till a particular date, that should be updated into the Primavera. So then
Okay.
you can get a true picture of the baseline versus the actual. So basically data date is the date till which the actual working data has been work done data has been updated into the Primavera. That is that. So you know what happens in any project management software. So you have a planned data which is called baseline data. We have got baseline duration, baseline schedule, baseline resource units, and baseline cost. So you compare it with the actual duration, actual schedule, actual cost, and actual resource units. Right? You
Mhm.
compare and then you find the variance.
Okay.
Now, then you look at the defaults. In the default, you will see that a particular calendar has been assigned by which this project's activities will be scheduled. So this is the corporate calendar, corporate standard full-time. Now this corporate standard full-time calendar is having a 5-day week pattern, right? It has a working pattern from Monday to Friday. In this calendar, Saturday and Sunday are off day. So where does this calendar come from? Actually, it comes as the default data. So Primavera, when you install it, it's not totally blank. As you can see, there are a lot of sample projects. So there are lots of these sample resources and there are a lot of sample data is there. So this is a sort of a sample calendar which is inbuilt into the Primavera. Since it has been marked as a default, so it gets applied onto the project because this has been marked as a default calendar in the Primavera. Okay.
Okay.
So in the beginning, so any default calendar will be applied onto the project because a project cannot be created without any governing calendar, without any scheduling calendar. A project must have a scheduling calendar or the default calendar applied on it. So this one is applied because this one is already inbuilt into the Primavera at the time of the creation of the project. So it gets applied, right?
Okay.
Now, what is the duration type? So the duration type, you can select the number 2. Just click here. This is useful when you are handling the resources. So you select here fixed duration and units per time. Okay, fine. Now, after this, you open the project, you right click and you select the option open project. So once you open the project, you come into the activities tab. So you can see this is the activities tab. You are looking at the activities column. Now to see the column completely, first of all, you click on the table button so that you are seeing only the columns. And since at this point of time, you don't want to see the details, so you can switch off the details by clicking on this no bottom layout, right? Okay, now let me tell you something about the columns because there are certain columns we don't need right now. Scheduling percentage complete, we don't need. We don't need the remaining duration column.
Remaining duration.
So these columns are not useful in the planning, but they are useful in the execution phase,
Yes,
right?
sir.
So when we complete the planning and when we move into the execution, we may reinsert this column. But for the time being, we remove these two columns, we will insert two different columns, right? So as to help in the planning. Now to
Okay.
configure the column, so I believe you know that how to do it. You just
Yes,
have
sir.
to right click somewhere around here or here. Now you select the column option.
Column.
Okay. So after you get the column toolbox, so what you need to do next is to basically make it a little bit bigger. So how do you do it? You just drag it from the corner at the angle of 45 degree, right?
Yes, sir.
So now you set the font here, set the Vardhana regular 9. So that's easy for you to read the text. Now click on the OK.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you select, no, you get back into the tool. No, sorry. Actually, I was asking to click you OK, asking you to click the OK on the font box,
Okay. Yes, sir.
not on this. So you you go and set the font again. Okay. Okay, on the font box only here. That's it. Okay. Now we have to remove two columns. So you remove the remaining duration, send it back, and then you select schedule percentage complete and send it back.
Yes,
okay. Now you close this. Okay. Now we have to insert new column. Now the new column should be inserted after the finish. So we place our cursor on the finish. So when we insert, it comes after the finish. Now I want to insert a column, but I don't know in which group the column would be available. So I can find it. So in the Primavera, you can find I want to insert the calendar column. So I click on this triangle and it will get me the find option. You select the find and you type here, find what? You type here Calen, C-A-L-E-N in small letters. You don't have to type the full spelling because if you are trying to type the full spelling and if you make a mistake, so you won't be able to find it, right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Because it's not like the Google search. It doesn't have the fuzzy logic. So basically it's trying to make an exact match. So it is use less characters.
Okay.
Now click on the find. Now, actually, I had asked you to type the word Calen, C-A-L-E-N. Just two more characters, it will be making it more matching. Now click on the find next. Okay, now
Calendars.
Right? Okay, now you just close this box by clicking on the cancel. Okay, so after that, you click on the select button. So this thing goes to the right side. This is the calendar column. Then you click on the general. And you close this box also. Okay, so after the calendar, so you got to insert, there is another column. What you need is predecessor detail. Now I don't know where it is, so I can find it. So you get the find box and then you type here PRED. No, PRED. PRED, right? So you click on the find and you close this box first. So what we need is the predecessor detail, which we have found. And then you click on the selection. Yes, that's in the correct order. Now click on the OK button to apply these columns. Now these columns have been applied. You can see that these columns have come here. Now we are going to create activities. So you create 14 activities by clicking on this button 14 times. So you count and click on this button 14. Okay, now you click enter on the last one. Click enter on the last one. Okay. Now you can see that after the data has been inserted, so you can see that data versus the size of the column that need to be adjusted. So you can use a wisdom like this. So activity ID column. So let me show it to you. We can reduce that because it has got extra space. Original duration has got extra space. We can reduce that. But the start and finish column, they need to be expanded. So what we do, just like in Excel, we use the double click trick like this. So if you do the double click on the edge of the column, it expands itself. Now you got to put some white space also, right? Because if you don't put the white space, then the data will be indistinguishable. So to distinguish the data, we put some white space and so that we are optimizing. So we have to work within the limited size of the screen. At the same time, we make sure that the data is not, adjacent data is not confusing. It doesn't entangle. Now, after this, so after these are visible clearly, then we switch on the Gantt chart. So you click on the Gantt button on the top. So after that, you get the Gantt chart, but on the Gantt chart, you will notice that the year is far, far behind, right? So our data is in the year 2025, and this is showing you the 2011. So we don't have to scroll. Basically, in the Primavera, there is a hidden feature which does not have a button, and rarely it is known to the people. If you click exactly in front of an activity. Suppose if I double click, at this point, at the tip of the arrow, the activities timeline will be brought here.
Okay.
It will be automatically brought here by Primavera. Just go ahead and do the double click. So it will come exactly at the spot, right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Then you can see that there is a red line. So this red line is the project tracking data. We don't need it right now, so you can switch it off. So now you will see that there's a connection. Now this is something which is very interesting. So if you double click here, so it will shift here. Double click on this place. You see that?
Yes,
It
sir.
is right. And there is one more way to shift that. If you want to shift, suppose it's here, and from here you want to bring it here. So you can grab it from the first layer. Do you see a hand
Yes,
cursor?
sir. Yes, sir.
See, this is called the time scale, and it has got two layers. So
Okay.
you bring it onto the first layer, it will turn into a hand, then you can grab it. So
Okay.
this is for the grabbing purpose, like this,
Yes, sir.
right? So you can grab it and you can bring it here. Just do this exercise like this, okay?
Yes, sir.
Can you do this exercise left,
Yes,
right,
sir.
to 20 times?
Yes, sir.
Grab the first layer and do this exercise. Yeah. So that you feel very much familiar with it later. And try to do it in a straight line and make sure I will show you, I will give you the guideline. See, the guideline should be here. Exactly, suppose this is the railway track. So you do
Okay.
it on this line. Do the left-right exercise on this line only. So to give yourself a very steady hand. Okay, fine. Now you place it very much adjacent to the divider bar. Now this is the divider bar. So this is the way you can get it and you can fine tune the placement. Now, let me first help you identify the parts of the Gantt chart. Let me increase the size. Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
that you can understand that what are the various parts of the Gantt chart. So I think we can give it a little bit more space, the table, so that you can see the name of the calendar. So since you have done a lot of changes here, so it will be useful to save the layout also, right? So to save the layout, you click here, save layout as, and then you write here, activities layout by, then you write your name, right? Because we are in the activities. Activities layout by, then you write your name. So why I'm asking you to write your name? Because in the future, your layouts will be shared by you. So it will go to various places. So when your layout goes to various places, people can identify that who created this layout.
Okay.
So this layout can be used by the other people. It can be exported like a file. It can be sent by via mail, via
Okay.
WhatsApp. Okay. So your name will go with that file. And click on the save. Now this layout is saved and applied. Do you see this?
Yes, sir.
So this is the layout which is currently controlling the display on the screen, right? The way the data is being displayed. Now let us try to identify that what are the parts of the Gantt chart. So can you tell me that what is this line representing?
Progress line, sir.
By this line?
Progress line, sir.
So basically this is not the progress line, but this is the project start date.
Okay.
This is the project start date line. So you can see that all the activities are starting from there. Now you tell me that what is this? What are these blue lines or blue bars?
Like activities bar, sir.
Yeah, so these are activity timeline or activities because there are many activities, right?
Yes, sir.
Activity timelines. Okay, now look at this. What is this? What is this black line or black bar?
I
It
have
is
no idea, sir.
representing the project timeline. So project
Okay.
timeline will be one, right? Activity timelines will be many. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now you tell me that what is this thing on the top?
Like
This is like a
there
scale.
is
It is used for measuring the time. So that's why it is called a time scale.
okay.
Scale for measuring the time scale,
Time scale. Okay.
right? Just like we have scale showing us inches or centimeters, millimeters. So this is the time scale, which is showing us the units of time. So there are two units of time right now. One is the week and another is the day. You can see 22, 29.
Yes, sir.
So there is a gap of 7 days. It is
7 days.
depicting the week in the first layer. In the second layer, it is showing you the individual days, which are represented by MTW. So these are showing you the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, like that. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Now we are going to understand the that units of time, but what are the various units of time and how do they work? Okay. So we will go into our whiteboard. So let's go into the whiteboard. So read the time scale. That what are the time scales?
Years, quarters, months, weeks, days, hours, and minutes.
Yeah. So basically, these are the various time scale. And again, is the quarter, what is mentioned here? Quarter.
Display only.
Because the quarters are fixed. So basically, in a year, there are 4 quarters. So quarter is consisting of, quarter means 1/4. So out of the 12 months, so quarter is a collection of 3 months, because 3 months is the 1/4 of the 12 months, right?
12 months.
So the
Yes, sir.
quarter in a year are like starting from the January to March, then April, May, June. Then after that, the third quarter will be July, August, September. Then the last quarter is consisting of October, November, December, right? So quarters are display only, they cannot be entered by the user. So when you expand or contract the time scale, so you might be seeing some quarters, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is the entry letter for the time units? So this is basically, I would say that actually this is time units.
Okay.
Now, entry letter. So you read this. What is the entry letter if you want to enter these units? Like Y for
For years, Y for years, MO for months, W for weeks, D for days, H for hours, and M for minutes.
yeah. So you just remember that
Yes, sir.
these are the units which can be entered in the Primavera in the duration column.
Okay.
Right? Y, MO, W, D, H, M. So the smallest unit of time that you can enter in the duration column is the minutes, and the largest unit of time which you can mention is the years, right? So these are the shortcuts. These are the entry letters which you can suffix with a number to denote the units of time, and you can specify these units, right? Okay,
Yes, sir.
so just keep this in mind. Now we will understand the time scale. To understand the time scale, let us do this thing. Let us first of all, contract it to the maximum to show you the maximum units of time. You click on this button repeatedly till the time scale is shrunk. Totally shrunk. Okay, now it is going? No longer.
No, sir.
So it means that is, have you seen that the time scale has become big, but
Yes,
whereas
sir.
then the activity has become very, very small
Very
as
small.
the time scale, because we have zoomed out, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now the thing is that when we zoom out, basically the time scale is the large. So what is the combination of the time units here? See, look at the
Year and quarter, sir.
Yes, year and quarter. So year is there in the first layer and the quarter is there
Quarters
in
in the second layer.
second layer, right? So
Yes, sir.
basically, this time scale is not fixed. As you have seen, it is flexible.
Yes, sir.
Now, how does it expand? That we will see step by step, right?
Okay.
Now to see it step by step, let's do the first step. First of all, you click on the plus the zoom button once. Click on it once. Okay, so when you clicked on it once, see it is year is still there, but
Sir.
the second layer, what happened? Did you know? No,
Months, instead of quarters, it can't into months,
yes.
sir.
So when you expand the quarter, so the quarter expands to reveal the months, right? Is
Yes,
this
sir.
clear?
Yes, sir.
So when you expand the quarter, then it starts to reveal the months, right?
Months.
So the quarter gets expanded into the months. Now you expand it once more. So now what happened on the top?
Again, it shows about the quarters, sir. Quarters and months, sir.
Actually, on the first layer, it was year.
Yes, sir.
So when you expand the year, it starts to reveal the quarter inside the year.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So the year expanded to reveal the quarter. Months are still there on the lower side, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you click on the zoom button once more. Now, what did you note? Now, what happened on the first layer?
Yes, sir. Months,
What
months
was
and
there
years, sir.
earlier? What was there earlier in the first layer?
Quarter, sir.
Quarter. So when you expand the quarter, you reveal the year,
Yes, sir.
right? So what was there in the lower level? Earlier, it was the months. So
Now,
when you expand the month, it is starting to show you the weeks.
yes, sir.
Look careful. This is week.
Hmm.
You see that all these are
Yes, sir.
the week, which is Monday. So
Okay.
do you remember that 1st of the September is a Monday?
Yes, sir.
So all these are Mondays actually, because we have told the Primavera that the first day of the week is designated as Mondays. It should
Monday.
be the Monday as the first day of the week. So when it is showing you the week, so it will show you not the Sunday, but the Monday. So all these dates are Mondays, right?
Yes, sir.
Now you click on the plus button once more. So if you click on the plus button once more, then what happened on the top?
It is like month and
No, it is now week. From the
yes, a
month,
week. Okay,
the month
week.
has expanded to show you the week,
Week.
and
Okay.
the week has expanded to show you the day.
Okay.
These are individual day. Earlier it was week below, so the week has gone to the
Yes, sir.
and now the week has expanded to show you the days inside the week, right? You see that
Days. Okay.
Monday, Tuesday,
Yes,
Wednesday,
sir.
Friday, Saturday. Now you can see the days. So individual days are being depicted here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you click on the plus button once more. So once you click on the plus button, it is still showing you
Week and the
the
days.
days, but instead of the single letter, it is showing you the week name by the triple letter.
Mm.
MON instead of M, right? Like this.
Yes.
Okay. Now click on the plus button. So now you can see the days and it is showing you 00. Basically, it is showing you that it's an entire day. But it will be better if you go to the next one. If you click on the zoom in. So now you can see the entire day in the format of 24 hours. So let's do this
Okay.
thing. Let's go to the 1st of the September. It will be easier for us to understand that what
Mm.
is the meaning of the whole thing. Now let me do the marking, right? So
Yes,
let
sir.
me mark. Do you see this rectangle?
Yes, sir.
So in this rectangle, what is the duration end to end? So end to end from starting, it is like 24 hours. So it is
24 hours, sir. Yes.
24 on the hours of the day. So the first hour of the day is 0. Why it is 0? You just imagine there is a digital clock. 24 on the hours format digital clock. So you tell me, so this 24 hours digital clock, 24 hours format, digital
Okay.
clock, what it is going to show at the midnight? What will be on the display? Think of it. How it will represent the time at midnight, exactly at midnight.
00, sir.
Correct. 00 for the hour, 00 for the minute,
For the minutes.
and
Yes, sir.
00 for the second, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what it is going to show just 1 second before the midnight, how it's going to look?
23:59.
23:59 and 59.
Yes, sir.
Say it's 59, and once again there will be 59.
59.
Right? Because once it adds 1 second, it will become 60 second, but 60 second is never displayed. Basically, 60 second means the next unit of time.
Yes, sir.
If it is 60 second, it is 1 minute. If it is 60 minute, it is the 1 hour. Now, how it is going to display after the midnight? So after the midnight, it's going to display like this, right?
Yes, sir.
It will show you the 1 second, then 2 seconds. When 60 seconds are completed, then 1 minute.
1 minute.
When 60 minutes are completed, then you will get 1 a.m., right? That's why
Yes,
the
sir.
first hour of the day is called 0 hour. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
The first hour of the day is called the 0.
0.
So you can see this. Now, what is this line? This is the start of the business hour.
Okay.
So if you look at this, this is the start of the business hour. This is the end of the business hour. So how many man hours are there in this? 8 man.
8 hours.
8 man hours.
8 man hours.
Now, what is the starting time of the business?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. So I write here, the starting time of the business is 8 a.m. And what is the ending time of the business?
3 o'clock.
No, it is 4 o'clock. You look carefully. It is just at the beginning of 16.
Okay.
16 means 4 p.m. So
Okay.
the 4 p.m. is the finishing time. It is ending time is the 4 p.m. Look again carefully. 15,
Yes, sir.
if you go to the end of the 15, you get 16. The beginning of 16, so exactly when 4 p.m. happens, so the business hours end.
Yes, sir.
And do you see any break time during the day?
No, sir.
White area, do you see any break time? No, there is no break time.
No.
This is the work culture. So the boss says that you come early and go early, don't take any break. So that is the work culture, but we can make a better calendar here. So basically, this is the time which is called the work time. So this is the work time, right?
Yes, sir.
And the time which is not used by the business. So this time which is not used. So this time is called the non-work time.
Okay.
This is called the non-work time, right? Is this
Yeah.
clear?
Yes, sir.
So this is the dissection of the 24 hours. Out of the 24 hours, 8 man hours are used. And this blue line is used to represent the start of the business and the end of the business. Basically, the total duration of the business hour is represented by the white area. Right?
Yes, sir.
So this is how this is the utilization of the business time within the range of 24 hours. So that's why the first hour of the day is called 0 hour. You can see that.
Yes, sir.
You can see that it is 0.
Yes, sir.
Because the 1 hour has not yet completed. So when 60 minutes are elapsed, only then 1 a.m. happens. So you will see 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. So basically this is in the 24 hours format. And the end of the 23rd hour, this is the 24th hour. And
Yes,
the 24th hour is also the 0, the beginning of the 0 hour of the new day, right? Next day, right? But the 24 is not mentioned, but the 0 is mentioned. So you can see at the end of the 23 is 24, right? This is how the dissection of the day happens. Now we will see that what is the structure of the calendar which is creating this kind of a working pattern, right? Basically, I told you that the schedule is created by calendar, right?
Calendar, yes, sir.
Schedule is created by the calendar. So we will go inside the calendar structure and to see that how the structure of the calendar is creating such kind of a schedule. So we will get inside the calendar by clicking on the calendar button. So this is the calendar button. So you click it. So you can see that this is the calendar toolbox. There are three categories of the calendar global. Global means which is useful for all, visible to all. So
Okay.
everybody within the organization can see the global, right? And then there is another category of the calendar, which is called the resource calendar. You click here. Okay, now resource calendar is the calendar which is used by a particular resource. So I will show it to you. Suppose this is the guy, Frank Shu. He works 3 days in a week. He works on the Monday, Tuesday, and the Wednesday. Okay. So he will require a different calendar because the organizational calendar won't work for him. So now you click on the used by button. Click on this used by. You will come to know who is using this calendar. You will see that there is only one name, right? Do you see this
Okay.
icon?
Yes, sir.
So this icon is the resource icon. So this resource name is Frank Shu. So Frank Shu, this is the exclusive calendar of Frank Shu. That's why it is called a resource calendar. This is used by Frank Shu only. Now click on the close. Now there is another category of the calendar, which is the project calendar.
Project.
So you select this. Right now it will be empty because you have not created a project calendar. Now why this third category of the calendar is there? Suppose if you have a project which is working on very odd schedule. Suppose it is working during the night from 12 a.m. till 8 a.m. So since the timing is so odd, the calendar which you create for this project will not be useful for any other project. So in
Okay.
this case, what you do, you put this calendar into the project category so that it is not visible to all. So we will not keep it under the global because we don't want to clutter the global category.
Okay.
In the global category, we will put only those calendars which are useful for multiple projects, right?
Okay.
So if you create a calendar under the project category, it will be visible to you only. But in the future, if some other feel that they can use this calendar, then you can send it to the global category. Do you see this button here?
Yes, sir. To global.
To global. Means that you push this calendar into the global category so that it can be used by the other people within the organization, right?
Okay. Okay, sir.
Now, let us come to the global. So in the global, you can see that there is the corporate calendar.
Yes, sir.
This corporate calendar is marked as the default. Why? Because this is useful in majority of the projects. That
Okay.
is why it has been marked as the default calendar. So that whenever a new project is created, it will be applied on the new project by default.
Okay.
Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, let's have a look at this used by. So who is using this calendar? You click on the used by. So if you click on the used by, so you can see a list of the projects that are using this calendar, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you scroll down, you click on the scroller and go to the bottom of the list. Do you
Yes, sir.
see the name of the current project that you're doing?
Yes, sir. Scheduling with calendar.
Yeah, scheduling with calendar. This project is also using this calendar. So that's why its
Okay.
name appears here. So
Okay.
it means that in the global category, you should keep only those calendars which are useful for a large number of projects, right?
Okay.
Okay. That is the
Okay.
now click on the close button.
Sir, I have a small doubt, sir. In
Yes.
for corporate standard full-time calendar, we'll be using like Monday to Friday. What if that company is working by Monday to Saturday? Like we can rearrange the number of days.
Exactly good question. First, we will study this calendar, then we will create our own
Okay.
calendar.
Okay.
First, we study that what does the existing calendar look like?
Yes, sir.
Once we have understood the structure of the existing calendar, then we will write the specification for our own calendar
Okay.
and we will use that calendar. We will make it the default and we will
Okay.
use it, right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
It is better to first study the existing structure so that you get an idea that
Yes, sir.
how the calendar can be created.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay, now to study the inside of this calendar, we click on the modify button. So we will not modify, but we will see, understand and come out. Okay, now we are going to go to the time periods, that how the definition of the time period is made in this organization. See, in every organization all over the world, the man hours will be 8.
8 hours.
The working day, one man day is equal to 8 man hours. So let me write this thing, because this is a universal standard.
Okay.
One man day is equal to 8 man hours. Just keep this fact in mind.
Yes, sir.
We say day. When we say day, it means the clock day. Clock day is consisting of 24 hours. One man day means the amount of the day which is worked by the man.
Okay.
A man cannot work 24 hours. So what is the one man day? 8 man
8
hours.
man hours.
Right? So we can generate 2 man days in one day. How? If we make 2 people work in parallel, we say that 2 man days of the work has been generated. So we measure the work in terms of man days or man hours. Right?
Okay.
Okay. Now we come to the next. The next thing is that if you look here, man hours per week, because why it is 40? Because this organization is having a policy of 5 days a week.
5 days.
So that's why it is 8 multiplied by 5 is equal to 40 man hours per week. Now it says there is 172 man hours per month. So if you want to find out the number of the man days, so you divide 172 by 8. Use your calculator. Okay.
21.5, sir.
So 21.5 man days. So basically the work culture in this organization is that in a month, they expect a person to work 21 full man day and 1 half man day.
Half a day.
For 4 hours any one day. So they will work, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how many man days do they expect a person to work throughout the year? You divide 2000 by 8 and you will come to know.
250, sir.
250, just imagine. So what is 365? Because there are total 365 days in a calendar. So
Yes, sir.
365 minus 250, how much is that?
115, sir.
115, right? So 115 is the number of the non-work days.
Non-working days. Okay.
In this organization. Okay.
Okay.
So that is the work culture. Now we just cancel here. And then we will look that which are the work days, which are the non-work days. You click on the work week. Now, if you click on the work week, this is a template. It is a template which is provided in the Primavera to set a particular weekday as on and off, right? If you want to set a weekday as off, so basically what do you do? So in the template, you put 0. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Saturday and Sunday are 0.
0.
So they become the non-work day, and rest of the work days are Monday to Friday. So in the Monday to Friday, you will see in the template, it is 8.
Yes, sir.
Right? So it means that 8 is on and 0 is off. Right? Okay?
Yes, sir.
So is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So basically, this is a template. Now, once you set this template, this is perpetually applicable. Perpetually means that how long a Primavera can calculate. I think this can go to thousands of years because it's a software, right? Software inside a very powerful, CPU is there, operating system. So this is a computer. So computers, they can calculate the calendars, say thousands of years forwards or backwards, right? You can see back in time that many thousands years ago, what was the day and date in a particular year? And if you want to look into the future, say 30 years, 40 years, 100 years, you can go to a particular year and you can see the calendar for that year, right? So basically, the software can do it, right? So basically, this is a perpetual setting. If you set it here, so this becomes a perpetual pattern, right? The calendar will be created according to this pattern. Now we click on the cancel button here. Okay, so after you clicked on the cancel, then you click on the cancel once again and click on the yes, because we were here to look and not to change anything. Then you click on the button. Okay. Now we will create our own calendar. First, we will go into the specification, right? So basically keep in mind that there are two terms used in the project management. So working time is the weekday, non-working time is the regular weekend. The regular weekend is the weekend which occurs every week. Like in a 5 days company, the regular weekend will be Saturday and Sunday. And in a 6 days a week organization, there can be a monthly weekend also, right?
Okay.
There are certain organization which are 6 days a week, but once every month they provide an extra weekend, right?
Okay.
So that weekend is called the monthly weekend because it occurs once in a month. Okay. So
Yes.
is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, great. Now, this is the specification of Indian Standard Time Calendar. Read this.
6 days week, Monday to Saturday, 8 man hours working day, 48 man hours working week, 192 man hours working month. 2304 plus 40 man hours working year. Shift details: first shift 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., 4 man hours. Lunchtime 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., 1 hour. Second shift 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., 4 man hours.
Okay, holidays are declared by the company, right?
Company, sir.
Okay, now if you look at the lunchtime, it says 1 hour. It is not man hour, right?
Yes, sir.
Why it is not man hour? Because man does not work during this
Work.
1 hour. That is why it is called 1 hour.
Okay.
So basically, man hours are those hours in which a man works. So basically, this person is basically coming at 9 and going at 6 p.m., which is 9 hours, but out of which he makes a contribution of the work for 8 man hours.
Yes.
Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we are going to understand that why is it 2304 plus 40? See, basically, if you multiply 192 by 12, how much you get? If you multiply 192, so
2304,
you
sir.
get 12 months. So if you multiply 192 by 12, you get 2304.
2304.
And why this is 40? It is extra. See, I had showed you yesterday that there are 5 months in a year which have got a fifth working Saturday, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
If you look at the month of the August, so how many Saturdays you see?
5.
5. So similarly, if you scroll through any 1 year, there will be 5 months every year. So they could be different months every year, but there will be 5 months, right?
Yes, sir.
So there will be 5 months every year. So those 5 months will have the fifth Saturday as well. If there are 5 extra Saturdays in a year, we have to accommodate them also for the entire duration of the working year, just like we adjust a leap year. In the leap
Okay.
year, the month of the February is given 29 days. Why? Do you know that? See, basically the year is when one revolution of Earth is completed around the sun. But mankind has detected using the instruments that Earth is not taking exactly 365 days, but 365 and a quarter day. So they don't want to put the quarter day into the calendar and confuse people that in the quarter day, the morning will happen, then what happens after 6 hours, it will be night. Is that possible? That is not possible. So
Yes.
what we have done that we have accumulated this quarter day for 4 years, and in the leap year, we added into the month of the February.
Okay.
Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So the month of the February becomes 29 days.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you will notice the leap year is also completely divisible by 4. So this year is the leap year. So you divide 24 by 4. How much you get? You get a 6 round number.
Yes, sir.
Right? So the next leap year will be 28. If you divide 28 by 4, so you will get 7, a round number. But if
Yes,
you
sir.
divide any non-leap year by 4, then you will not get a round number, right? Is this
Yes,
clear?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So the leap year is basically also used for hosting the Olympic Games also. You will see, basically the Olympics were held in 2000, 2004, 2008, 2012. Then 2016, all the leap years are hosting the Olympic Games, right? Okay, now coming back to the main point. So this is the structure of the calendar, which is which we are going to create. It is the Indian Standard Time calendar. So we have written down the specification. So we keep the specification in mind. Then we go ahead and create the calendar. And if you forget the specification, we come back here to read it and then continue to create.
Okay, sir.
Now, to create the calendar, we will go into the P6. Click here on the P6. So we go into the Primavera. Click this. Now, let me help you. Okay, just a moment. I'll just tell you, you can press Alt Tab and you can see that what's running on your screen. So basically you can close this. Okay, Primavera Notes Excel. So you can switch over to the P6. Just a moment, Alt Tab. So this is the P6. Okay, now to create the new calendar, so what do? We go into the calendar tool. So you click here on the calendar tool. Now, to create a new calendar, we click on the add button. So after you click on the add button, you will see it says select a calendar to copy from. Now, why does it say? Because Primavera wants you to save on time and travel. Because if you create a copy and if you modify that copy, it will save you a lot of time. You don't have to create a calendar from scratch, but you should be wise in selecting a calendar. So to copy from, right? So we select the nearest matching calendar. So right now my nearest matching calendar is the corporate calendar. So it is a 5-day week calendar and I can easily convert it into 6 days a week.
6 days.
Right? So you select the corporate and then you click on the select button here. So once you click on the select button, you will see that a copy has been created. So you can rename the copy as IST. So you go into the name column and you type here IST and you press enter. So once you press enter, you will see that this calendar is now sorted by name. Now, since we want this calendar to be used in the future projects, any new project created will have this as a default. So you can mark this as a default here. So by clicking on the checkbox. Now, default means convenience. So if you create any project in the future, so this calendar will be applied automatically. So we assume that majority of the projects would prefer to use this calendar. That is the idea. Now we are going to modify this calendar to become Indian Standard Time calendar. Now click on the modify button here. And first of all, we will work upon the time period. So you come to the time periods here. So time period C, for every day it will be 8, but for the week, the definition in this particular organization is 48 man hours. So the working week is 48 man hours. So you change it to the 48. No, you have to.
Sorry, sir.
Now the working month will be 192. You make it 48 and press, you click here. Click here to go to the next cell. Yeah, the working man hours per month is 192. So you backspace it and you type here 192. And the working man hours per year is, how much is that?
230. 2344, sir.
Yes, because we are adjusting the 5 extra Saturdays also, right? Yes. Because every month has got 4 Saturdays, but there are 5 exceptional months in which a 5th Saturday is there. So the total man hours for all the Saturdays will be 2344. So 12 plus 4, okay, 12 plus 5, how much is that? 17.
17.
Okay, so basically in a year, there are 17 Saturdays.
Yes, sir.
Working. Now click on the OK. Now we are going to set the on and off days for the week. So click on the work week. Since this is a 6 days a week organization, so definitely Saturday would be
Saturday.
with 8 hours, 8 man hours, right? And then you click on the OK. Okay, fine. So this is the work week. Now, after that, we are going to set the breakup of the 8 hours. Go to the detail. Basically, what it means is that how the 8 hours is to be used. Every day is having 8 hours, but the timing has to be according to the work time. If you look at the Monday, does it look like your organization work time? No. Basically,
No, sir.
organization work time is starting from 9. Let's have a
9.
fresh look at this.
9
See,
a.m. to 1 p.m.
9 a.m. to 1 p.m., then 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. should be a break, then 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., right? So it should be like this. So we want to make this pattern. Okay, now this, if you look at this, basically in this template, the 1 hour is broken down into 30 minutes,
30 minutes.
right? So basically it is 0 to 30, 30 to 60. Why? Because in the Primavera, if you want to specify the starting time like 7, 7:30, 8 or 8:30, then you can use this. If you want to specify the closing time like 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, that's why the 1 hour is broken down into slabs of 30 minutes each, right? Now, to set the work week, so we will go to the, first we will click here, detailed work week, and then we'll set the detail by clicking on the work week. Okay. Now you can see that the work weeks are basically, I mean, the work days are 6. So you will select from Monday to Saturday here. Select here Monday to Saturday. No, you can select at once. I'll show you the technique. See,
Yes, sir.
first of all, you know what you do? You select the Monday, then you
Okay.
press the shift button, then you click
Okay.
on the Saturday like this.
Okay,
So
okay,
just
sir.
do it. Press the shift button, then click on the set. No, don't drag it. See this, man. It's a very simple thing. First, you press the shift button, then click directly on the Saturday.
Okay, okay,
You don't have to drag it.
okay, sir.
It will all get selected in one shot.
Yes, sir.
Yes, like that. Now, this is something which works in the Excel also. Those who use Excel, they know this. It works here also in the same way. Okay, now let us set the timing for the individual day. So basically the 8 a.m. will be non-work. So how do you set it as the non-work? First you select the 30 minutes, then you mark it as non-work, then you select the next 30 minutes, non-work. So the entire 8 a.m., this 1 hour is non-work, right?
Non-work. Okay.
And then what is the break time? The break time is 1 p.m.
1.
So where
Yes,
is
sir.
the 1 p.m.? So
13.
1 p.m. is basically the 13th. So entire 1 p.m. will be non-work. Select here, it will be non-work. Okay, fine. Now then we go to the 14 hours. So no, this is, yeah. So this is 4 p.m. and 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. This will be work. So what do? You select this and click on the work. Then you select this and also click on the work. Then you select this and click on the work, select this and click on the work. Okay. So this will be totally the working time, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
After that, you click on the OK. So you can see that this is set for all the 6 days, but you must cross check, always check, because if you make a mistake in the scheduling, it will be immediately visible. See
Okay.
this, is this correct? Look at the structure of Monday. Is this
Yes, sir.
correct or not? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now you select the Tuesday and check the structure. So is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, we mark it as tick mark. Then you go to the Wednesday. Is this correct?
Yes, sir. Correct, sir.
Oh, just a moment. Wednesday, tick mark is here. Then you check the Thursday.
Yes, sir.
Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Now you check the Friday. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Now you check the Saturday. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So basically, this is the structure of each day. So all the 6 days are correct. You can check the Sunday also. Check the Sunday. So Sunday is also correct because all the hours are being shown as non-work. Right?
Non-work.
which is correct for the Sunday. Now, this is a perpetual setting. This pattern is replicated over all the weeks perpetually,
Okay.
right? So I have no idea that basically it is beyond our lifetimes. So which is sufficiently good to cover any of the projects that we might do in the future, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, after this, to, to save this calendar, we click on the OK button. Now this calendar has been created. It is now saved in the system. Click on the close button. Okay. Now we are going to use this calendar. Before use this calendar, let us save the, let us bring the time scale back to the normal looks. So you continue to shrink till you get weeks and days. Zoom out once more, stop. Now we are going to adjust the screen. To adjust the screen, I bring the divider bar here so that I can see the name of the calendar like this. This calendar column is fully visible. Then I bring the task here. Then I save on the layout. So if you are making a major change in the layout, you update the layout. This is the button to save the layout in the existing layout name.
Okay.
Okay. So we have saved the layout. Now let us come to the project because the calendar that we have created, it will not be applied by default. It has to be applied, right? So you can see that the corporate calendar is applied right now. That's why all the activities previously we did was created with the corporate calendar, right? Okay. Now you select the IST and click on the selection. So if you click on the selection button, you will see the IST. Now what happens is that when you select the IST, that doesn't mean that the previous activity will be updated. No. This calendar will be applicable on the new activities
New calendar
from this point onwards, right? Now, after we have applied the IST calendar, we have changed it for the project. We go to the activities. Now, you click on the add button to create a new one and you press enter. So once you press enter, you will see that this activity, 6-day week activity, is starting on Monday and finishing on the Saturday itself. It is not going to the next week. It is not going to the next week because this calendar provides the opportunity to work 6 days. Okay. Okay. Now, let us look at the timing. Do you see the timing is 8
It's
a.m.?
8 to 6.
But in the calendar, what was the timing?
9.
9. Then why it is picking 8? Now, let me tell you something about the Primavera. So in the Primavera, the starting time is usually not picked up from the calendar, but it is picked up from the starting time of the project. So you remember that when you had mentioned the start date of the project, you had mentioned the starting time as 8 a.m., right?
Yes, sir.
So basically the starting time of every activity will be picked up from the timing of the calendar, but the structure of the activity will be taken from the calendar. So we have to fix this thing. So we want all the activities to start from 9 a.m. That will be good. So what we need to do, we need to fix the time of the project, starting time of the project, right? Okay, now let us delete this activity by clicking on the delete. That is the delete. Okay. Okay, now we will go to the project default. Come to the project. We will go into the project default. In the project day default, we go into the dates tab. In the date, so what you do, you select the planned start date and you just update the timing to 9 a.m. So you use the up scroller. It goes to 9 a.m. Then you click on the select button. Now you come back to the activities tab. In the activities tab, now you add a new activity. Click on the add and
9 a.m. to
press
6 a.m.
enter. If you press enter, so you will see that it is showing you 9 a.m., right?
Yes, sir.
9 a.m. to 6 p.m., which is now correct. So basically keep in mind the starting time will be picked up from the starting time of the project and not necessarily from the calendar. Okay,
Yes,
fine. Now let us do this thing. Let us create a new activity here. You click here on the plus button here. On the plus button, now you in the new activity, you give a duration of 4 hours, 4H. In the duration column, no. Go into the duration column. I'm marking that with the arrow. No? Just look at where I'm pointing with the arrow. 4H. Small h. Always use small letter. I told you, use small letters. I didn't show you capital letters. And press enter. Now, if you create an activity of 4 hours, so look at the finish time. Do you see what is the finish time here?
1 p.m. sir.
1 p.m., right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now click on the add button once again. And now you enter the duration as 5 hours, 5H. Now, if you enter here 5 hours, so then what is the finish time?
3 p.m.
Why is it 3 p.m. and why not 2?
Like we are having the lunch break now, sir.
Yes, correct. Because the scheduling, there is a scheduling program which takes care of that. It looks at the duration. It looks at the structure of the calendar. In the calendar, it will find between 1 to 2 p.m. So there is the lunch time. So because of the lunchtime, it will shift it to the 3 p.m., right?
Okay.
Okay. Now you click here on the add. Now you type here 20H, 20H, 20 the hours. So once you enter 20 hours, do you see that it is converting? So out of the 20 hours, it says there are 2 whole days, 2 full man days, 2 full man days, and there is another 4 hours.
4 hours.
Now, how it is doing that? It is doing a simple division like this. It is dividing by 8 man hours. So
Yes, sir.
you are entering here 20 man hours. It is dividing it by 8 man hours. So basically the dividend is 2 days and the remainder is 4 hours.
4.
Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
2 days and 4 hours.
4 hours.
Now you enter another activity and you type here 1 week. You type a unit of 1 W. Small w. Now, do you see that it is converting the 1 week into days? Why it is converting into days? Because to avoid any ambiguity. Because the week could be 5 days or 6 days or 7 days in different organization. So in the Primavera, whatever unit of time you enter, whether you enter the hours or the weeks or months or the years, it will be always converted into the man days.
Yes,
To
sir.
avoid any confusion, right? If you type here 1 man week, so it will write here how much? To type here 1 week.
48, sir.
To type here 1 week. So 1 week will be translated into 6 man days. Because the one working week is consisting of 6 man days. Press enter.
60.
Now you click another one, you add another one, and you type here 1 MO in the duration column, 1 MO. Now press enter, you will see that 1 month is converted into 24
days.
Working days, right? Now it is 24 working days, but why the finish date is 27? Why not 24?
Yes, it's calculating all the non-working hours.
Yeah, you can see it exactly on the Gantt chart. Basically, when we write here 24, we mean to say that the person should be working 24 days. To complete the 24 working days, the person I mean, the calendar has to jump over the non-working days, right? So
Yes, sir.
that is why just remember the calendar days will be always greater than the working days. If you enter 24, the calendar days is 27. If you entered like say 30 or more, then it will be increasing even more because
Yes,
the 24 days can be completed only by jumping over the 3 non-work days, right? Do you see that?
yes, sir.
So that is why it is 24 plus 3 is equal to 27
27.
September, right?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now you enter here, create another activity and you enter in the duration 1 while. In the duration you enter 1 while. Click on the add and you enter here 1 while. So to represent 1 year. Now what happens that when you write 1 year, it is converted into 292 man
2 minutes.
days. 293 man days, right? So how it is
Yes, sir.
doing that, I will show it to you. So I will open the calendar toolbox. I will go into the modify. I will select the time periods. Now you tell me that what is 48 divided by 8? How much is that?
6.
So you can see the 6 man days here, right?
Yes, sir.
And how much is 192 divided by 8? 192 divided
24.
by 8 man hours is 24
24.
days. So similarly, 2344. So 2344 is the man hours per year. So
Yes,
if
sir.
you convert it into the man days, so you divide 2344 by 8,
293, sir.
you get 293 man days. So this is how it is
Yes, sir.
basically converting. So inside the Primavera, you have represented the man day by 8, man week by 48, man month by 192 man hours, and man year by 2344 man hours. So this is how it is converting into the day. So what it does, it divides the man hours by 8 and it converts into the man days. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, we are going to come out of it because we had only come to have a look. So this is basically the schedule. So how is the schedule is created? So I'll show you the flow chart. First of all, you, the user, will enter the duration here. Now, after the duration is entered, the duration goes into this particular system. It is combined with the calendar and then processed with scheduling program. Now, what happens the scheduling program? Now, how does the original duration come from? The original duration comes from the expert judgment of the person using the software. Because many people mistakenly think that if you write the name of the activity, the Primavera will automatically write the duration. No, that is your own expert judgment. And where does your expert judgment come from? Your expert judgment comes from your experience, your industrial training, your organizational training. Okay. It
Sir.
comes from the subject matter experts, right? So
Sir.
that's your expert judgment. So that is why, a fresher cannot be a planning engineer. When a person has many years of the experience, so only then he can do the planning because he has an idea that what should be duration of the activity, what should be the sequence of the activity, how much lead or lag time should be applied. So this is called expert judgment. So with your expert judgment, so expert judgment can be individuals, it can be a teamwork. It usually has to be a teamwork so that we get the right judgment, right? Is this clear?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Expert judgment comes from working for several years in a particular field or a domain, right? So it gives you the expertise to judge that what is the appropriate duration for a particular kind of an activity. So you write a particular activity, then you write that what is the appropriate duration. So once you have done that, so this will be input into the calendar, and plus it will be processed by the scheduling program, and the outcome will be the start and finish date. So what is the start and finish date this combination called? This combination is called the schedule.
Scheduling pro.
Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
This combination of the start and finish date is called the schedule.
Schedule.
So schedule is the outcome of the calendar plus the scheduling program. So with the expert judgment, you input the duration, then you get the schedule. So in the schedule, you have the start and the finish date, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So the calendar is creating the schedule. Okay, now let's see further. Now, let's say that if I change the calendar of an activity, then what happens? So go to this column and do a double click. No, where did you do it? I asked you to do it inside the cell here.
Okay.
Okay. Do it here. You look at the arrow. No, actually, I think you got misguided. So here is the arrow. Okay, you do the double click here. If you do the double click, then you can select the calendar. Now you select IST. So did you note instantly the schedule is changed?
Yes, sir.
As you change the calendar?
Yes, sir.
You see that it has become 9 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Right? Instantly it changes. So it means that if you change the calendar, so the schedule is changed, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now I will show you something which is called the fill down. Now you come here in the activity name, you type here task, T-A-S-K in small letters. T-A-S-K, task. And you press enter. And now you press the shift and then you click on the last row within the same column. Now you click on this button. This is called the fill down. The fill down will do something. I think you are now able to comprehend that what it does. Have you comprehended that what it does? It takes the value from the first row, it replicates in the remaining rows, right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
The rows below. Suppose you want the 6 to be filled. Okay, first you select this cell. Place your cursor here. No, here. Look at the arrow. Yes, here. Yeah, select it. Now press shift and you click here. Now you click on the fill down. So what the fill down will do, it will fill down this value. Did you note that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay. Now you want to do the fill down. You select this cell. Place your cursor on the IST. Then you press the shift and click on this row up to here only. And then you click on the fill down. Did you note that as you change the calendar, immediately all the scheduling changed?
Yes, sir.
The timing changed, right?
Yes.
Suppose if your boss says, no, I want all the activities to be scheduled by the corporate. So what do? You go into the first row and you double click.
I'll change into the corporate standard time.
Yeah, corporate.
And select.
And then you do the fill down thing. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
In the corporate calendar, there is a 5-day week. So the 6th day of the work is completed on Monday, right?
Monday.
So it changes. Okay. Now, suppose your boss says, no, I want all the activities to be scheduled by the IST. So you go to the first row.
Double click.
Change this one manually and rest you can fill down. So fill down is very, very useful. Now, if you click on the refresh, it will apply on the top row also, right? You see that? It's all IST. Now, the fill down works in particular columns. It doesn't work on particular column. It will work on activity name. It will work on duration. It will work on the calendar. Fill down will not work on the activity ID. It will not work on start. It will not work on the finish. Because this data is basically controlled by the Primavera. Suppose if I place my cursor here and try to do the fill down and look at the fill down button. You see that it is deactivated.
Yes, sir.
Why? Because the Primavera says that the activity ID should be unique. That should not be replicated. Similarly, the dates will be computed by the Primavera, so it is not possible to fill down. It is possible to fill down activity name, original duration, and calendar, right? So only they make logical sense to be replicated. So all the calendar can be same, right? Okay,
Sir.
fine. So now the schedule is created by calendar. Is this fact now clear?
Yes, sir. Clear, sir.
Now we will learn about the remaining rules. Let's go to the rules. So what do the rule number 2 to 6 say?
Schedule is adjusted by critical path, non-working days like weekends and holidays. Schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead and lag time. Schedule is adjusted by date constraints. Schedule is adjusted by activity types, only Primavera. Schedule is adjusted by resource, labor and non-labor.
Yes. So now we are going to learn the rule number 2. Schedule is adjusted by critical path and non-working days like weekends and the holidays. We will see that. Okay. So now, before we go to the next lesson, it is a best practice to close the current project. Each of the project is a lesson, right? So you close it. How do you close?
By saving the layout.
Control W. No, Control W will close and save the data, right? So this will be gone out of the memory and activity tab will close. Did you click yes? You do it once again. And click yes. Right?
Yes, sir.
So activity tab is gone. Now, how do you create another lesson? So you press here Control C and Control V. Control C to copy and Control V to paste. You do this here itself. See, first of all, you select lesson 1, you press Control C and Control V. C to copy and V to paste. Now you will get 3 times. So you suppress the box. Click here. And click OK, OK. And another time the box will come.
Okay.
And click here. Click on the OK. Click here. Click on the OK. Click on the OK. Now you write here critical path and holidays. So how do you write? You just double click here.
Double click.
And you change the name here. First you do the backspace. Yeah. Now you write here critical path and holidays. Because the series number will be automatically created because the project ID has to be unique. So
Critical path
Primavera will automatically generate a unique ID each time. And holidays. No. Holidays. And you press enter. Right? Okay. Now you open this. Right click and open lesson number 2. So you can see that it is a copy of the lesson number 1. So in the subsequent lessons, we are going to use the copy of the lesson number 1 only. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So lesson number 1 will provide us the raw data, raw activities. Then we will configure it to understand the rest of the lesson. So let's take a 20 minutes break and then we will come back at 12 and then we will do the rest. So I'm stopping the share of the screen.
Okay, sir.
And I'm pausing the recording. Okay, now we are going to basically understand the critical path and the holidays. So in this lesson, we don't need the time component. So we want to remove the time component and we want to remove the calendar column, right?
Yes, sir.
Now to remove the time component, first of all, we will click on the user preferences button, which is here. Click on this button. So then you go to the dates. Then you select the third option which says do not show time. And
Yes, sir.
then you click on the close button. So if you click on the close button, you will see the time component is gone. Now we want to remove this column. Just a moment. So to remove this column, you right click here. You right click on the column.
Sir,
Oh, yes.
can you hear me? Sorry, sir. Power shutdown, sir.
Yeah, I know. You. So, what happened? In your laptop, no power is there?
No, sir. It will be coming in around 20-30 minutes, sir. No issue, sir.
Okay,
My
okay.
lap is charged only, sir.
So now you're connected through the hotspot?
Yes, sir. My mobile hotspot, sir.
Okay, okay, fine. So did you connect it using the USB?
No, sir. Mobile hotspot, sir.
Mobile hotspot can be connected using the USB method also. Okay, so
Okay,
that
okay.
will be much more faster.
Okay.
Do you know how to do it?
No, sir.
So you first you connect the mobile charger by cable into the laptop.
Okay.
Okay. So after that, you go to the
Just a
hotspot
minute, sir.
in your mobile.
Yes, sir. Connected, sir.
So did you select the USB T3?
Yes, sir.
So once you select the USB T3, now you share your screen. But let me check. Because using the USB tethering method, you will get a very high speed. And it will keep your mobile charged and it will keep your mobile cool also.
Can you see my screen, sir?
Yes, I can see your screen. So this is the third option which comes up. I've sent you a screenshot in the WhatsApp.
Okay, okay.
Give me the remote control. So basically you are still connected using the hotspot Wi-Fi, but not through the cable.
Yes,
Because
sir.
if you connect it through the cable, you will see a cable icon. So if you
Okay.
go into your if you go into the WhatsApp, you just look into the WhatsApp in the mobile.
Yes, sir.
See, I've shared the diagram here.
It's a mobile hotspot.
See, do you see this USB T3
Yes.
option? So basically you have to select this one. in your mobile.
USB to 3. Yes, sir.
So you connect the cable from the mobile into the USB port of the laptop. So then you go into the mobile and go to the screen, and instead of selecting the mobile hotspot, you select the USB tethering option. You'll find that this option is on.
Yes, sir.
So if you select this option, so here the icon will change. The icon here will change into a sort of a cable connection. So that will come automatically.
Okay.
It will come automatically on its own.
Okay.
Okay. So let this come on. So let us continue to work. Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's not a problem. Okay, fine. Okay, now after we have done this, so we are going to resize the column, right? Because there is some space here which can be reused. So we resize them, and then we can resize this column as well. And now we don't need this column. Okay, we have to remove this column. Okay, to remove the column, you right click, and then you go to the columns option here. So after you get into the columns, you select the calendar column here, and then you say remove from list, and then you click on the OK button. So once you clicked on the OK, so you will see that this column is gone. And then what you can do, you can move the screen divider up to here, right? And you may expand this column, right? It will show you
Yes,
the
sir.
detail. And after doing that, after you have done many adjustment, so since you made adjustment in the layout, so you can save the current layout so that the current configuration of the layout will be updated and saved in the system.
Okay, sir.
You click on the save layout. So one is the save layout as, so this is only used on once.
Okay.
When you are creating the layout. So once you have created the layout, you should click on the save layout. So this is the button for saving the layout. So this current configuration is preserved. So when you log in next time, you will say this. Now we
Yes, sir.
focus on the main thing, that is the critical path. Now, critical path, do you know something about the critical path?
No, sir.
You don't know?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So basically, critical path is said to be the longest path and which determines the finish date of the project. So I will show you the critical path by observation. Now you go to the last activity and change the duration to 12.
12 days, sir.
Yeah, 12. Yeah, 12 days. So once you change it to the 12, did you observe something?
Yes,
That
in the Gantt chart is the task
also
is
the
changed to
project
6 items.
duration became equal to the longest activity, right?
Yes, sir.
It means that the project duration is being derived from the longest path, and the project finish date is also being derived from the longest path.
Okay.
Right? So whenever there is a longest path due to combination of the activities, so the project duration will be updated and it will remain equal to the longest path. Now let's do this thing. Let's go to another activity in the middle. Let's say the 1100, and you change the duration to 18 days. Change it to 18. So once you change it to the 18 days, you will see that the longest path is extending, right? Do you see?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it is extending. So this is basically the duration of the project. The duration of the project is staying equal to the longest path. So whatever is the longest path, it is staying equal to that. Now, what the project managers will do in the earlier time, so they will take out a red pen, they will mark it, and they will call it the critical path. So why they will
Okay.
call it the critical path? Because if you look carefully, this is the finish date line. Do you see this red line?
Yes, sir.
And the blue line is the starting date, and the red
Yes,
line
sir.
is drawn
Yes,
right.
sir.
It is the finish date line of the project. Now, if a person is working on the critical path, this is the path which they used to call it the critical, and they will mark it with a red pen. So just imagine if a person takes 1 day's leave, a person is assigned, a resource is assigned on this activity, and he takes 1 day leave. So if he takes 1 day leave, so what is going to happen to the finish date of the project? Will it be delayed or not?
It will be delayed, sir.
Yeah, it will be delayed. Okay. Now let's say that the current finish date of the project is 20th of the September.
Yes, sir.
Now, then what will be the new finish date of the project if the person takes 1 day's leave?
21, sir.
Are you sure? Look carefully. See, 21 is a Sunday,
Yes, sir.
right?
So it will be like 22.
Correct. So now, from the client point of view, what is the number of the days it is delayed? 2 days.
2 days.
So the client would say that, look, you had promised to deliver my project on the 20th, but now you have delayed the project by 2 days to 22,
2 days.
right?
Yes, sir.
Because when we sign a contract, the contract is a written promise to the client, in which the greatest promise is that we will finish your project on time, we will deliver your product on time.
Yes, sir.
Right? And we also promise for to finish the project within the cost budget and also deliver the acceptable quality, right?
Yes, sir.
Which is measured by certain quality acceptance criteria. So this is what we promise to the client in the contract. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So now what happens here is that since the project is delayed and the promise cannot be kept, so it is very important for the project manager to know that what is the critical path. Basically, the critical path is the path which is having the zero gap from the finish date. You see that there is no gap.
Yes, sir.
So if this activity is delayed, it will immediately push the finish date of the project. That's why it is called the critical path. And you will see that in the critical path, the gap is zero. In rest of the activities, there is some gap. So, they will be drawn like this. These will be called the float. Float because the finish date of the activity can float, freely float.
Okay.
The finish date of the project, right?
Okay.
That's how it works. Just a moment. Okay. Now, basically, this is the path which has to be taken care of by, because if the activity is delayed here on this non-critical path, so only the activity will be delayed. This activity will only get delayed within the project limit. But if this activity is delayed, this is going to push the promised finish date of the project.
Yes, sir. Extend the finish date.
PM means the promise manager. He has to promise, he has to keep his promise that he will deliver the project's product on time. So it is very important for him to maintain and know the critical path and make sure that any activity which is lying on the critical path, that should not be delayed. But how do we get to know the critical path? Okay. See, normally the software will calculate the critical path automatically. In earlier days, the project managers, they used to do it manually and they will take a red pen. But here the software will do, see, when you install the Primavera is in the manual mode. Why is it in the manual mode? Because Primavera was released in the year 1983. Yes, you heard it right, 1983.
Yes, 1983.
In 1983, the computers were not working in the real-time mode, but they were working in the batch process mode. means that first you will enter the data. I mean, you will create all the tasks, then you will push a button to calculate, right? Calculate the critical path. The screen was not graphical. Actually, it will show you certain numbers on the total float column. It was a character-based screen, so they will take these numbers and they will draw out the critical path diagram. Manually, they will draw. Computer was used to compute only the numbers. But here, we are not only getting the numbers, but we are seeing the diagram also, right? So we
Yes, sir.
have uh, this graphical computers. Okay. Now, so you know what the project managers will do in the early days, they will enter all the data. After entering the data, they will press a button and then they will calculate it manually because in those days, the CPUs were not so fast. Okay. So
Yes, sir.
now the Primavera is working manually by default, but we can change it to the automatic mode. Now to make it calculate the critical path, you have to press this button. So you click here. This is the scheduling button here. Now you click on the schedule, so it will calculate the schedule. Okay, so it has calculated the schedule. It has said that this is the critical path and its float is 0. Do you see the float is 0?
Yes, sir.
And do you see that on the rest of the activities, there is some float. It is having 6-day float.
Yes, sir. 12 days.
Okay, why it is 6 days? Because from here to here, it is 6 days gap. From here
Yes, sir.
to here, it is 12
12
working.
days gap.
Basically, the Sundays will not be counted, right? So you will
Yes,
have
sir.
a gap in terms of the number of the working days only.
Yes, sir.
And for the critical path, there is no gap. It means that if the critical path is delayed, then the finish date of the project will be delayed. The finish date will be postponed, which is a bad promise, right?
Yes,
Now,
sir.
let's do this thing. Let's go to the last activity and change the duration to 18. Okay. Do you see that it is not calculating it as the critical path, even though it is equally the longest?
Yes, sir.
Did you note that?
Yes, sir.
Now, what do you do? So you will have to basically do the scheduling once again. You click on this button and you click on the schedule once again. And then it will be calculated that this is the critical path, right?
Okay. Yes,
Now,
sir.
so why it was like that? Because the CPUs were not powerful. Now, later in the year 2000, when CPUs started to become powerful, you know, the less powerful CPUs was in the process of the replacement. So basically in the market, you know, there were PCs which were having the older CPUs and some were having the newer CPUs. Now then the Primavera company, so they came up with an option. They say that, okay, if you have a powerful CPU, so then you can set the software into the automatic mode, right? If you have older CPU, you let it remain in the manual mode, right? So
Yes, sir.
basically you will enter the data and then once you have accumulated enough data, then you click on the schedule button to process the data. But if you have a powerful CPU, then what happens that the moment you enter the new data, it will immediately calculate. Now let us do this thing. Let us set the software into the automatic mode, right?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
that's good. So you click on this button, schedule, and after that you click on the options. So after you click on the options, so I want you to read this line. Read this line.
Schedule automatically when a change affects dates.
Okay, now I will highlight this word change. Now, what change will affect the schedule, right? Suppose if you change the duration, it will recalculate.
Yes,
If
sir.
you change the relation, it will recalculate. If
Okay.
you change the lead or lag time, it will recalculate. If you
Okay.
update the structure of the calendar, it will recalculate. If you delete an activity, it will recalculate. If you add a new activity, it will calculate.
Okay.
So there are 6 changes which, if they happen, the entire project will be scheduled automatically. It will go through even if there are 10,000 rows, 10,000
Okay.
activities, it will recalculate all of them from top to the bottom. So it
Okay.
means that the CPU has to be very powerful. If the CPU is not powerful, then what's going to happen if it is going through large number of the activities to process them? The computer will be hung up for quite few moments, right? It
Yes,
will be
sir.
quite noticeable, right?
Yes, sir.
So it will be very, very problematic if you are doing any activity change, you are adding, updating, deleting, each time you are doing something, the computer seems to be hung for a quite a significant number of the seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds. It's doing the recalculation, right? So definitely this feature has to be used when the CPU is very powerful and it can do the calculation in the split second so that you don't feel any kind of the delay. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So computer should be at least faster than your speed, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now these computers are faster these days. Now you come to this checkbox and you select this checkbox. Okay, so once again, you remember what change will trigger the scheduling program. If you change the duration, if you change the relation, if you change the lead lag time, and if you change the calendar, if you add an activity, if you delete an activity. So any of these changes will trigger this automatic scheduling, right?
Sir, your voice was mute.
Okay, now you can hear. No, I'm not on the.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Only the duration and relation I could
Yeah,
hear you, sir. After that, I
yeah.
could not
Maybe
hear you,
it
sir.
was due to the internet connectivity. Intermittently, it can go on and off. I will tell you once again.
Yes, sir.
If you change the duration,
Yes, sir.
you change the relationship between activities, if you change the lead and lag time, if you update or change the calendar, right?
Yes, sir.
If you delete an activity, if you add an activity. So
Okay, sir.
any of these changes will lead to the recalculation of the schedule. Okay. Now,
Yes, sir.
after this, you close this. Close it. Close it. And then you have to confirm yes. And then you have to click on the schedule button once again to actually implement the recent change. Yeah.
Okay.
Now the change is implemented, right? Now what
Yes,
we
sir.
will do that whether it is in the automatic mode or not, we will link 3 activities, right? And that will prove that yes, the automatic mode is on. You select these 3 activities from the top. Then you right click and link them. You right click and you select on the link.
Link activities.
Yeah. So if you click on the link activities, you will immediately see that these activities are now chained or linked up. That's a very simple relationship like a finish to start.
Okay.
Okay. So you can see that they have chained up and since you add the 3 activities, you will get 18 days. So they are being shown as the critical path because they are
Yes, sir.
also equal to the longest critical path, right?
Help path.
Is
Yes,
this
sir.
clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now you can see that it is in the automatic mode. Now you can prove it even further. Just do this thing. You go to the last activity and you change the duration to 20. Change the duration to 20. Now, did you note something?
Yes, sir.
So
The changes in the
basically,
float, sir.
yeah, now this activity is becoming the longest, so it is the critical path.
Critical path.
Now this is the path which is determining the finish date, and rest of the activities, they now have the float.
Yes, sir.
So how much float do they have? So, these activities which are near, they have got 2 days float, they have got 2 days float. Actually, the float is represented by a black line. Now let us do this thing. Let us activate the float. So how, let us click here. You right click here on the Gantt chart. Now you select bars, click on the bars. So after you have selected the bars, so you scroll down to the bottom. Now you select here the float bar, you click here and you click on it once again so that the checkbox is on. It requires 2-time clicking. Yeah, then you select the negative float bar, you click on it twice. Correct. Now you click on the OK button. So once you click on the OK, you will be seeing that the float bars are now visible.
Yes, sir.
So basically the float bar, they visually trace out the gap of the activity from the finish date of the project. So if you look at the critical path, since it is the longest one, it is defining the finish date of the project. It does not have any float. Do you see any float here?
No, sir.
No, because this is the longest. This is the one which is date defining. Now let's see that whether it is really dynamic or not. Let us see. A project will always have minimum one critical path, right?
Yes, sir.
And critical path is the longest physical path, right? Do you see that
Yes,
it
sir.
is the longest?
Yes,
And
sir.
critical path has the zero float.
Yes, sir.
And critical path basically defines the duration of the project. Yes or
Yes,
no?
sir.
This is by observation, right? It
Yes,
means
sir.
that the project duration cannot be shorter than the duration of the critical path, right?
Okay.
The
Yes, sir.
project duration cannot be shorter than the duration of the critical path. Now, these are the three observation you made. Actually, these are the standard definition as defined in the PMBOK. The PMBOK says that critical path is the longest path. Critical path has the zero float.
Sir,
And
I'll just take a note, sir. Can you just repeat, sir?
yeah, but tell me.
Can you just repeat, sir, so that I can take the notes?
Yeah, you want to take note?
Yes, sir. Critical
Okay, you
path.
write it. Okay. So the first point you write about the critical path is that critical path is physically the longest path in the network diagram.
Yes, sir.
Now, critical path has zero float.
Sir.
Critical path represents the minimum duration which is required to complete a project. Right? So
Represents
critical path represents the minimum time. So basically, how much time you need minimum? 20 days. Can the
20 days.
project
Yes.
be any shorter than the critical path duration? No.
Yes, sir.
So if someone is asking you that, okay, Christian, how much time you need? You say, I need minimum 20 days
Yes, sir.
to complete the project because that is the duration of the critical path, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, these are the three main attributes of a critical path. Now, let's see some more activities of the grid. Now, you go and change the duration to 16 and observe what happens on the Gantt chart. Now, what happened immediately? The software basically made this as the non-critical. Then the software says that now these two paths are the critical path, right?
Yes, sir.
So, what the software does, it goes from top to the bottom.
Okay.
It will go from the top to the bottom, even if there are 10,000 tasks, it will see that what are the changes happened in the entire project and which activities have changed or not changed. It will recalculate the critical path and it will mark it in the red color, right? Is this clear?
Okay. Yes, sir. So it will be like observing only the longest days as the critical path.
Yeah. So whatever is the longest can be a combination of the multiple path also, because it's a mathematical coincidence, right? That 6 plus 6 plus 3 equal to 18, and it is 18, and 18 can be a combination of many numbers like 2 plus 16, 4
Yes,
plus 14, 3 plus 15, right? 5
yes,
plus 13, So basically critical path can be it can be a result of the basically the coincidence So basically, it is not that you are planning to create a critical path, but the critical path results when you complete the planning. So see, you should basically look at the final critical path when your planning is completed and corrected. It should be complete means that all the activities should be there. Corrected means that the duration should be rechecked, the relationship should be rechecked, and the lead and lag times between the activities should be rechecked. So once the data has been rechecked and confirmed to be correct in the entire project, then you can say for sure, look, this is my final critical path. Now that is the knowledge of the critical path, but what is the utility of the critical path that I'm going to tell you.
Sir, can you hear me, sir? Sorry, sir, network fluctuation, sir.
I know. So you now you share once again.
Yes, sir.
I can understand, not an issue. So where are you located? Which place?
Chennai, sir, Tamil Nadu.
Okay, but in Chennai, electricity doesn't go actually. Chennai has a very
No, sir. Yesterday, there were heavy rains over here, sir.
heavy rains, they can sometimes cause the disruption.
So basically, it will be coming around in 15 to 20 minutes, sir. It's not.
So that's fine. So we
Yes,
can
sir.
go until then. That's not a problem. But if you are using the internet a lot, the Wi-Fi, there is a Wi-Fi. You can say there is a Wi-Fi UPS. It's a small, very much small device, just like you must have seen the power bank of a mobile
Yes, sir.
phone, right?
Yes, sir.
So it is just like that. You can get it from the Amazon.
Yes, sir.
So you can connect it to your Wi-Fi.
Mm-hmm.
So it will basically provide the power backup to the Wi-Fi for 12 hours.
Okay. Yes, sir.
For 12 hours, your Wi-Fi will not be disturbed if
Mm-hmm.
required, right?
Okay, sir.
So basically, some other device like your mobiles and laptop, they have their own battery. If the Wi-Fi has its own battery, it can go on for 12 hours. If the
Yes, sir.
service provider is providing the internet, so then it can go on. So it is good because it will protect against any electrical fluctuation. So because sometimes what happens that the power goes and comes back, but the
Yes, sir.
Wi-Fi will be rebooted, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it can lead to the disruption. So it can
Disruptions,
protect
yes.
the Wi-Fi from that kind of the fluctuation and the disruption. It's a small D device. You
Okay.
can place it near the Wi-Fi. So I
Yes,
will
sir.
send you the description
Yes, sir.
in the WhatsApp. Okay. So you
Yes,
can
sir.
buy
Sure.
it from the Amazon. It's a quite a good device.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Sure,
Now,
sir.
basically, we will learn that what is the main use of the critical path. So it is used in the planning. So we plan the critical path. So we call for a critical path meeting. Now let's say that we change this duration to 18. Okay, so once you change it to the 18 days, so this is also becoming a critical path. Now we can see that in the entire project plan, there are 3 critical paths, right?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
now we will call for a critical path meeting. So first, we will click on this filter. So after we click on the filter, so we will select here critical. And then we will click on the OK. So once we click on the OK, so we can see that there are 5 activities here, right?
Yes, sir.
5 activities are critical activities. Now, what we are going to do, we are now going to call for the critical path meeting with the team members that are assigned. So we will call the assignment owners or the task owners or the activity owners into the critical path meeting. So they arrive into the meeting room and they can look at the projector screen and you are going to ask the first question to them. Do you have any plan to take leave during your activity? Do you have any plan to take leave during your activity? Okay, basically we are looking for the answer, which is yes. Now, so you ask that team member that what is the reason for the leave? So because there are two kind of leaves, one is negotiable and one is non-negotiable. If the person says that, boss, I want to go to some resort and relax, I want to take some leave for some holiday, it is for some basically very non-essential purpose. So you say that, okay, can you take the leave after your activity is completed? Yes, boss. So that's fine. Okay. Now, one person says that, look, boss, there are certain events in a person's lives which are non-negotiable. For example, if the person says, boss, I'm going to get engaged, if I'm going to get married, if my wife is expecting, so, these are the three situations which are non-negotiable.
Non-negotiable.
So a person has to essentially go on the leave, right? So,
Yes, sir.
there can be many more such examples. I'm just taking three, which is easy to understand because the person has to be present personally in these three events in his life, right?
Yes, sir.
So this kind of the events are non-negotiable. These are pre-planned events and these are non-negotiable. A person has to be present himself during those events, right? Now, if that happens, so what do we do? So we take another resource as a substitute, right? Because we
Yes,
are
sir.
planning in advance. Now, do you see that what is the advantage here? We are planning much in advance. Now we can tell the human resource manager and we can tell the human resource manager that you provide me a substitute resource, which is having the equal capabilities, equal skill. So what is the remedy here in case you have a person taking the leave? So answer is like this: ask the HR manager for equally skilled resource. Equally skilled resource. Ask the HR manager for equally skilled resource. That is the solution, right? So is this
Yes,
thing?
sir.
Okay, now look at the next question. The second question is about the machine. So the question is like this: do you have any machine which can break down during your activity? Do you have any machine which can break down during your activity? If the answer is yes, then what do you suggest to your team member?
So any alternatives?
See, basically there are two alternatives. Alternative one is that, so you will say that you arrange standby, right? The second alternative, suppose if you have a big piece of the equipment, and since if you try to arrange a standby for a big piece of the equipment, it's going to cost a lot of money. So what do you do? So you say that do preventive maintenance. Do preventive maintenance, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, preventive maintenance is basically, you must have seen that when you get down from an aircraft, you must have seen many people have surrounded and they're checking the aircraft as soon as while the people are getting down. Have you seen that at the
Yes,
air?
sir.
So they're doing the preventive maintenance for the next flight, right?
Yes, sir.
So before the aircraft takes off for the return flight or the next flight, so they are doing preventive maintenance because it is not possible to do anything in the media, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So arrange standby. So what is the standby example? I will tell you. If you look into your car boot, you will see a spare tire, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So in case you are traveling within the city and if you have any problem with the tire, so you can immediately use the standby tire.
Yes, sir.
Now, suppose if you're going on a long trip, say 300 or 400 kilometers, are you going to tow another car behind you?
No, sir.
No. So what will you do when you go on a long trip? You will do preventive maintenance. You will take
Preventive
the car
maintenance.
to your favorite mechanic, favorite garage, and you'll ask them to check for the critical parameters of the car, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that the car is, mostly good throughout the long journey. And if there is anything on the borderline of the defect, so that component can be fixed or replaced, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
To prevent any kind of the breakdown during the journey. So, because you cannot take another car because that would be a big resource, right?
Hmm.
So basically you can take standby, you can take air pump, you can take a spare tire, maybe you can take a spare tube also if it is having the tubes. Maybe you can take spare bulbs, headlights, you can take spare headlights, right?
Yes, sir.
So people, those who go to the mountain, they take spare some batteries like that. Okay, so you can take, but you cannot have another vehicle, right? So basically,
Sir.
the standby means the standby is for the small equipment, and for big equipments, you have to do preventive maintenance, right?
Yes, sir.
So you ensure that the machine is also available on the critical path activity without any delay. Now, the third component is the material. Now you ask this question, do you have any material which can run in short supply during your activity? Do you have any material which can run in short supply during your activity? And we are basically looking for the answers which say yes. Okay. Now, suppose the man is there, machine is there, but the material is not there. Can the activity be done?
Sir.
Yes or no?
No, sir.
No, activity cannot be done, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it means that what you need to do, that you have to ensure a steady supply of the material. So how do you do that for any material which is on the critical path? So what do you say? You can suggest pre-order the material or the materials on the critical path, right? We are talking about the critical path only to arrive 15 days before start of the project. Now, why do you want to do it? Why do you want this material to arrive 15 days before the start of the project? So that you get certain amount of time to check the material also.
Yes, sir.
Because the material must meet your quality acceptance criteria. Because if you do not check the quality of the material and the material is substandard, is it going to result the quality acceptance criteria test when it is done by the client? No,
Yes, sir.
possibly no, right? So is this in clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So it seems that the power is on. You may switch over to your Wi-Fi router and you can switch off the mobile hotspot. Okay, so you can hear my voice?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you go to your mobile and you switch off the hotspot and you put it on the charger.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
Done, sir.
Now we are going to ask the fourth question. The fourth question is like this. Do you have any subcontracted work which requires large cash approval okay? Do you have any subcontracted work which requires large cash approval, right? So if
Yes,
the
sir.
answer is yes, then you know what is the problem. Basically, the subcontractors, they do not have, deep pockets. The subcontractors basically work on the weekly payment basis. So they
Yes, sir.
bring a lot of labors into your site, so they get the work done by them. But the payment has to be maintained by you, right? Usually they work for basically on a weekly payment basis. So what you should be doing, so you should be doing like this, get advance, because if the payment is delayed due to the large payment which has to go through several approval channels or several approval points within the organization, then what's going to happen? So the subcontractor may lose his people, they might go away because they are not his permanent employees, right? Mostly they are not,
Yes,
and
sir.
then your work will be delayed, right? So what do?
Yes,
You
sir.
get advance approvals and take the cash when required. So it's just like, post-dated check, right? Get advance approvals and take the cash when required, because
Okay.
the advance approvals will save time, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So the you take the cash when required. So now it is just like a post-dated check. So post-dated check is prior approved, and you take it only when you require it, when the date comes. So similarly, it's going to save time, and it is going to ensure that none of the activities on the critical path is delayed. Now, how to
Okay.
remember these 4 points? For this, there is a shortcut. So it is like this: 3M plus C. 3M plus C. Okay.
Okay.
Now, what is the 3M? 3M is the man machine material, right?
Yes, sir.
So
Man
this
vision
is
material.
the man. Now, the second M is the machine,
Machine
and the third M is the material,
material.
and C is the cash, right?
Cash.
So
Yes, sir.
basically, you can remember that this is the production plan of the activities on the critical path.
Okay.
But the critical path activities, if they are delayed, if any of the activity is delayed, it's going to push the finish date of the promise. So basically, the promised finish date should not be exceeded for reasons of contract and the reasons of, good professional work, right? So that is the
Yes,
reason.
sir.
So you should make sure that you utilize the knowledge of the critical path in a proper manner. So basically, not knowing the critical path is bad. Even knowing the critical path is bad if you do not conduct this meeting. So next time it is not about the Primavera, but it is about your project management abilities.
Yes, sir.
So you should be thinking like a project manager, that I'm a project manager is a people manager, profit manager, problem manager, process manager, and promise manager, because the organization makes a promise and you have to keep that promise, right? So
Yes,
productivity
sir.
manager, okay, proficiency manager. So there are a lot of meanings in the role of the project manager. So one of the greatest meaning in the role of the project manager is the promise manager. So company has to keep the promise to the client that we will deliver your product on time, and we will deliver your product within the cost budget as agreed in the contract, and we will deliver your product with the acceptable quality, right?
Yes, sir.
So these are the greatest promises which you have to take care. And definitely the schedule is definitely is measured by the critical path. So the critical path tells that what is the finish date of the project. In fact, a project doesn't have only one finish date, it has got multiple finish dates. So each of the milestone date is a firm and fixed finish date, right? So you have to got to take care of that. Okay. So if you can basically ensure that at least something which is predictable, calculable. So in the project, there are two kind of risk. One is predictable risk and one is unpredictable risk. So schedule delay of any activity on the critical path is a predictable risk, and you can prevent it in advance because it is known to you. It is predictable. It is
Yes,
calculable.
sir.
But there are certain unpredictable risks which you cannot help in most of the cases. For example, can you predict earthquake?
No, sir.
Can you predict the next pandemic, next
No,
virus
sir.
outbreak? No. You
No.
cannot predict this thing. You cannot predict the tsunami. You cannot predict any, a very unusual climatic pattern, right? So if there is a place where there is normal rain every year and suddenly in a particular year, you are doing the project at the site and there is flood, it can happen. It has happened, right?
Yes, sir.
So these are unpredictable situations which you cannot help, but what is predictable, you should prevent. So critical path is basically predictable and you can prevent the delay of any activities on the critical path, and it will prevent the delay of the project deliverable and the product or outcome of the project, right? So now, after this thing is clear, so we will now remove the filter. So to remove the filter, you click on the filter button and then you select all activities. Always use this option because if you're using multiple filters, just one click will remove all the filters, right?
Yes, sir.
All activities. So that removes all filters, multiple filters. Now click on the OK. So once you click on the OK, so you can see that all the activities are now revealed. Now, look at the finish date of the project. So what is the finish date of the project right now?
20th September 25.
20th September. Okay, now I'm going to tell you about a situation. The situation is like this. Suppose if the company declares a holiday on the 3rd of the September, which is the Wednesday. Do you see this gray bar I have put?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Suppose if the Wednesday is declared as the holiday, then what will be the new finish date of the project?
Monday, sir.
Hmm?
22nd, sir.
Correct. So basically, it will be advanced by 1 day since no work is possible on the 21st. So the new finish date will be the
22nd.
22nd of the September. Now we will learn that how to apply the holiday in a calendar, because in India, in every country, we have got the holidays which are determined by our national and the state reasons, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, let us do this thing. Let us step by step learn how to apply the holiday.
Yes, sir. Sir,
So
I have a
one
small
thing,
doubt, sir. Can I
yes,
ask now,
yes.
sir?
Tell me.
Yes, sir. If the critical end date is like about 18 days, what if like the work has been scheduled for 18 days and the work continued till the 20 days, so that the critical path will be changing to the 20 days, or it will be remain as the like in 18 days, sir?
So let's see that. Let's apply the holidays.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's apply the holiday and let's see that what happens here.
Yes,
Now
sir.
you click here, click on the calendar button. Now after clicking on the calendar button, so you click on the modify. So after you click on the modify, you scroll to the month of the September. So once you scroll to the month of the September 2024, you select September 2025, because we are planning in the September of 2025, right? Now you select the 3rd of the September. Now after selecting the 3rd of the September, then you click on the non-work. Click on this non-work. So it will mark the 3rd of the September as non-work. You will see now the work hours in the 3rd of the September is 0, right?
Yes, sir.
Because it is non-work. So non-work day has got 0 work hours and work day has 8. Now
It
click
does.
on the OK and click on the close. So you will see that the Wednesday is marked as the holiday. You see
Yes, sir.
gray,
Yes, sir.
and you see the new finish date which is calculated.
22nd.
Yeah, so it has calculated the new finish date which is 22, right?
Yes, sir.
So is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this is the way you apply the holidays in a calendar.
Okay.
Now, the thing is that in the Primavera, in this particular version, there is a little bit of shortfall. When you apply the holiday, so name of the holiday cannot be mentioned, right?
Okay.
So how do
Okay.
we mention the list of the holidays in a project? So I will tell you the notebook method. Okay.
Okay.
Now come to the project. So in the project, so you will see that for your currently selected project, you will see that there is a tab here, which is the notebook tab. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Notebook tab is there. Now in the notebook tab, you can click on the add button to add a note. Now, since you are not selecting any of these reasons, so you can select the general note. So you can click here, add, and then you close this box. You see that Primavera is such a disciplined software. You want to add something, it will ask you that what is the topic, right? So you say that it's a general note, then you click on the modify button here. Okay. Then, so what you can do, you can mention the list of the holidays like this, right? So you can
Yes.
put a bulleted list and you can say the holiday 1, holiday 2, right? Like this, you can put the list of the holidays. So anybody is looking at the calendar, so he can basically look here for the list of the holiday names here, right? Now
Yes,
let's come back to the activities. If you have any other document which is related to the project, you can put it here, any other kind of the information. So
okay.
you can put it into the notes. Now, suppose you realize that you put a holiday on the 3rd of the September by mistake, right? I will tell you that what is the proper way to remove this. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now to remove the holiday, you click on the calendar button. Now click on the modify. Now after you click on the modify, you go to the month of the September 2025. Now you will select the 3rd of the September. Now I will tell you, click on the detailed here. Okay. Now usually what happens if you are not instructed or not properly informed, you might click on the work button to make it into a work day. Actually,
Okay.
this is the wrong button. First you click on the work. I'll tell you that what's wrong with it. Now, as you click on the work button, you see the color is white.
Yes, sir.
It's not the usual working day. You will look at the structure of the day. It has got 8 man hours, but it doesn't have your company's working schedule for the day. Look at it. It is starting at 8 a.m. and it is finishing at
8 a.m., sir.
p.m., right?
4.
So
Yes,
it
sir.
doesn't have the break time. It is not the working schedule of your organization, right?
Yes, sir.
So then what is the correct button? The correct button is the standard button. Just
Standard
keep
button.
in mind. You click on the standard and you will see a structure of the day, which is your organization structure, right? So
Okay.
this is the standard. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And if you look here, so you will see 4 hours, 1 hour break time, then 4 hours of work,
Yes,
starting
sir.
from 9 and ending at 6,
6.
right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So remember, if you want to remove a holiday from a particular date, so you click on the standard button, right?
Okay.
So standard button will apply the structure, the correct structure, the schedule of the day, and it will make it as the working day once again, right? Now,
Yes, sir.
you click on the OK and click on the close. And you will see that the gray bar is gone from the Wednesday and
Yes,
the
sir.
date has come back to the 20th of September, right?
Okay.
So it is because now the Primavera is in the automatic scheduling mode, right? So any changes you do in the calendar, I have told you, no? So if you make any
Yes,
changes
sir.
in the calendar, the automatic scheduling will be done. So it is doing that. So for the changes, list of the changes are duration, relation, lead time, lag time, change in the calendar, adding a new activity,
Delete an activity.
deleting an activity will lead to the recalculation of the schedule, right?
Yes, sir.
It will make sure that you always see the correct schedule.
Yes, sir.
So there can be a large number of the activities in a project. Real life projects can run into thousands of activities, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. So it will calculate in a split second, right? So definitely you should have a very good computer like i5 and with 8 GB or 16 GB of the RAM so that,
Yes, sir.
it happens in a split second, right? Now,
Yes, sir.
I'm pausing for questions. Do you have any questions or doubts about the critical path and the utility of the critical path in preventing any delay? Critical
Yes, sir.
path meeting? Is this clear?
Yes, sir. It's clear, sir.
So next time you do any planning and you are the project manager after the planning is completed and correct. So you will apply the filter and you will look at the critical activities and ensure
Okay.
that critical path activities always have all the resources which are required to complete them.
Okay, sir.
Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Clear, sir.
So this has to be done before the start of the project, because if you're in the middle of the project, then sometimes it might be difficult to obtain a resource required to do those activities, right? So you must have a little bit of the redundancy on the critical path resources, right? So that will be very helpful. So if this lesson is complete, then we can close this project.
Yes.
So each of the lesson is a project, actually. To close
Yes,
this,
sir.
we press Ctrl W.
Okay.
It will save the data and it will push the data into the database, right?
Yes, sir. Shall I click yes, sir?
Yes. If you click yes, it is confirmed and the data is saved. Now, let us look at that. What is the next rule? So we will go into the Word file. Read the rule number 3.
Schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead, and lag time.
Correct. Now that will be the next lesson. Now let us do this thing. Let us place our cursor on the lesson number 1 and you press the 2 buttons, Control C, Control V. First you press Control C,
Yes,
then
sir.
you press Control V. It will create a copy. Do you see that the sequence number is automatically generated, right?
Automatically, yes, sir.
Now
Yes, sir.
those boxes don't come because those boxes have been suppressed.
Yes, sir.
Now you write here the name as dependencies and relationships. So you backspace the whole thing. You write here dependencies and relationships. P-E-N, P-E, P-E, and D-E-N, D-E-N, E-E-E, D-E, C-I-E-S, dependencies and relationships. Dependencies and relationships. And press enter. Now, you open this project. Okay. So you want to go for lunch?
By 1:30, I'll go, sir.
Okay, fine. So let us do this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now, dependencies and relations. First of all, we will learn about what is the dependency. So we will
Yes, sir.
go to our whiteboard, right? So this is my whiteboard as the trainer would use to explain any concept. So basically, if you want to establish a relationship, so you require minimum 2 activities. So one
Yes, sir.
activity assumes the role of the predecessor and the other activity becomes the successor.
Successor.
Read what is the definition of the predecessor. Read it. Read the red color text.
Predecessor task is one which controls the start and finish state of the successor task.
Okay. Now, the predecessor, basically you can say that it is the boss and the successor is the subordinate.
Subordinate.
Now, every activity has got 2 dates, the start date and the finish
The
date.
finish.
And when you combine the 2 activities, when you join them, there are 4 possible combinations. 2 multiplied by 2 equal to 4.
4.
So the total number of the possible combination is 4.
Yes, sir.
So what is the first combination? You read this.
Finish to start. When I finish, then you can start.
So this is the dialogue from the predecessor to the successor. So the finish to start is going to look like this. The arrow will from the finish side and the arrow will connect to the start side of the successor. So all
Okay.
this theory was basically given by Henry Gantt in 1910. Okay, he wrote a book and he explained that how the activities can be planned like this and what is the schedule, right? How it takes place.
So it is like only the one activity is finished and the other activity will be starting that.
Yes, because if you look at the arrow, basically what is meaning of the arrow? The arrow basically is starting always from the predecessor. Now, the
Yes, sir.
finish date of the predecessor is going to control the start date of the
Start date of the successor.
successor. It says that when I'm finished, only then you can start. It means that if I finish late, you start late.
Yes,
If
sir.
I finish earlier, then you start earlier. It is like that,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. Now you read the next one.
Start to start. When I start, then you also start.
So it is basically represented like this. So here, the start date of the predecessor will control the start date of the
Start it of the
successor.
successor.
Okay, now read the third one.
Finish to finish. When I finish, then you also finish.
So here, the arrow will start from the finish side and it will go to the finish side of the successor.
Successor.
So here, the finish date of the successor will control the finish date of the, finish date of the predecessor will control the finish date of the successor. Okay.
Okay.
Now you read the fourth one.
Start to finish. Before I start, you should be finished.
But there is a precondition here.
Start date is predetermined.
Yes, the start date is predetermined. It is a little bit in the future, right?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So it is, so this activity in this case will be placed a little bit later on the timeline, right? Okay. Now, here the start date will control the finish date. So basically, the start date says that before I start, you should finish. Okay,
Yes, sir.
because my start date is predetermined and fixed. So before I start, you should complete, right? So we
Yes,
have
sir.
got many examples for this in our real life. For example, our exams and our catching a train or catching a flight. We will come to that. Now let us do this in the Primavera. So first we go into the Primavera. So we are going to create the WBS groups and do it within those groups, and it will give us a better understanding. Now to create the WBS group, so basically work breakdown structure WBS group is the logical grouping of the activities, right?
Okay.
So to
Yes, sir.
create the WBS group, we click on the WBS button. So we will go into the WBS tab. So in the WBS tab, actually we need to add certain columns, right?
Yes, sir.
So we will right click here and we will add more columns here. So you click on the column, customize. Okay. Now we are going to add new columns after the WBS name, and we will increase the size of the box first. Okay. So increase the font size here. Table font and row, and you click here and you select here Vardhana regular 9, click on the OK. Okay. Now the column that we need here is the duration. So you expand the duration group. Now we need the BL project duration. So you select here BL project duration and you click on the selection. So it will go to the right side, right? BL for project duration. Now you close the duration box. Now you select here uh, dates. You click on the dates group. So in the dates, you select the start date. And then you select the finish date. And then you click on the OK. Okay. Now you can adjust the size. So BL means baseline. Baseline means planned. Okay. Okay, fine. Now you can move this. And then what you can do to get this bar, you double click here.
Double click, sir.
Since the time scale is so big, so we have to expand so that we can start to see this, right?
Yes, sir.
So we do the double click once again. Now we can see, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now since we made a change in the layout, so we will save the layout. So you click here, and you write the layout name as WBS layout by Krishnan, or you write your name, your preferred name, WBS layout by, then you write your name.
Yes, sir.
Now you click on the save button. Okay, so this layout is saved. Now we are going to create WBS groups. So basically groups are to logically group up the activities. For example, in a project, we say design, but design is not a single activity. It is a set of activities, right?
Yes, sir.
Now you click on the add button. Now you write here, the first type of the relationship, you write here, finish to start with capital letters. I mean, the first letter should be capital. Finish to start. I mean, T should be capital also. Correct. And you press enter. Okay. Now we will write the next group, but we will go to the parent, right? Because if we write the next group, add the next group from here, it will become child of the child. So we don't want that. We actually want the reference from the parent only. Now you
Okay.
click on the plus button. Now you write here, start to start. Start to start. And press enter. Then
Yes,
you
sir.
go to the parent. And then you click on the plus button. And then you write here, finish to finish. Finish to finish. Then you go to the parent once again. Then you write here, start to finish.
Start to finish.
And press enter. So after you've done that, you will see that these groups have been created and you can see them in the activities tab. You go to the
Yes, sir.
activities, you will find them at the bottom.
Yes, sir.
So you can see them, right? So
Yes, sir.
now we are going to group the activities. So first we will select the first 4 activities. So select the first 4 and you cut them. Control X. And you move it into the first group, which is 3.1. Okay, you select 3.1 and press Control V. Shortcut, right? Okay,
Yes, sir.
it has moved. So if you want to see them at the same time, click on the double plus button. So it will be
Okay.
visible to you at the same time. Now,
Yes, sir.
you select the next 2, activity 10, 40 and 50, and you move it into the 3.2. Control X, 3.2. Now select the next 2 and Control X, move it into 3.3 and select the next 2. Control X and move it into 3.4. Now,
Yes, sir.
that you can delete the rest of the activities, right? So you delete the rest of the activities here. And then you click on the delete button and click on the yes. Okay, like this, right? Okay. Now it's going to take time. So I think it's better to go for the lunch. So we don't have to
Okay, sir.
the discussion, right? Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
during the lunch, first of all, you will and start your recording, okay?
Sir, can you see my screen, sir?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
I can see you. Okay, so we are going to basically understand the various relationships. So I will explain to you first, I will explain to you the simplest of the relationship, which is the finish to start.
Yes, sir.
So for that, I will tell you a situation. So once I was talking to my civil engineer friend, I was asking him that what are the basic steps in the construction of a building? He says that first we do the excavation.
Excavation.
So after we finish the excavation, then we start PCC. So he was emphasizing on the finish and start, right?
Yes, sir.
So after the excavation is finished, we start PCC. After the
PCC.
PCC means plain cementing and concreting. After the PCC is finished, then we start reinforcement.
Yes,
After
sir.
the reinforcement is finished, then we start shuttering. So
Yes,
he
sir.
said that, these tasks, basically, they are like finish to start. When one finishes, then the next one can be.
Other steps. Yes, sir.
So you write the activities. First of all, you write the excavation. EXCAVATION, excavation. Okay. After that, you write here PCC. Just write the short form only. Otherwise, it is plain cementing and concreting.
Yes, sir.
So after the PCC, you write here. So that was reinforcement. Reinforcement, REINFORCEMENT, reinforcement. So after the reinforcement, you write here shuttering, SHUTTERING, shuttering. Okay. Now, these are in the finish to start relation. So to establish the relationship, so first of all, you will select the excavation, right? You place your cursor on the excavation.
Yes, sir.
Then you switch on the details. So you will have to click on the detail button here. Now you will see that in the Primavera, you can see that two tabs have been provided here. One is the Primavera, one is the predecessor, and one is the successor tab.
Successor.
But the problem is that it can show only one relationship at a time. Suppose you're looking at an activity which is in the middle of the network, then it can show only one relationship. So basically you are at a disadvantage. So an activity which is in the middle of the network will have predecessor and successor both, but we have an option here, so which gives you both the display at one time. So
Yes, sir.
that is the relationship option. So first we go into this. So we right click here, and then we go to the customize activity details. Then we remove the predecessor and the successor. Then we add the new tab. So some of the tabs we need in addition to the relationship tab, we'll add them also. We need the expenses. Then we need the notebook. Then we need the relationship, which is basically the main tab for which we came here. Then we need the WPs and docs, and notebook, we push it one step down, click OK.
Yes, sir.
Now we will expand the details and we look at the relationship. So if you look at the relationship, actually it's a 2-in-1.
Yes, sir.
Two-in-1.
Both predecessor and successor
So
can be
you
seen.
can see the predecessor and you can see the successor. So it is quite an advantage if you have an activity in the middle. So you can see who is the predecessor of this activity and who is the successor of this activity.
Okay.
Now there is a column here. Actually, the full name of this column is relationship type. Okay. So you got to expand this. You stretch this column like this. So you can stretch it like this so that you can see the full name. This is a very important column. You will need to use this column many times, right? Relationship type, right? So after this is in place, now the thing is that who is the successor for excavation? Which activity? PCC, right?
PCC, yes, sir.
Because when excavation is finished, so then we do the PCC.
PCC.
Now to set the PCC as a successor, so we first of all we go to the successor side and click on the assign button. Click on this. Click here. You can put it there, or I think if you place that, this control panel here somewhere like this, I think it will not interfere with anything at all.
Okay, sir.
So after you clicked on the assign, so you will see that assign successor box has come up. So since this pop-up or the box, so it has come up for the first time. So we are going to increase the height and we are going to increase the width appropriately when we can see the activity name fully. Now, after that, we are going to set the font. So you click on this and you set the font. Set the font to Vardhana Regular 9. And click on the OK. OK. Now, the successor is the successor of the excavation. Basically, your cursor should be on the excavation, right?
Yes, sir.
Because this is the predecessor for which we are here to select a successor.
Okay.
So excavation successor is PCC. Like
PCC.
after you have selected the PCC, click on the add button, click on the select. So you click on it only once, because in Primavera, basically between two activities, you can assign multiple relationships. So you got to be
Okay.
careful.
Okay, sir.
Now you click on the close button. Click on the close. So after you clicked on the close button, you will see that the finish to start relationship has been applied. So
Yes, sir.
basically, remember one thing, that the finish to start relationship is applied by default, right?
Okay.
Because
Okay.
if I want any other kind of relationship, so you just remember there is actually this field that, as you see here, actually it's a drop down. So if you click on the tip of the arrow, you will see the drop down. You click here. No, you click on the tip of, no, you click on the tip of the arrow. Yeah, you click in, yes, you can see, right?
Yes, sir.
So basically, it is not visible drop down. See, if you select it, so the drop down button disappears. But if you look at any other place, the drop down button is always visible.
Visible, yes, sir.
So many people don't even know after many years that this is a drop down. So basically, the finish to start is applied by default, but you can choose any other relationship, right? If you need to. Because finish to start being the most common, so it is applied always by default, not only in the Primavera, but in many other softwares. So basically, they will apply it by default, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, after the relationship has been established, now we select the PCC. Now tell me, who is the successor? Successor for PCC?
Excavation, sir.
No. PCC
Reinforcement.
successor.
Reinforcement, sir.
Reinforcement, yeah. You
Yes,
select,
sir. Sorry, reinforcement, sir.
yeah, you select PCC. No. You have to select the predecessor. You have to apply the successor, right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
So for the PCC, we are going to apply the successor. So you go to the
Okay.
assign button here. Okay. Now you will select the reinforcement. Okay. Okay. Now you can see that it has been established in the finish to start. Now let's say that you select the shuttering.
Yes, sir.
Now from the shuttering point of view, who is the predecessor?
Reinforcement, sir.
Yes. So you will go to the predecessor side and click on the assign button. So you set this box, increase the size of the box and set the font to the Vardhana.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, from the shuttering point of view, the reinforcement, so basically you can reduce the width. So we just only need this one, right? So reinforcement is the predecessor, right?
Yes, sir.
So from the successor, you can select a predecessor also. Click on the selection. So this will get selected, then you can close the box. So basically, in the Primavera, you can select the predecessor or you can select the successor. If you are on
Okay.
the successor, you select a predecessor, and if you're on the predecessor, you can select a successor, right?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay. Now, you can see that the relationship is finished to start because the finish date of the predecessor is controlling the start date of the
Start
successor.
date of the
Let's say
successor.
the predecessor, that is the excavation, it becomes 10 days activity. So you write here 10. So it is basically increased to 10 days. Then what happens? So the excavation says that, look, I'm delayed, right? Then it tells
Yes.
the PCC to start. It says that, look, I'm finishing later, so you start later. And
Okay.
PCC in turn says to the reinforcement, look, I'm finishing later, and you start later.
Okay.
And then the reinforcement, it says, look, I'm finishing later. Then it tells the shuttering, you start later, right?
Later. Yes, sir.
So it is like this. So basically the finish is controlling the start of its successor. So let us do the opposite. Now you change the duration of excavation to 4 days and see what happens. If you change it to 4 days, then what happens? Then the excavation finishes earlier.
Yes, sir.
So it says, look, I'm finishing earlier. You start earlier. PCC says, look, I'm finishing earlier, and it tells the reinforcement to start earlier. And reinforcement says, look, I'm finishing earlier. It tells the shuttering to start earlier, right?
Okay.
So you can see that the finish date is controlling the start date, right?
Yes, sir.
And if you put here 6 days once again, you will see that there is a change in the Gantt chart and all these successors will get pushed away.
Yes, sir.
Right? You can see. So basically it is the finish date which is controlling the start date.
Yes, sir.
So this is the most common relationship, and that's why it is programmed by default into the in the interface. So whenever you apply the relationship, so first it will select the finish to start, right? So,
Okay.
but if you need some other relationship, you can change it later, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is, I think it is clear because the finish to start is very, very common. Everybody knows how to use it because this is the way we start planning. We always apply the finish to start relationship by default always whenever we use any project management software. Now, I will explain to you the start to start. So it is like this. I am basically planning. So one of my team member is planning. He says that, boss, I want to do the software testing and then fix the defects. So he plans it like this. So you write here software testing. In 1040, you write software testing. And you give it a duration of 12 days. 12. And then you write another activity, defect fixing. Defect fixing. And you put in a duration of 12 days, right? For this also. And originally his planning is like the finish to start. Now, to establish the finish to start, there is a shortcut. If you select from the top and the bottom, then you right click. You right click on top of this, on the selection. You will see there is an option here, link activities. So you have
Yes, sir.
used it earlier also. You click
Yes,
on
sir.
this, you will see that it established the finish to start relationship, right? Okay,
Yes,
now
sir.
if you click only on the software testing, you will see that it has already established the relationship, right?
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Now look at the overall duration in the WBS group. So what is the overall duration of these two?
24 days.
24 days, because one will start after the other. So 12 plus 12 equal to 24 days. It
Okay.
will be required. Now what happens? There is another guy in my team. So when I review the plan with him, before I finalize the plan, so he says that, boss, software is not a physical product. It can be handled by two people at the same time. So what we can do, so we can upload the software on a server. He gives me a schema like this. This
Okay.
is the server computer, and this is the computer of the tester, and this is the computer of the programmer, which is the brown one. So he says that we will proceed like this. First, the tester will download a copy, and he will find a defective line number. He will report it to the programmer. The programmer will fix the defective line number, So while he's fixing the defective line number, the tester will find another one. So he will report to him and he will fix it. So they will continue to work together in parallel in a continuous fashion, right?
Yes, sir.
So he will find another one, he will report. So while he's fixing one, he will find another defect because it is not a, it is a text. It is just lines of code which can be handled by two people. Since if it were a physical product, then one person will have to complete the listing of the defects before the other person could fix it, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So I think it makes a logical sense to me. I said, fine, then let us change the relationship to start, right? So
Yes, sir.
note the current duration is 24. Okay. Now you change the relationship here, relationship type to start, which is technically and practically, which is the correct. Now,
Yes,
as
sir.
you change it, you will see that both the activities are now in parallel,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And the total duration is now reduced to, as you can see, the total duration is now reduced to 12 days,
12 days.
right? It is reduced to 12 days. Now, what is the basic communication between predecessor and successor in start to start? So here you can read this. What does
Start to start.
predecessor
When I
say?
start, then you also start.
Yeah. Now, let us do this thing. First of all, we will do a dependency check. The dependency check, we are going to ask ourselves a logical question. The question is like this. Suppose if I cancel software testing, can I do the defect fixing? If I'm
No,
not
sir.
doing the testing, can I do
No,
the
sir.
defect fixing? Yes or
No,
no?
sir.
No. It is
No,
not
no.
possible because the defect fixing is dependent upon the software testing.
Software testing.
Right? So I'll just show you that what is the meaning of this. The meaning of this is like this. So basically, the defect fixing is dependent, and then using our project management knowledge, we apply the relationship start to start, right? Is this clear?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Because of the dependency, we establish a relationship, okay?
Yes, sir.
So the dependency is determined by our technical knowledge and the relationship is selected by our project management knowledge, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let's see that what is the statement that when I start, then you start. So what I will do, so I can change the start date here manually, right? I select the start date for the next week. I shift the start date from the 1st of the September to the next week, right? 8th.
Yes, sir.
Now I click on the select and then I confirm the date. So once I confirm the date, did you notice that I changed only the date of the predecessor? The successor also moved along. Did you
Yes,
know
sir.
that?
Yes, sir.
See this. I click here and change it from 8 to the 15. And when the predecessor moves, the successor also moves. Did you note that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then I do the reverse. Suppose if I bring back the predecessor, so the successor also comes back. Did you note that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Yes,
this
sir.
also comes back. Okay.
Just because these two are dependent each,
No,
first
these
we
two
have,
are not dependent, only one is dependent.
yes, one
Only
is
the
dependent.
successor is
Yes, sir.
dependent upon the other. These two have a relationship, but the
Yes, sir.
dependent is only
The
one. It is
successor
the
is dependent on the
successor is the
predecessor.
dependent, right? So who
Yes,
is
sir.
the boss here? Software testing. Software testing
Software
says
testing, yes, sir.
that when I
Predecessor.
start, then you start, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if it says that if I start later, then you also start later. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So that is the example. Now, I would like you to search any example from your memory if you did something like that, if you feel that it can be done like that. Now, what is your engineering domain? So what engineering do you do?
Basically, we do all the interior works, fall ceiling,
Okay.
interior.
So basically, it is related to the
Yes, sir.
civil works only. So
Yes,
I'm
sir.
I'm sure that you should be able to recall some good example from your work.
Yes, sir.
Because if you do that, then you will be able to use it very quickly.
Yes, sir.
Can you recall something, or do you feel that now you can do something like this?
Just give me a second, no, sir. I can. work on that?
Yes, yes.
Sir, it can be like just a subject one, sir, like plastering, plumbing, electricals.
So you write that what is the predecessor? You write a short and sweet name for
Yes, sir.
the predecessor activity. Okay. You write
Yes,
it
sir.
in 1040, change it. And then you write the successor. Then let us discuss.
Yes, sir. Which one, sir? Like in the 3.3, I'll write it, sir.
No, you write your predecessor activity here.
Yes, sir.
You remove this and you write your predecessor activity.
Okay.
And then that what do you think is start with that? That
Yes,
should
sir.
be from your own domain, right? So
Yes,
that
sir.
you can use it in your domain. Okay.
Okay, sir.
If you bring some example, if you recall some example from your own domain, then it
Mhm.
will be easy for you to use it in the future.
Yes, sir.
Try to recall some situation where you did start.
Like it can be anything like simultaneous works, like
Yeah, it should be simultaneous and also dependent.
okay.
Dependent means that if you're not doing the predecessor, then the successor can't be done. So
Yes,
here
sir.
you can understand it logically. If you are not done any testing, you don't have a list
Yes, sir. I couldn't recall
of the
anything right now, sir.
defect.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you leave this,
Yes, sir.
but you try to think during the night. I will give you an
Yes, sir.
example for the finish to finish. In the finish to finish, I am doing software development. You write here, software development. And you write the duration of the activity as 4 weeks. 4 small w. 4 and small w. Now, here you write, there is basically with the software, I want a user manual to be given to the client, right? So you write the activity, write user manual. Write user manual. Now you write here 12 days. Now, the person who is going to write the user manual, so he says that, boss, shall I start the user manual after the software development is completed? I say, no. Because if you do it like this, then what will be the total duration? 24 plus 12, right?
Yes, sir.
So it will become 36 days duration, right?
Yes, sir.
I tell him that, it is not important when you start. It is more important that when the software development is finished and the software is finished and ready, your user manual should be also finished and ready at the same time. Because I want to package them both and give to the client, right?
Yes, sir.
It makes sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will package them both and give it to the client. So it's like that. So he says that fine. So I will basically start according to the software. So what we do, we establish a finish to finish relationship. Now, since my cursor is already on the successor, so I will select the predecessor. You go to the predecessor box and click on the assign button. You must have a flexibility of thought. From predecessor, you select successor. From successor, you select predecessor.
Okay.
Right? Now we are selecting the predecessor. Who is the predecessor?
Software development.
Now you select it. After selection, you click on the selection button, that is the assign, and close the box. See, by default, it will always apply FS. right?
Yes, sir.
Now this
Finish to
time
start.
we want FF, finish to finish. Okay. So as we
Yes, sir.
apply finish to finish, you will see the relationship is basically, it is established from the finish date, right?
Yes, sir.
So now what is going to happen since he has to finish at the same date? So his finish date will be 27. Now the software tells, the Primavera says that, okay, if you are going to need 12 days, so you count 12 backwards. So if you count
Okay.
backwards the 12, so you will see here 15 September, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is telling him. So basically what he will do, he will join the team and he start to look at the already developed screens on the 15th. So he will start to catch up, and around the finish day, so he will look at the last screen and he will complete the manual so that we can package the manual along with the software and give it to the client. So basically the software is the main product and the manual is the accessory.
Exactly.
Similarly, we have many examples in real life where the main product is taking longer time, then we have many accessories with that. And we can plan the accessories to be finished at the same time as the finish of the main product. Okay, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If we do it like that, then what is the benefit? The benefit is that we save a lot of time.
Yes,
See,
sir.
if I do the right user manual after the software development, technically there is no problem.
Yes, sir.
Technically, it's not a problem, but the thing is that
Mm.
look at the duration. The duration will become 36 days in case of
36
finish
days.
to start relationship. Now we will do the dependency check. Now the dependency check is like this. I say that I'm not going to develop the software. So tell me one thing, if I'm not going to develop the software, would I need to write the manual? Think of
No,
it.
sir.
Hmm?
No.
If I'm not developing the software, then I won't need to write the user manual.
User manual. Yes,
Because
sir.
the user manual is dependent upon the software.
Software
So
development.
that's why I say it like this. User manual is dependent, and then for this we choose the relationship finish to finish. Right?
Yes,
Is
sir.
this clear?
Yes, sir.
So wherever there is a dependency, there is a relationship, right? So keep
Okay, sir.
this fact in mind. So I'm
Yes, sir.
sure that in the future you will be able to find some example from your own domain. So
Okay.
where you have a main activity and then you need to finish something with it at the same time so that you have an advantage, right? So
Yes,
it
sir.
gives an advantage to finish it at the same time. If I put it in the start to start, then the user manual activity would be finished somewhere in the middle. So it will not give me the complete manual, right?
Yes, sir.
So this way I get the complete manual. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now we come to the start to finish. So before we go into the start to finish, so it will be better to understand it with a situation. So the situation is here. So you read this.
Start to finish situation, sir.
Read this.
I have to catch a train that departs at 5 p.m. from station. It takes 1 hour from home to station on the road travel. When should I start from home as not to miss the train at all?
Right? Is this clear? So
Yes,
basically,
sir.
I have a train which has a fixed time. You know, the trains, they have a fixed time, right?
Yes,
And
sir.
you can purchase a train ticket 1 month in advance. If you go to the Indian Railway portal, you can buy, right? So basically, you are not deciding the date and time, but you are choosing a date and time which is convenient, right? It is
Yes, sir.
predetermined. Okay,
Yes, sir.
already it is basically it is displayed in the chart, and you can pick up the one that is suitable for you, right? And you can
Yes, sir.
book a train date and time in advance. A train ticket can be booked in advance, so you know the date and time in advance. Now, the start time of the train says that you finish reaching the railway station before I start, right?
Yes, sir.
So what is your job? Your job is to finish reaching the railway platform.
Yes, sir.
It says I'm going to start at 5 p.m. You finish reaching the railway platform before I start. Why? Because I'm not going to wait for you. So is that thing clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, in this case, the train is going to depart at 5 p.m. So at what time you think you should start from home to catch
4.
this train? 4. Suppose you depart at 4. Now what happens that on the way there is a 10-minute delay. There is a 10-minute is required to change the tire. The cab driver says, boss, I need 10 minutes to change the flat tire. So then what happens?
So I'll be reaching the station by 5:10.
So you
So
will
I'll
be
miss the
reaching
train.
the station by 5:10, you will be late.
Yes, sir. I'll be missing the train.
So what you do, you next time you become smart. You say, no, I will put some time buffer. Next time you say, I will depart at 3:30, right?
Yes, sir.
Suppose if you depart at 3:30 and 20 minutes are needed due to some incident on the way, will you be able to catch the train now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, because you will still reach 10 minutes earlier because you put a buffer of 30 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
Suppose if you start at 3:30 and you reach at 4:30, okay, you reach the 30 minutes earlier, reach the platform 30 minutes earlier. If you wait for the train for 30 minutes, will that be a problem?
No, sir.
No. Missing the train will be a problem. Waiting for
Problem,
the
yes,
train
sir.
would not be a problem. Because if you reach earlier, the train will not be departed earlier. You'll have to still wait. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Suppose if you know the station master, he is your friend, and if you tell him, can you delay the train? No. Can you depart the train earlier? No. Because it's a public utility transport, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a public transport, so it will only depart at its designated time so that it does not inconvenience anybody. That is the thing. Okay, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let us substitute this example with international flight. Suppose if you have an international flight at 5 p.m. So
Yes, sir.
it's an international flight and it costs a lot of money and it is once in a week flight and it is at 5 p.m. So how will you plan? So
Yes,
you
sir.
will say that, okay, if the flight is going to start at 5 p.m., I should finish reaching the boarding gate by 4 p.m., right? Isn't
Yes,
it?
sir. Yes, sir.
So what do? You say, okay, 4 p.m. Then how much time it will take me to be processed inside the airport? So let's say 2 hours.
Yes, sir.
2 hours it will take you to, because it's an international flight, you will have to go through more security, then you'll have to go
Yes,
through
sir.
immigration channel, then you have to go to the check-in counter. So basically, it's going to take 2 hours to get processed. So from 5, you subtract 1 hour, 4. From 4, you subtract 2 hours. So what is the time that you should be at the airport gate? What is 4 p.m. minus 2 hours?
2, sir.
2 p.m., right? 2 p.m.
Yes,
you should be at the airport gate.
yes,
Suppose
sir.
it takes 1 hour from your home to the airport. So at what
So
time
I'll be
you
starting
start
from
from?
1 p.m.
Then you decide to add 30 minutes buffer for safety.
Yes, sir.
Then at what time you are going to start from home?
1:30 or 1, sir.
Correct. 12:30 you are going to start. Not 1:30, but 12:30.
Yes, sir.
1 minus 30 minutes is 12:30, right?
Yes, sir.
So, this is how we do the planning in start to finish because the flight time is fixed. Because the start time is the boss. Okay. The start time says you finish reaching the boarding gate before I start. Have you missed any exam in your life?
No, sir.
No. Because it is a start to finish.
Yes, sir.
Before the start of the exam, you have to reach the examination hall, right?
Yes, sir.
Similarly, there are many other situations. Suppose you are appearing for interview and the interview is at 5 p.m. So will you tell the company that I will come after 5? Do you think
No,
they
sir.
like it? No.
No, no.
They will not like it because if you are appearing for an interview for the management job or project management job, especially, so they appreciate if the candidate comes in a little bit earlier.
Yes, sir.
I've seen that myself happening. Suppose if I had an interview at 5, I will reach at 4. So after reaching at 4, I will report myself to the interview coordinator that I have arrived. So she will mark it in the list that this candidate is in. So then I will go to the washroom, freshen up myself, apply a fresh coat of DO, and I will set up my tie and everything in order. Then I will study the situation around me. Sometimes I have noticed Even though my interview was at 5, I was called in earlier because maybe some candidate did not turn up, or he said, I will come later. And I have noticed that maybe despite other candidates being better than me, they liked my attitude. They said, look, this guy has an attitude to arrive earlier and he is very keen to do this job, right? So
Yes,
we
sir.
should give him the offer letter, right? Sometimes it is not because you have lots of qualifications. Sometimes it is because you are prompt, right?
Yes, sir.
So that is the reason, this start to finish is very important. But I will show you that how to implement it in the Primavera. I'm not sure if you have had any example or not. I will not be asking you for example, but I would ask you to remember this so that you may use it when it is required in a
Yes,
particular
sir.
situation.
Yes, sir.
So let me show you start to finish. I'll give you a real life example. So these days I'm doing the planning for many telecom companies. So, in the telecom companies, they are upgrading all the towers from 3G, 4G to the 5G, right? So there is a task here. It says activate 5G spectrum or activate 5G frequency. So let me write it as frequency. Okay. So because the 5G has a different kind of a frequency as compared to the 3G or the 4G. Now, this basically, this job is to be done by a specialized subject matter expert. Now, this subject matter expert is a constrained resource. Constrained means limited resource. How limited is that? Let me give an idea. So this resource is basically 1:5. So there is one subject matter expert for 5 projects, right? For one subject matter expert is there for 5 projects. Okay. So I call him up because I have to take his appointment, right? So I
Yes, sir.
ask him that how soon you can give me a date for my project. He says that I can give you the date on this one. So can you read this time scale and tell me that what is the date on this Friday? Look at the arrow. You can count from 15. 15 is Monday. Count it.
19, sir.
Correct. So you can count from 15 or you can count backwards from 22.
Okay.
So whichever is nearer. So this is how you basically read the time scale.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So he says that I can come on the 19th of the September. So it means that his activity has to be shifted, right? So his activity has to be first shifted to this date. So I'm going to use the constraint. There is a facility called constraint for this example, for facilitating this example, but my next lesson is all about constraints. So it goes like this. So I set his activity to the 15. Uh, no, what is this? 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
19, sir.
So I select here the constraint mandatory start. Mandatory start means compulsory start and on which date? 19. So I go to the selection of the date and then I select here 19th, which is a Friday, and I click select. So this activity goes now to the 19th. Then I ask him that before you come, so what preparation should be done so that you can do your work? He says that before I come, there should be 3 things which should be installed and ready. 3 things he said that you should install the hardware, update the hardware. You should update the firmware, which are the chips inside the computer, and you should update the software as well. So 3 things should be updated, update the hardware, firmware, and the software.
So this 3 activities should be done before September 19th,
Yeah,
like
now
before activating 5G.
yeah, definitely it has to be done before that.
Yes,
Update
sir.
hardware, then you update the firmware,
So,
then you also update the software. These 3
software.
things should be updated and ready. Now I ask him that okay, these 3 things, yeah. Now I ask my engineering team, so guys, how many days do you need? They say that boss, we are fine with the 6 days. Then I tell them that, they should finish their activity 3 days earlier, right? So you tell me that what is 19 minus 3, which date that will be? 19 minus 3 days.
16, 15, sir.
It will be 16. 19
16.
minus 3 will be 16.
16.
Why I'm asking them to finish 3 days earlier? For reasons of safety. Reason being that if I miss his appointment, if his inputs are not ready, so I will get his next appointment after 1 month. Okay, no sensible project manager would like to delay if there is an opportunity to finish at the earliest. So he would try to finish it at the earliest, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I tell my team members, guys, let us not take a chance. You take 6 days plus a buffer of 3 days. Now, how to set this up? So you grab the mouse and you select the relationship tab. Come to the relationship tab. Since we are already on the successor, so we are going to assign the predecessor. Now, from the predecessor, you will select A1080 because this is the predecessor, and click on the selection button. And then you click on the close button. So after you closed it, you will see that by default, it is going to assign FS. But this time we need SF, start to finish, right? And we need it to be finished 3 days earlier. So we say -3. So you put here in the lag column, you put here -3. -3. So you know what it will do? It will compute 3 days earlier from the start of the predecessor. Now,
Okay.
19 minus 3 days will be 16. Do you see that?
16.
It has set the finish date to 16. So what
Yes,
we are
sir.
trying to say is that we should target to finish it 3 days earlier. Okay. So it's like
Yes, sir.
this. I'll just show it to you that what is the meaning of this. It is just like, you know, catching the international flight, right? The flight
Yes,
is
sir.
at 5 p.m. So we target to reach the boarding gate at 4 p.m., right?
Yes, sir.
So our first target to finish is the 16th. If we can't, then we try to finish it on the 17th evening
17th.
or 18th evening, because on 19th morning, the subject matter expert is going to come and we should not miss the appointment because he is a constrained resource. His time is limited. So one resource is assigned on 5 projects. So he has to basically go from project site to project site. So his window of the availability is after 1 month, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
That is why we put a buffer of 3 days for the reasons of safety. Because if your flight is going to depart at 5 p.m., would you target to reach the boarding gate at 5 p.m.?
No,
You
sir.
think that will be a safe thing to do?
No.
If your exam is at 5 p.m., will you target to reach the examination hall at 5 p.m. or earlier than that?
The earlier, sir.
Much earlier than that. You know, it never hurts. Go to
Yes,
the
sir.
examination hall earlier, like 1 hour, 1.5 hours. You sit there, you relax yourself, you cool down your mind, you create a strategy, you then recall the important questions, you revise the important questions, you keep on revising them, important notes, formulas, continue to do this, do this, do this. And when you go to the examination hall, you will find that you are having all the answers, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Isn't that cool? Suppose
Yes, sir.
you rush your examination hall at the last moment, you are huffing, puffing, panting, you go to your seat, suddenly you will find, oh, I revised a lot, but nothing is there in my head. Okay.
Yes, yes.
So there are many things you have to basically do it in advance. So what are they? Catching a train, catching a flight, catching an interview, catching an appointment with a client meeting, right? If the
Yes,
client
sir.
calls you at 5 p.m., reach the venue little bit earlier, right? Try to reach
Yes,
15
sir.
to 20 minutes earlier. Relax yourself, make a strategy, think of how you are going to present yourself to the prospective client to get the project. You know, those things are very, very important, right? Is this clear?
Yes.
So you
Yes, sir.
have to avoid the last minute rush, right?
Yes, sir.
So this is the benefit of start to finish, because the start time is predetermined and fixed. Because you can book a flight 1 month in advance, right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Examination date is predetermined, pre-announced.
Yes, sir.
Almost like 1 year, you know that in the month of March, you have got your board exams, right?
Yes, sir.
We know it in school times, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So basically the final date may come later, but we know that we have an exam. So we finish our syllabus, we do the revision, we do the mock test, we do the memory of the important formulas and points. And then we go to the examination center a little bit earlier with a cool head. appear for the exam. But there is one place where you can enter late. Can you guess where you can enter late?
No idea, sir.
I'll tell you. There is one place where you can enter late. That is the cinema hall.
Okay.
Suppose your movie is to start at 5 p.m. and you reach there at 5:30. So they will take you in with full respect and they will show you the seat. But if you miss the first 30 minutes, the background of the movie, you don't know, and you are seeing a lot of action on the screen, right?
Yes, sir.
But you will not be able to understand the story a lot, right or wrong?
Yes, sir.
That is the only place you can enter late, not the
Yes.
examination hall, not the train and not the plane, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Not even the interview. If you appear late for the interview, they're not going to entertain you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you get the point? So you have
Yes,
to
sir.
understand that start to finish is very, very important in the project. It is rare, but it is there. But how you are going to determine if it is there in your project? So you can look at the contract document. Is there any commitment made for a fixed date? Because sometimes the client will say, I want this particular component to be delivered earlier than the scheduled date. Suppose the scheduled date is on the 30th of the September. The client is asking it on the 15th of the September or 20th of the September, 10 days earlier. Then you will have to plan backwards, right? Is that clear?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Sometimes the client will make a request over mail, verbally over WhatsApp. Okay, just make sure that you remember those things. So basically, the start to finish will be dependent upon client communication or constrained resource. But these three basically can be derived. The finish to start and the start to start and finish to finish, they are very easy. They can be derived from your engineering process. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So basically, you don't have to look out for that. It will come to you. So you should try to use the start to start or finish to finish more because they save time. Finish to start is common. So let me tell you one more thing, interesting fact about the finish to start. If you put all the activities in the finish to start in a project in any domain, there will be no technical problem. But the thing is that if
Yes,
you
sir.
put in the finish to start, then can you foresee then what is going to be the problem? If it is not the technical problem, then it will be the delay. The
Yes, sir.
project will be very, very delayed. It will create a very long project duration, right?
Yes, sir.
It will be quite a problem. Okay. That's why, we should try to use the start to start or finish to finish, right? Okay.
Yes,
Is
sir.
this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if the concepts are clear,
Yes, sir.
you don't have any question, then you can close this project and lesson. You can press Control W and you click yes. So this dependency and relationship is clear, right? Now,
Yes, sir.
what is the next rule for the scheduling? So the next rule says, rule number 4, read this.
Schedule is adjusted by the date constraints.
Now constraint, what is the meaning? Constraint means limitation. So date
Limitations.
constraint would mean limitation of dates. See, there are various kind of constraints in a project. At the project level, what is the constraint? The entire duration of the project is a constraint.
Yes, sir.
You are asking for 24 months. The client is saying, no, you finish it in 20 months. 4 months less. You are asking for 100 crore. Client says, no, you do the project in 90 crore. There is a budgetary constraint. Then there is a resource constraint. Then there is a machinery constraint. Then there is a material availability constraint. So, you have to work amongst many kind of constraints to complete the plan. So date constraint means the limited date. So date constraint happens to be at the activity level, right? So we will
Yes.
see that how we can work using the date constraints. Okay. So now we will create the lesson number 4. So we will go to the lesson number 1. We will press Control C, Control V. Control C, Control V. Okay. Now we will rename the lesson, rename the project, and we will write date constants. Date constants. And we will open the lesson number 4. Okay, date constants. Now, in the date constants, there are various kind of constants. First, we are going to create the WBS, and then we are going to learn them.
Yes, sir.
Now, click on the Add button. So you write here the constraint name as start, on, or after with the first letter should be capital. Start, on, or after. This is the name of the first constraint, which is inbuilt in the Primavera. On or after, only the first letter should be capital.
On or off, sir?
After, A-F-T-E-R, after. Start, on, or after. Now you select the parent, then click on the add, and you write here finish on or before. Finish on or before. Then you select the parent. Select, then you click on the add. Then you write the name as primary and secondary constraint. Primary and secondary constraint. Primary and secondary constraint. Okay, you can expand this and then you click this. Then you click on the add. So then you write here as late as possible. As late as possible. Correct. Then you write one more. Go to the parent and you write here mandatory constraint. Oh no, mandatory finish. Mandatory finish. Okay. Name of the constraint will be mandatory finish. Okay. So these are the constraints. Now go to the activities tab. Okay. Okay. So you can see the constraints groups at the bottom. Now you select the first two, you cut them and move them into 4.1. Select these two and you move them into 4.1. Okay, now you select the next two and move them into 4.2. And select the next two, you move them into 4.3. Then you select the next one, 1, and you move it into 4.4. Then you select the next 8, 8. You count 8 activities.
Okay, okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you cut them and move them into 4.5. Now, the remaining activities at the top, you delete them. You delete them. Yes. Now it is like this. Now, you rename this as 1. See, just very simple. Just go into the task and you write here 1 and the next one you write as 2. Task 1, 2. You put
Task 2, sir.
You put the number 2 after the K. Oh, yeah. Now you link them. You select the 1. First you select the 1, then you select the 2. Then you right click and link it. Okay. So
sir.
you can see that both the activities after linking. So the activity number 2, it is acquiring the schedule from the
Active.
relationship, right?
Yes.
You can see that it has gone to, otherwise all the activities which do not have a predecessor, they are starting from the start date of the project, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
this is the start date of the project. They are all starting at the 1st of the September, right?
Yes, sir.
So if the relationship is made, then it is getting the relationship from the relationship with the predecessor. Now you can see that this activity is starting on the 8th and you assign a resource. Now just imagine you are working in a networked environment. In a networked environment, what happens that the person who is assigned on the activity, that is the task 2, he gets an email generated from the system or automatically.
Yes,
So
sir.
this email would mention the name of the project, name of the activity, the schedule of the activity, and the name of the project manager who assigned him to this project activity, right? So he gets this email. So he gets the complete information about the activity, project manager name, and the schedule. Then he comes to meet you. So he says that Krishnan, that I am working on the current project. And after the current project, I'm planning to take 2 weeks leave. I have got the approval from the current project manager, right? He says that this will be my leave period and I'll be joining from September 22 onwards,
Yes, sir.
like this. So I have to tell you, I have to tell you in advance so that you can arrange for an alternative resource, right? Is this
Yes,
clear?
sir.
So you said, yeah, that is fair enough. So then you look at his skill set and the kind of the task he is supposed to be doing. Okay, that is the task 2.
Mhm.
Then you talk to the HR manager that I would need an equally skilled person.
Mhm.
So the HR manager says, this skill is very, very rare. It is very complex. We do not have similarly skilled person in the resource pool. So in that case, what do you do if you don't get a similar resource? Tell me.
So we have to manage extra
If
time
you
or
don't get another resource of his skills, so you'll have to wait for him to join. That's
yes,
it.
sir.
There's no other choice. So then you tell him that, okay, I could not find the person. So what I will do, that I will shift this activity to your joining date, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
I will shift this activity start date. I will reschedule this activity using the facility of date constraint, and I will make this activity start on the date you are joining.
Yes, sir.
And then you can do this activity, right?
Yes, sir.
So that is the concept of the date constraint, right?
Mhm.
See, date constraint is something that you need in real life. But suppose if you're planning in dreams, so then you don't need a date constraint because in dreams you can get all kind of resources. You can even fly yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
But when we work in the real world, we have constraints due to the resources for which we have to plan. So what do you do? That you apply the date constant start on 22 or after 22, right? So we apply this constraint. Now, how to apply this constraint? First of all, we will switch on the detail for this activity. And after that, we will come to there is a tab here, which is called the status. Go into the status. So in the status, so you can see there is a constraint block. Do you see this?
Yes, sir.
Primary constraint, right? So now you will find that there is a constraint of the same name here. Start on or after. You select here. You will find it. You scroll down, you will find
Start on.
on or after. You just scroll down. Okay. Now, then you select the date. So the date will be 22 September,
26.
which is a Monday, right?
Yes, sir.
So basically what you are telling the Primavera that start this activity on 22 or after 22. So you put the 22. Now you will have to notice certain things. Okay.
Yes,
Let
sir.
me show them to you. First of all, you will see after you apply the start constraint, you will see a star. Did you know
Yes, sir.
that a star has
Yes, sir.
come up? Because why the star has come? The star has come to indicate that someone has applied a constraint. Because the constraint does not come by itself.
Okay.
Right? It is applied by some person, it is applied manually. So it is to indicate that this date has not been calculated freely from the relationship, but this date has been adjusted. This date has been constrained, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, one more thing that you should know, the date on which you applied the constraint, it has shifted the activity to that date. Did you
Yes, sir.
know that?
Yes, sir.
Activity has been shifted. Now, okay, now there are one more point is there. You will note that there is a thick bar. Do you remember that what is the represented by this thick black bar?
Float, sir.
Correct. Float. It is since you have basically parted the successor forcibly, right? Applying a constraint. So between the predecessor and successor, a float has been created of 12 days.
Yes,
6 days float in the first week and 6 days float in the next week. And since you have forcibly pushed away the relationship, you will see the relationship is not a solid line, but it is a dotted line.
Dotted line.
You are stretching stretching an elastic band. Don't you see that the fabric will expand?
Yes, sir.
Just like if you stretch the elastic, and it is going to basically show you dots. It will expand, right? So that's what
Yes,
is
sir.
happening here. So this relationship line is expanding. Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is stretching. Now we will do an experiment. Now, first of all, I will show you that where is the float which has been created. You can see the float here. So if you look here carefully, you will be able to see the float.
Yes, sir.
You see the float here?
Yes, sir. Total float.
See, the float for this activity is 12 days.
Yes,
But
sir.
the float for this activity, that is the task 2, the
0
float
days.
is 0. Why it is 0? See, basically this activity has been pushed to the forefront, right? It is at the far end of the project, pushed away by the constraint. So basically, when it is on the edge, so this itself is defining the finish date of the project. That's why this activity has no float, because this
Yes, sir.
activity itself is defining the finish date of the project. So it has no float. It is basically defining the finish date. So its float is 0, but the float for the activity task 1 is 12 days because it is at the left side. And in between task 1 and task 2, there is a gap. There is a chasm, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there is a valley. So basically, due to this, there is a 12-day float. Now let's do this thing. Let's try to increase the duration of the task 1. Let's see if it will consume the float or it will push the task 2. Okay, let's do this thing. You increase the duration of task 1 to 12 days. So what did you see?
Float has been changed
As
to
you
6
increase the
days.
duration, it is consuming the float, right?
Yes, sir.
It's consumed 6 days of the float, and you can see the total float for this activity is now 6 days, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now you increase it to 18. So if you increase it to 18, then what happens?
0 float.
It is 0 float because it has consumed all the gap.
Yes, sir.
0 float. Now beyond this point, what is going to happen? It's going to push the successor back to back. You make it as 22 and see that what happens. 22. Okay, now what did you note? What did you note?
The critical path has been changed.
Yeah, basically, the critical path has been changed. The critical path has expanded.
Yes, sir.
It has become longer to the previous path. But one more thing that you should note, that when the successor is going ahead, the predecessor is back to back.
Yes, sir.
Right? Both of them are back to back. Okay? So it's
Yes,
like
sir.
that. Now you reduce the duration of this 22 to 18 and see that what happens. So it is coming back. So will it come back to back? Okay, now you reduce it to 14. Do you see that it is not coming back to back, but
Yes, sir.
its boundary line is here. It says, no, I won't come before the 22 because my constraint is at 22. There is one more best practice. Whenever you apply a constraint, you should write the reason.
Yes,
Okay?
sir.
Because if someone else is reading your plan, he won't know what is the reason for the constraint and why it is there. So you click on the notebook and then you click on the add. So you select the reason as constraints, which is already there. After selecting the constraints, you click here on the green button once. Okay, then close it. So you can see the constraint has been selected. Now click on the modify button. And then you write the reason for the constraint, the resource assigned on this activity.
Resource.
The resource assigned on this activity will be available from will be available from 22 September onwards, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
Now
sir.
you click on the OK. Okay. Now I asked you to write the word resource, not human resource. So remember one thing, that it is not due to the human resource that you will apply a constraint. If some material or if some machinery will be arriving on 22, you'll have to wait.
I'll modify it once again, sir.
Right? Is this clear?
Yes,
The
sir.
resource assigned on this activity will be available from 22 September onwards. Okay.
Okay.
Now you click on the OK. No, resource. Not reports. The earlier word was correct, resource.
Yes, sir.
Right? Click on the OK. See, because of the resource being not available before 22, so what kind of resource? Not necessarily human resource. It could be man, machine, or material.
Yes, sir.
If any one of the activity is delayed, so basically you'll have to wait till then. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So that is the reason for applying the constraint, right? So
Yes, sir.
whenever you apply the constraint, so you should basically write the reason so that the constraint is justified.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
because even you won't remember after some time that why did you apply the constraint and due to what reason, right?
Yes, sir.
So in this case, basically the task number 2 is waiting for some resource to arrive. So that's why it is delayed. Now you rename this as 3 and 4, these two. Okay, now
Sir,
you share
sorry,
your.
sir. Internet fluctuation, sir.
I know, I know. You share your screen once again.
Yes, sir. So can you see my screen, sir?
Yes, yes. Now I can see your screen, and I will request you for the remote.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you join them in the finish to start relationship. You said 3 and 4.
Yes, sir.
Then you right click. No, you have to select 2 activities minimum. See, if you don't select 2 activities, you won't get the link option.
Okay, sir.
Link activities, right? Okay, now they are in the finish to start relationship. Now, what happens is that, so this activity that is the 1030, it acquires a finish date. Do you see that? It has acquired a finish date. Okay. Now, what happens is that, there is a person working on this activity. He comes to you. So he says that, boss, I'm on the notice period and my availability is this much. So this
Mhm.
is my window of the availability. So the last date of my working in the company is this. So can you read the time scale and tell me what is the date of the arrow?
September 20, sir.
Yeah, it is September 20. He says my last date of the working in this activity is September 20. Just make sure that my task number 4 should not exceed beyond September 20,
Yes, sir.
which is the last date of my working, right? Is this clear?
Okay. Yes, sir.
So, so then you say that, okay, so you have a predecessor, that is the task number 3. So you're planning
3.
the predecessor. So you will plan the predecessor in such a way that it should not go beyond the September 20. So you
Yes,
apply
sir.
the constraint. So the constraint is called finish on or before September 20, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
you come to the status. Now you select here finish on or before, and then you select here September 20, right? So
Yes,
did
sir.
you put something that first it will give a star, it will put a star to indicate,
That it has been entered manually.
yeah, it has basically a constraint. Then you will note that, its float is getting trimmed on
Yes,
the
sir.
September 20. It is not going beyond.
Yes, sir.
If you look at any other activity, their float is going till the end of the project, right?
Yes, sir.
You see that
Yes, sir.
their float is going till the end of the project. But for this activity, the float is basically trimming till this date only. It is
Yes, sir.
limited till this date. Now we will do an experiment. Suppose if I am going to increase the duration of the task number 3, then where can I go up to? So you increase the duration to 12 days and see what happens. Increase the duration of task 3 to 12 days.
Sir, sorry, sir. Power fluctuations. No, sir.
Oh, yes, yes. No, that's okay. 12 days. So if you increase it to 12 days, then what happens? So this activity is pushing the successor,
Yes,
and
sir.
this successor is pushed up to the finish date, right? Finish date
Yes,
of
sir.
the constraint, right? Because this is the
Yes.
constraint, and that's why the float is 0. Did you note that it has become the critical path because the float is 0?
Yes, sir.
So one of the attribute of the critical path says that any path whose float is 0 is critical path, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So this activity is critical. Why it is becoming critical? Because it has gone to the last date of its constraint. So for this activity, the finish date is not determined by the finish date of the project, but by the date of the constraint, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
this activity is touching the constraint, right?
Yes, sir.
Here, okay? So you can see that it has touched the constraint date, and that is why it
Yes,
has
sir.
become red, it has become 0.
Yes, sir.
Constraint has become 0 and it has become, so it has become the critical path. Now let us do this thing. Now let us go to the task 3 and increase the duration to 16. And let's see that what happens. Increase the duration to 16. If you increase it to 16 days, then what happens?
So the task has been increased and the like.
So if you increase it to 16, it will push the successor beyond
Yes, sir.
the finish date, and due to which you are getting a negative float. Did you
Negative.
minus 4? Minus 4 is
Yes,
the
sir.
negative float. Now,
Negative float.
negative float is your friend. It is giving you a sort of, you can say, a friendly warning. So what is the warning it is saying? It is saying that you have exceeded your time limit to finish this activity by 4 days. Now I will show you the negative float. The negative float looks like this yellow ribbon. And you see that there is a twist here. Basically, what is the meaning of this twist here? Basically, what it means to say that this is the last date and you are going beyond the last date by 4 working days. So that is minus 4. See, Monday is the minus 1, Tuesday is the minus 2, Wednesday is the
Wednesday
minus
is
3,
minus
and
3.
Thursday is
Thursday
the
is
minus 4, right?
yes,
So
sir.
basically, you are exceeding the finish date by 4 days. That's why it is showing you, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So it is basically telling you that you should now come back. So what do? You tell your team members that, guys, I'm going to provide you access, extra man and machine. You reduce the duration of task 3 to 12 days. So if you reduce it to 12 days, then what happens? So if you reduce it to 12 days, now the float has become 0. You are technically fine, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because 0 is means that you are going till the last date. But do you think it is practically fine? What do you think?
Yes, sir.
Is this
Like
practically okay? Is it practically fine?
having some float is like better, sir.
Yes, always some float is better for as a safety margin, for
Yes, sir.
some cushioning, for some padding, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what you can do that you tell your team member, I'm going to provide you more resource. So you put the duration as 0, right?
So what will be the original duration, sir?
So no, you put the duration as 10 days, not
10
like
days.
0, but like 10 days.
10 days.
So basically, you should always be applying the constraint if you have a finish date constraint. This is the constraint of the finish date constraint, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now we are going to learn about the primary and the secondary date constraints. So for that, you rename them as 5 and 6. You rename them as 5 and 6. Now you reduce the duration to 4 days each. 4 days and 4 days. Okay, now you link them in finish to start relationship, task 5 and 6. Okay, now in the task 6, you would need a heavy equipment, right? So
Yes,
let
sir.
me write it here for the reference. So you need a 100 tons crane. Okay. So then you show your plan to the resource manager because you will have to basically get the resource from the resource manager only. So you take the plan to him, then you show it to him. Then you say that on the 5th of the September, I need the 100-ton crane. I will finish using that crane by 9th of September. So I need it for 4 working days from 5th of the September till 9th of the September. So the resource manager says, just wait, just let me look at the resource register. So he says that, look, this resource is assigned on another project. So you can get this resource during these dates. So he says that you can get this resource during these dates, right? You can get it for 2 weeks. You may use it for 3 or 4 days, but you will not get it before the Monday. And you will have to return it before the 20th, right? So,
Yes, sir.
what is the range of the dates within which you can use? So the range of the dates is absolutely clear. So you will get it on Monday and you will have to return it by 20th, which is a Saturday. So
Yes, sir.
basically, it is creating a bracket of dates, starting, finishing, right? So
Yes,
it
sir.
is creating a date range. You will not get it exactly on the 5th, but you will get it on the 8th and you
8th of
have to
September,
return it before the 20th, right?
20th.
Just
Yes,
like
sir.
we borrow books from the library. Of
Yes,
course,
sir.
basically it's a library of resources and the resource manager is the librarian because if you're using a big resource, and big resource is quite an investment by the company. So definitely, if that resource is provided by the resource manager, so he will not provide it and forget it. So he will keep it in mind, right? He's going to remember that you have been provided with the resource and this resource has to be then returned and reassigned to a different project, right? So
Yes,
it's
sir.
like that. So what you are going to do that you are first going to the status. So in the status, you can see that there are constraints. One is the primary and one is the secondary.
Secondary.
The primary and the secondary constraint is the concept in the Primavera only. This facility is there in the Primavera only. Only Primavera provides you. So you must remember this. So just in
Okay.
case in the future you have an interview, so there will be specific to the Primavera questions. So you should remember the primary and secondary constraint. And in fact, I provided you a list of important interview
Interview questions.
questions. It's in the booklet. You can read them after this training. You can mark them and you will be fine.
Yes, sir.
So, but you have to understand the concept for the practical use, right? Now we
Yes, sir.
will apply the primary and the secondary constraint. Okay, to apply the constraint. So first of all, we go to the primary side. So you select here start on or after. So start on or after. So the date will be 8th of the September, which
8th
is
of September.
Monday. 8th of the September, which is a Monday. And click on the select.
Yes.
And then you select a date here, finish on or before. And then you select here 20. Okay. So
Yes, sir.
now you can clearly see that the constraint has been applied and you will see there are star on 2 dates. One star is on the start date and another
Yes, sir.
star is on the
Star
finish.
is on
Do
the.
you see that?
Yes, sir.
Start and finish, they have a star. Now you will also note that when you apply the constraint, so the start date constraint is applied, the activity is shifted to the 8th of the September, and you see the float is getting trimmed at 20th of the September.
Yes, sir.
So it means that this activity is free to exceed within this date range.
Yes, sir.
Within this date range, it can be done, right?
Yes, sir.
Now
Yes, sir.
let us do an experiment. Let us try to push this activity beyond its date range, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let's do this thing. Let's try to push this activity by increasing the duration of the predecessor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we go to the task 5 and we will change the duration of the task 5 to 10 days. Change it to 10 days and see that what happens.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you change it to 14 days and see what happens because the float will be consumed.
Yes, sir.
Do you see that when the float becomes 0, so immediately it is marked as the critical path.
Yes, sir.
Its reference is from the constraint finish date, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is this thing clear?
Yes, sir. Clear, sir.
Okay. Now you click here and you make it as 18. If you make it as 18, then what happens?
Negative float will be
Negative
appearing,
float
sir.
will happen because it is going beyond the finish date. So
Yes, sir.
you will immediately take a corrective action. You will say, okay, we will finish the task 5 earlier and we will finish it within 6 days.
Yes,
So
sir.
you type here 6 in the duration of task 5. But you will note one thing, this activity, now make it 4. But you will note that the successor activity, which is task 6, it will not come before the Monday, right?
Yes, sir.
Because this activity is bracketed by the start constraint and finish constraint, right? It is bracketed between these two dates. So this is the concept of the primary and secondary constraints. So the primary constraint is working mostly upon the start date and secondary constraint works upon the finish date of the activity, right? Is this clear?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Now, we will work upon this constraint as late as possible. Now, you rename this task as closing process. Closing process. So basically, what is the concept of the closing process? If you remember the life cycle of the project, so when we are done with the project work, so we do the closing process, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the closing process is basically to clean up the project. Suppose if I just finished constructing a building, so I will basically what I will do that I will clean up the project site, release the resources, get quality acceptance certificate from client, get final payment, make final payment to the contractors. Then I will remove the temporary structures. I will do everything which is required to close the project, but these are non-engineering activities.
Yes, sir.
Now, the non-engineering activities, basically they are listed in the notebook, in the note tab as the checklist. They are not basically written as the work breakdown structure. They are not created like task and relations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in the closing process, you go to the notebook and you write a note like this. You select here general notes and then you can write your checklist. So you write here checklist, right? You write your items, checklist item. Okay. So you can write here task number 2, task number 3, task number 4, like that. And you say that this should be done within the last days of the project. So
Yes,
it's
sir.
very, very simple constraint. You come to the status here, click on this status. So after that, you select here as late as possible. You select, no, it's there at the top. Did you note something? As soon as you select as late as possible, this activity has shifted toward the end of the project. And
Yes,
this
sir.
activity has automatically aligned itself with the end date of the project. I mean,
Yes,
the
sir.
finish date of the project, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let us do an experiment. So I go to this activity, which is 1010 and increase the duration to 12. So then what's going to happen? It's going to increase the duration of the, okay, you do it, you write here 12. Did you note something? If the project finish date is extended, this automatically
Yes, sir.
moves and aligns itself with the finish date.
Yes, sir.
Basically, this activity is counting 6 days backwards. The closing process, so whatever is the finish, 4th of October minus 6, it says that you should start at least by 29th.
29th.
So if we increase the duration to 8 days, then what happens? You change it from 6 to 8, then what happens? What did you note? It says 26,
So
right?
it is going backwards, sir.
So basically what it says that, okay, if you need 2 extra days, then you start 2 days earlier, right?
Earlier. Yes, sir.
Then you start 2 days earlier. That's what it is saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So suppose if you are doing something here and adjusting the date of the project like this, it's going to come back. Say this. Coming back.
Yes, sir.
Coming back like this, right? It comes back like this. Okay. Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Clear, sir.
Okay. So the closing process is basically an activity which has to be done towards the end of the project, and this is consisting of non-engineering, and basically it does not have a sequence, but it has a checklist. So all the checklist activity must be completed anytime during the last 8 days, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
That is the benefit of using the as late as possible constraint. So when you use the as late as possible constraint, this aligns the activity with the finish date of the project.
Yes,
Right?
sir.
Is this clear? So I'm sure
Yes, sir.
that
Clear, sir.
you can use it. Now we are going to learn about the mandatory finish. First, we collapse all the data so that we can make some space on the screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so like this, mandatory finish. Now we are first going to understand the concept. So let's go to the whiteboard. So we come to the mandatory finish. Okay, now we have basically a project plan. Basically how the building is constructed, it is constructed grounds up. So I have created my plan in a very unusual manner. It is grounds up. You see this plan.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in this plan, I have to complete the building floor by floor. Only then I will get paid. So first I complete basement -2.
Yes, sir.
I'm creating
Basement
a
minus.
shopping mall. So when I complete basement -2, I get 10 million units of money.
Yes, sir.
And it is compulsory. So that's why I use a constraint, mandatory finish. And you read this, what is mentioned here?
It is combined with the finish milestone.
Yes, now we will learn about the milestone also, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, according to this plan, my first completion commitment is on the 1 October. I write here 1 October 25 because my project is starting on the 1st of September. My first commitment is on 1st October. So if I
Yes, sir.
complete the basement -2 parking on 1st October, I'm going to get 10 million units of money because the payment is progress based, right? No
Yes,
client
sir.
would pay at once. So they will see the progress. They will do the quality acceptance criteria check. And if it is matching the criteria check, then they will make the payment. If it is not, they will ask me to fix whatever is to be fixed, right? Okay. Okay. So we will learn about the mandatory finish. Now
Yes, sir.
to apply the mandatory finish, you do this thing. For these activities, from here to here, you write A, B, C, D, E, F, G for this name, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Give very simple names. No, you just remove the task.
Yes, sir.
Just write A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And now for this one, 1140, you write here basement -2 complete. You write here basement -2 complete. -2 complete. Okay. Now you come to the general tab. In the general tab, you change the activity type to finish milestone. Because the basement -2 complete is not an activity, but a marker of the achievement, right? So you convert it to the finish milestone. As you convert it to the milestone, certain things are happening here. So the milestone has a 0 duration. Did you note it?
Yes, sir.
Milestone is not an activity. So once you change it to milestone, it becomes 0 duration. And a finish milestone, it's a finish milestone. A finish milestone only has a finish date. It does not have a start date. So there are two kinds of milestone. Finish milestone is to mark the achievement after a set of activities is done. And then there is start milestone, which is used to flag off some activities in the middle of the project, right? So start milestone will have only a start date. A finish milestone will only have a finish date, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now there is one more thing that you should notice about the milestone. The milestone has this diamond symbol, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Milestone has 0 duration. Milestone, the finish milestone, milestones have only one date, either finish or start, and milestones have diamond symbol.
Yes, sir.
So keep these three points in mind about the milestones, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, since this milestone is to be completed or achieved on the 1st of the October, so we are going to the status and we will apply the mandatory finish constraint. So here you select mandatory finish. And then you select here 1st October, right? You select 1st October. Okay. And on the 1st October, you just click here. You have to select 18 hours, means 6 p.m. So you can use the entire day. So it is not just 9. You can just use the up scroller and you mark it as 18 hours, means that you can use the entire day, right? Yeah, only then it will use the entire day of 1st October. Now click select. After clicking the select, so it will basically mark it at the 18. We can basically expand the day and we can actually fight out. Now we have to write a note also. Come to the notebook. So in the notebook, you have to write the reason. So you will select the reason as constraint. And then click on the selection button and close the box. And then click on the modify. And after you click on the modify, you write here as per contract. Okay. As per contract. Now click on the OK here. Okay. So basically, if someone wants to know, why did you apply the constraint? You say as per contract. That's very simple. So the person can go into the contract and see all the details, right? So basically, this milestone is now at the 1st of the October. Now, so what do? I ask my team members that, guys, we have to make the sequence of activities A to G, right?
Yes, sir.
Because, you know, these activities, they have not been sequenced. I have not yet applied the relationships. So basically, I have a predetermined commitment, which is on the 1st of the October. Now, please tell me that what should be the sequence of these activities so as to achieve the basement -2 completion, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, these are fresher guys. So they tell me that you boss, you select from the starting. Okay. From the starting, you select till the milestone and you link them. So you do it. You go ahead and do it. You select from A to this basement -2 complete, right click and link. So once you do the linking, you will notice something.
Yes,
so
sir. Negative
when
flow.
they linked, you will see that there is the negative float of -15 days.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you tell them, look, it is a -15 days. So then they say that, boss, we don't know how to fix it, then I tell them, look, you can fix it by schedule compression. Okay. So now they want to learn the schedule compression. So I will teach you that what is the schedule compression. So schedule compression is the technique in which basically you reduce the duration of the network path, right? Safe and surely, right? So let us learn the concept of the schedule compression. So there are so many things you will learn here. Now to learn the schedule compression, let us go to the Word file. Now you read the schedule compression. Okay, just a moment. Read this concept. Read. What is the
Schedule compression, reducing the originally planned duration of the project activities. First point, fast tracking when the FS is replaced with SS or FF to put the activities in parallel. Crashing, when fast tracking is not possible, then we can add more resource to individual activities to reduce the overall duration of the network path.
Correct. So keep this in mind. Schedule compression is reducing the originally planned duration. Now, what is the originally planned duration? See, from my point of view, this is the originally planned, right?
Yes, sir.
It has come with a -15, which is the negative float. Now, the first preferable technique in the schedule compression is fast tracking, because in the fast tracking, you are only changing the relationship. You are not adding more resources.
Yes, sir.
Because if you want more resources, then you'll have to explain a lot to the resource manager. So obtaining more resources is a difficult time. The first preference should be always to basically replace the FS with the start to start or finish to finish. So that is going to reduce the network path. Now in the crashing, when the fast tracking is not possible, then we can add more resource to individual activity to reduce the overall. So when, from the engineering point of view, when the finish to start is not possible to be replaced, then we start to add more resources to the individual activity. But that is the second priority, right? First, we will do that. So we will learn the schedule compression technique also here. We will learn about the fast tracking. We will learn about the crashing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, first we will do the fast tracking. So what do we do? Then I select the activity A. Then using my expert judgment, I recall from my past experience, because my past work experience, now it serves me as an expert judgment, right?
Yes, sir. I'm
not doing, but I'm making people do according to the best possible plan, right? So I'm using my work done, knowledge and experience, my working memory. Okay, so that becomes an experience. So experience is used to plan for others to work in optimal manner.
Yes, sir.
But then I recall that the relationship between A to B is not necessarily finish to start. We can make it start to start safely from engineering point of view. So you change it. You change the relationship type. Now, did you note something?
Yes, sir.
So when this activity go in parallel, so the negative float is
number of days is
6 days. It is reduced. Okay, now you select the C. When you select the activity C, then you recall from your experience that the relationship between C to D, which is right now finish to start, it can be converted into finish to finish. So you change it to the finish to finish. So once again, you will note that the total float is
has been reduced
to reduce to -3.
Yes, sir.
Now, then your team members are asking, boss, can we change the relationship between E to F and F to G? I say no, that is not possible, because the outcome of the E has to compulsorily go into the F, and outcome of the F has to compulsorily go into the G. So that will be possible only when E is completely finished and F is completely finished, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
I say, guys, let us do this thing. Let us increase the number of men and machine, and let us reduce their duration to 4 days each, right?
Yes, sir.
So what do? You go to their duration and you reduce the duration to 4 days, 4 days, 4 days, 4 days each. So what did you note?
Yes, sir. The total float is in
Yeah,
the
so
positive
basically
days.
now we are on the safe side of the plan. The plan is a very safe plan now. So we can baseline it, we can use this plan. So it has a float of 3 days. It does not
3 days.
mean that we will try to use it. Basically, we will try to finish our last activity. We will always strive to finish by the 27th of the September. If we have the 3 days float still left after doing the work, we
Yes,
can
sir.
use it for extra quality checks, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
That
Yes, sir.
should be your attitude towards. So always try to finish your activities as per the plan. And if you are
Yes,
left with any buffer time or the float time, use that time for the extra quality check, and you will be always fine in your career as a project manager, because a project manager is people manager, and you have to manage your team member, you have to manage the client, you have to make sure that everybody works in a productive manner. So your productivity manager, everybody is working according to the plan. So your planning manager, okay, and you are also PM because you are Primavera master, right? So the
yes,
word PM has got many, many meanings, right? Is that clear?
yes, sir.
So basically you have to ensure that if the project is finished on time, so this activity finished on time, it is good. But just in case you have any extreme urgent situation, then you have some safety margin, right? So,
Yes, sir.
so if you deliver to the client by the 1st of the October anytime, so you look good to the client, right?
Yes,
That's
sir.
the idea. You may finish earlier or later than the 27th, but if you are finished before the 1st October and everybody and everything meets the quality acceptance criteria, then you are a good project manager.